I know, I'm late. I'm sorry. I'll be starting in a second, guys. Good evening, Etch. Uh, 2 seconds. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Hope you're all doing all right today. We got a lot to talk about. I actually would really like to watch a kind of a longer video at the end of stream today if we can manage to make time for it, just because there's always so much to talk about. Oh, yep, kidding. There he is. There's Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the flesh. Yes, I am pointing at you. You are on camera. Everyone can see you. Oh my goodness. He's an asshole. He fucking hunts my legs like they're birds. It's like a scratching post down there in the summer. Oh my god. Alright, I suppose we should just jump right in. Gonna do a bit of US news first. So, this happened today. A Liberian flagged cargo ship, like, actually, this was yesterday, kind of just exploded when leaving the port of Baltimore. Now, nobody was hurt, thankfully. All of the crew was accounted for. It seems like it blew up because it was carrying coal. Oh, right, of course, I haven't actually set that up so that it shows the proper window. There you go. So, as you can see, not exactly good. Not really what you want your cargo ships to do. They're not supposed to do that, from what I've heard, rather. But again, thankfully, everyone was accounted for. So the Baltimore City Fire Department says around 6:30 p.m. on Monday evening, the Baltimore Fire Department responded to reports of an explosion aboard a commercial vessel in the Patapisco River near former key bridge sites. Firefighters responded by both land and water, including department's fireboats. Cool. The vessel remained afloat and was being assisted by tugboats. The ship's crew confirmed that all 23 people on board were accounted for and uninjured. Good. This kind of shit isn't supposed to happen, though. I kind of feel like maybe deregulation might have a hand in that. Uh, wouldn't be the first thing, actually, wouldn't even be the only thing just on this stream that I want to talk about that deregulation might have had a hand in. Such as, let's say, for example, this. FDA warns people not to eat possibly radioactive shrimp sold at Walmart. Yes, RFK Jr. is making America healthy again, day by day. I gotta say, I had never, ever, in my 29 years of being on this earth, seen a warning of, hey, don't buy that food, it's possibly radioactive, for like shrimp before. I mean, to be fair, I think the only food that I've ever heard of being radioactive is bananas, and that's just like bananas in general. This is not normal. This is directly caused by deregulation. This is directly caused by making it so corporations don't have to give a shit about how clean the things that they are producing for sale that you're going to put into your body are. This is directly related to the industry frothing at the mouth for all of the extra profit that they get to take in now, because they don't have to pay for things like, I don't know, making sure the food that ends up on the store shelves is not fucking radioactive. What's up, Latino Mafeud? Yeah, like, I don't know. It's fucking wild. Clearly, all of the money is getting funneled to the White House so that it can be, gold anyway. But it is what it is. You make good health with good beef tallow. Eat raw milk, raw egg, beef tallow, make good strong. Exactly. I will still never get over the fact that that like red meat is one of the worst things you could be eating, especially as like a dude, and conservatives love it. Any food can be radioactive. Radiation spreads indiscriminately. Normally, though, you only have to worry about it, like nuclear disaster zones. Yeah, generally, depraved ambiance, not something you have to really consider when you go to Walmart and are buying shrimp, Red meat is manly. Yes, it is. It is absolutely. Even though it, reduces your sperm count. Go with that as you will. Just about random house cleaning here. Obviously, this in no way is going to be related to all of the surveillance capitalism stuff we've been talking about. But I suppose, it's nice that someone doesn't have to go do this job by hand now. I feel like being in the wastewater infrastructure of the United States is a great way to become a drug addict by second and third hand exposure. And then go play in the sewage water with your kids and chase it down with some road-killed raccoon. What a great segue!
Powered drone, not usually associated with sewer systems, is Macomb County, Michigan's answer to preventing scenes like this.
A grim prospect for residents threatened by this massive sinkhole.
Christmas Eve 2016, a sinkhole the size of a football field.
How does a drone stop a sinkhole? Like, sinkholes just kind of happen. Now, you can figure out that a sinkhole might occur at a place because there's a high risk of it, but you can't exactly, detect a sinkhole before it happens. We don't have, seismology that is specifically pointed at that. Drones can go into sewer, easy visual inspection. Well, I get that, but, you can have a sinkhole just open up in a place that looks perfectly fine, 2 days beforehand. Sinkholes are kind of wild. There's not much you can really do in prevention of a sinkhole. Where the fuck in Michigan is this? I have no idea.
Started when an 11-foot wide sewer line located 45 feet below ground burst, spilling raw sewage under the neighborhood. And
well, I suppose that, yeah, you could stop that with a drone. However, it's not like the state actually wants to pay for repairs. If they find issues, they usually kind of stay there. I mean, this is Michigan we're talking about. Flint had water that was poisoning the population. They didn't do anything about it. It can find structural indicators to give warning. Yeah, I see that, but will they tell you? I suppose maybe they'll at least tell the wealthy people so they can move out of the way. I feel like that at least would come out of that. What's up, long live Homo sapiens? Sinkholes are a thing I like to pretend don't exist. I like sinkholes. I think they're quite interesting.
Triggering the sinkhole.
What was arguably the largest infrastructure disaster in Michigan history.
More than 20 homes evacuated, with at least 3 of those destroyed. Luckily, nobody was hurt. The county...
Well, it's not about the nihilism here. It's more so just that I don't really see what this regime wants to do with it, I can see a benefit in doing stuff like this, but what's the point when you're not willing to spend any money to fix critical infrastructure, utilities, help the civilian population of your nation? Well, rather, in their eyes, the slave population of the nation. Rondo, you are a mod because I'm making everybody a mod. You don't actually have to do anything with it. You don't have any responsibility. It's more just I'm trying to make everyone in chat a mod so we can incentivize more community policing and direct engagement between everyone in chat so that we can come to a decision democratically on modding stuff. How do I ban the streamer? You gotta be Bezos for that one. What is the property value of that neighborhood? Then I'll decide if I support the sinkhole or not. That's a good question. If the state government is using tech for good, good. The state, some state governments are not all bad. That is true. However, think about this in like a longer term viewpoint, depraved ambiance. Let's think about this in like the worst case scenario of if state governments can use this kind of tech for good now, and we have a growing fascist movement in the country that is specifically trying to like redistrict and cheat to win because they can't win via elections, what could they make use of with this technology in a bad way if they were to come into power later? It's mostly, it's not necessarily like this thing is bad. It's more just, I can see how this can be used for evil very easily. It's also Michigan. We're not rolling it in, and our infrastructure is notoriously bad. Yeah, I mean, like I said, look at Flint.
Blaming human error, a mess that took 9 months and roughly $75 million taxpayer dollars to fix.
We are never going to have another sinkhole in Macomb County. We have done a number of things now to shore up our underground infrastructure.
Launching new tools like this, essentially a poop drone.
So this is our drone. This is from Flybotics. It's the ACOX.
Looks fancy.
It is fancy. The first.
How are you supposed to attach explosives to that? There's a circle, you know, like if you drop the charges, they'll just hit the bottom of the circle. They won't actually go down. I'm kidding. Not all drones have to be FPVs.
Thing you see is the protective cage around it. Very important.
The drone is sent into the sewer systems, recording 4K video with lights as powerful as those at a stadium.
They should be run down
all the way around the drone.
Sensors detecting hazardous gases, sometimes found in
exactly.
pipes
What
that are
the fuck kind
usually
of drone is this?
inspected
Where's the rocket? Where's the flamethrower?
by humans.
Carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, you name it, you can run into it down there. So it's putting people in a potentially dangerous environment.
But it's also about efficiency. This team saying it can inspect almost 1,000 feet of underground pipes in just one flight.
So what we're going to do is just do a quick little inspection of the piping that's within this gallery here.
What things are you looking for?
So we're looking for, are there tree roots in the pipe? Is the pipe cracked?
There's plenty of videos on how scary sinkholes can actually be. Like, they can be really fucking terrifying. For example,
sinkholes can happen just about anywhere, on roads, under homes, and even in remote areas. But in the US, they happen most often in Florida, Texas, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania, anywhere where the bedrock is vulnerable to erosion by groundwater. In many cases, the main trigger for sinkholes is water, either too much of it or not enough. If groundwater dries up, like during a drought, it can take away support for the ground above, causing it to sink. But if there's too much water, like
in fact, actually, sorry, I found an even better one. I've shown this one on stream before. This was in Guatemala a few years back. This swallowed a 3-story factory.
Whoa!
The past is gone, let's look ahead.
Never mind, sorry, it's an AI fucking version of this, including fake snakes. God damn it. Sorry, I couldn't see it because it was small and my eyesight is bad. Sinkhole. Let's see the actual thing. I want to see the proper thing. Here we go. This was 15 years ago. Jesus.
The sinkhole at this intersection in Guatemala City looks like something out of a disaster movie. This man says 2 people were at a phone booth at the corner when the sinkhole opened, swallowing both of them. Authorities have not verified.
Oh, you guys can hear the beep notification thing? That's really annoying. Fine, I'm going to turn that off. I had that on because I thought maybe that would actually help me not forget as much. But if you guys can hear it, even with my mic muted, then that's not going to be useful at all. All right, that should fix it.
The man's claim, the gaping hole is 66 feet wide and 100 feet deep. Geologists say its shape suggests a cave formation underneath. The same hole swallowed a clothing factory. Workers had left the plant just an hour before. Crews are waiting for blueprints for the city's drainage system before.
Like, that just happens. And suddenly you fall in. It's pretty fucked. That is a very dangerous environment, to be honest. When I did sewage work, there was always look out for spelling sulfur. I would imagine, yeah, like no one actually wants to go down doing that. This is a cool thing. Like the tech for it is not a bad thing at all. It's just these days it's kind of hard to envision new technological advancements not being used for evil eventually. How do you get out? I'm not sure you do. It's 100 feet deep. If you were in the building that it swallowed up, you wouldn't, like, you'd be dead by the time you hit the ground. You get out by being isekai into an anime universe? Sure. I guess, like, that's the only way you get out, unless you have, I don't know, the ability to fly or a really, really long ladder for some reason. Now, in other news, surprising literally nobody who isn't a Republican, U.S. bankruptcies surge past 2020 pandemic levels, according to Business Insider. It's not the tech, it's the evil. You're right, actually, you are right. It's not the tech that's used for evil, it's the evil using the tech for evil. Kind of like the pharmaceutical industry, as you said. What's up, try plugging it in? I feel winning. This is what they meant by we would be winning to the point where we would get tired of winning. We are number one in bankruptcies, which really does track, you know? Like, I feel like if anyone was going to make this country number one at bankruptcies, it would be Donald Trump, wouldn't it? Jesus Christ. Also, my company's main product is now flagged as steel, so fuck us. Oof. Bro, why do we have to pay for the failures of capitalists with bankruptcy? Because that's how democracy works, and we voted them in. Our economy is so good at hiding its own perils. We have like 50 plus serious recession indicators, but then unemployment is still sitting around like just over 4%. Well, like, again, the problem being unemployment is usually an issue when we're talking about, like, you know, recession indicators, but that would require something like wages that match with, I don't know, rising costs. It just doesn't work that way. Then again, by the time the most obvious indicators hit, it's like way too late. We knew that this would happen. Hell, Kamala Harris knew this would happen. She literally said by the middle of next year. It's the middle of next year, and I don't care what they say on television. We are in a recession. We are currently in a recession. Mind you, like, the White House is still putting out stuff like, oh, we're expecting $80 billion in tariff revenue this month. Great. Whose money is that? We've been in a recession since 2020. I mean, kinda. I feel like Biden did help with that a bit because the economy did grow under Biden. Like, people were doing better. Not enough, because obviously wages never did anything. They didn't move at all. But funny thing I learned about Australia is they call chickens chooks. That is true. We do call chickens chooks. And we're not going to have accurate numbers from now on because for our indicators, because Trump's just going to fire the numbers guy and just make them up. Yeah, I mean, who's surprised? Sad part is the economic improvements of 23-24 likely are the reason crime started to go back down. Oh, absolutely. That they are 100% the reason crime started to go back down. That's $80 billion straight coming out of the United Statesian pockets. True. What's up, sister to all? Ooh, cool. Another person who I have not modded yet. Just so you know, Sister Doll, you don't actually have to do anything with your mod powers. But feel free to engage with all of the other mods in chat and make collective decisions on modding. Now, back to why we got here. People don't believe anything. People don't believe things that they claim to believe. People don't believe that, we're not paying for the tariffs as much as the right-wingers will love to say that. They know that they're paying for the tariffs. They're paying for them. Like, it's hard to not know when the prices go up. Like, everything that you hear from the right, that's like, oh, I'm shocked. Like, yesterday, we looked at that Trump voter who was Hispanic and then was profiled by ICE. Like, oh, see, I didn't think they were going to come for me No, you knew they weren't coming for just the criminals. You just thought you would be fine. Stop lying. Stop letting them lie. 80 billion in new taxes is like, well, I guess it can fund ICE. It's actually not enough to fund ICE based on their budget. We should form a leftist firing squad. Last one standing wins. I mean, it's a good way to not have to deal with that. That sounds dirtier than it is. Try plugging it in. It does actually, now that I think about it. So, Dye Workwear is a Twitter user that I quite like. Very funny, like just cooks conservatives that can't dress themselves. But the quote, I love seeing menswear to quote, I hate the menswear guy, conservative woman pipeline. This is quite funny. Just because, like, look at these dates here. So, like, within a year, who is the female fashion version of you? We need her. Dye Workwear has no taste. September 21st, 23, November 23, like within a month. Hi, Derek, I love your posts. I'm wondering, is there someone you can recommend who's similar but for women's wear? Do you, I guess, never have actually been to most places in America? Do you have any ability to, like, I don't know, spell? Use correct syntax? Grammar? Probably not, but, you know, I don't know why I'm asking. I want those places to be different, but people do need a car, and most of them, those people are not city planners, they're normal people. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. You know, I need a car, not we should fix the city so that everyone doesn't need a car. It's, you're a fucking dipshit because everyone needs a car. So you would choke your chokes? That is true. These people ask AI to think for them, expecting a coherent sentence is a bit much. That is true. But this was before that. Like, this is 2023. A menswear boot camp run by Dye Workwear, June 2023. Honestly, I'm so for the menswear guy's downfall. June 9th, 2025. It's hilarious. Hell, look at this. This is same year. National treasure, and has he been deported yet? These are the level of thoughts that these did he do something? No, it's literally just that he calls out people who dress bad, and I mean specifically he calls out men who dress bad, and those just tend to be conservatives. It's just what happens, you know. It's saying the truth. It's saying what you see. To be fair though, like we're already at the, is he Vosh? No, but Vosh likes him. We're already at the level that like people like Destiny, I think, are going and saying that you should go kill Hassan now. I saw a video on that yesterday. So, like, what do you expect from these people? No one believes anything except for whatever makes them angry. And, like, they want you to be angry because that will get you to spend more time looking at their content. I've been getting an ad on YouTube for a plugin that helps you write ChatGPT prompts better. Jesus Christ. I have personalized ads set to off. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't think you get to do that anymore. I dress bad, but I have decency to own that. And, like, you don't have to dress bad. That's a choice. Having the decency to own that is important because that's being aware that, like, oh, cool, I can, you know, decide how I look. Saw Destiny's kid praising Hitler. Bro is, like, bro is fucked up just like his dad. Isn't it adorable? I mean, that one looked more like he just wanted attention from his dad. But, no, like, Destiny was saying you should kill Hassan yesterday. Or rather, Hassan had a video on that. I was like, what? Destiny is quite great at attacking the right, but I can't for the life of me figure out why he's so concerned with Hassan. It's literally because he's not a left person, long leg Homo sapien. He is a right-winger. Destiny is controlled opposition. Destiny literally has his community harass people. He has, like, a list in his Discord of people to harass, including me, as I've been told. I can decide how to look, and I can also decide whether I care. True. How's Frank? You doing good, sleepy boy? I can't get his face in. But you also gotta be aware that all these people still also just hate women. I mean, that's kind of like the basis of the right's belief system. It comes from women are bad. And then everything else grows on top of that. For example, real women love learning obscure and interesting factoids about technical capabilities of nuclear submarine sonar spheres, he says sarcastically. Women should be stupid and incurious. If you're a woman who can't be interested in things, like wanting to know about stuff is a masculine trait. That's how these people think. And mind you, these aren't even men. That's That's a trans person. But it is what it is. The brain rot is so widespread that it affects everybody. 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 Wasn't Destiny the guy who got caught blowing Nick Fuentes? Yes. My personal ads are on, and I get nothing but ads for casters, planners, and machine shops. Well, I mean, I suppose you are in a business, so like that does help up a bit more. Was she not shitposting in response? No, she was. But those kinds of posts are literally. Have you like? I would scroll through the comments to show you what I mean there, but I can't. That's how bad it is. Depraved ambiance I mean, like, granted, a lot of you thankfully don't spend much time on this hell site that is Twitter, but it really is just a massive psyop machine. Because even when someone is shitposting, the comments are not. Pose law then? Yeah, I mean, it's Twitter. Half of the users actually probably like 3/4 of the users on this site is bots. And those bots are programmed to respond in a certain way, and then it like brainwashes people. Here's another example of just like they hate women and anything in remote like comparison. For example, this cheerleader at a football game. This has been discourse for like 3 days. I was not even going to bring this up because I just do not care. But it's the 3rd day now, and this discourse is still continuing, and conservatives are losing their mind. I mean, like, I don't care how the NFL spins it. This isn't cool. Quote, why do you have to be trans? Why can't you just be a feminine man? Motherfuckers, when there's a feminine man. That's also true. But it's not even about that here. Like, that's not the point. The point is they just find femininity offensive. It's not about, like, them having issues with feminine men. It's not about them having issues with trans people. It's about them hating women and anything that can be even remotely tied to women. In fact, there's a concerted effort for that. For example, oh shit, I posted that one twice instead of the one that I actually wanted. Give me a second. Let's find that, honestly, I could just probably search for the name and it will be right there. Give me your most recent tweet, you fucking demon. Did you take it down? Pussy. Wait, here we go. Found it. You didn't take it down. So Matt Walsh, another example of them just hating women, the misogyny that is inherent to the right. Someone named Taylor. Wish men understood how attractive it is when they can, feel and openly show their emotions instead of acting like a sociopathic brick wall. People arguing on this, but 2.7K comments, and it's just people arguing. But you could, Matt Walsh, this is a trap, guys. Don't fall for it. No woman on earth actually finds it attractive when her husband or boyfriend sobs uncontrollably. This is literally key here. Half of the right's ideology comes from just the intense suspicion and paranoia about women's intentions around men. Like, people like Matt Walsh, who is a demon, will teach this idea to anyone who will listen, that every woman is a psychopath who's trying to manipulate you, who's playing mind games under the surface. They're trying to trap you. Why? No one knows. Like, any rational reason to explain why anyone would behave this way? None. But plenty of people believe that. Men having emotions is natural, but they hate what's natural now? Yeah, it's all about control. Patriarchy is about control of everyone. It's not even about, like, hating what's natural here. It's so far off from reality that this is all just like a delusion that they're buying into. This is a manufactured delusion being taught to people with a specific intent to create distrust and loneliness. It's like, it's more than just they hate women. It's more than just they want control. It's specifically they want you to not be able to speak to anybody, to trust anybody, to constantly question the motives of everyone who would normally fight with you on your side, because that leaves you lonely. And when you're lonely, you'll scroll more. When you're lonely, you are easier for people like this to propagandize to brainwash, to convince you, to fuel you with anger and point you like a weapon at any direction they want. It's like several layers of manipulation. It's necessary to get the men comfortable with hierarchy and cruelty and everything. Well, I mean, that kind of already exists in our society. Like in American society, that kind of training does already exist. We talked about this before at one time, where we were talking about how when you're talking about like men and women, just even the words that we use have double meanings. Women are referred to as girls when they're adults, and that's fine. Like, there's no issue with that from, like, the average public. It's the infantilization. But if you go and call, like, a 40-year-old man a boy, those are fighting words. Unless, like, you know, it's, I'm having a beer with the boys. But, like, if you're at a bar and you walk up to a dude, you're like, hey, boy. Like, that's, I want to start a fight type language. You know, like, that kind of perspective is already ingrained into the language, and that language is like specifically curated to apply to the exact psychological processes that they want to produce. For example, continuing off that, girls stay young forever, you know, pure forever. The girlhood, like childhood being the like ideal goal to aim for. Whereas like boys are taught from a young age, you got to be the man of the house. You got to, you know, get a job and work hard and can't cry. There is, you like, boys are forced to grow up immediately, and women are not allowed to grow up based on just like the language of the system. And that creates a perspective shift when that exists for long enough and people grow in that system into adulthood. It's how they try and build a mass-scaled cult. I mean, it's definitely one of their tools there. If you can feel your emotions, you might start feeling empathy and shit. That is true. You know, ideally, rather. That's just usually their excuse. Hierarchy is natural, which is why women should be mothers and why trans people are bad. Of course, yeah. Like the naturalism thing that they use there, it's just out of convenience, as you said. Like, it justifies their worldview when it's convenient, and when it's not convenient, then they just ignore it entirely. That may be an effect Matt Walsh has, but I don't think he's smart enough to understand that. Well, he doesn't have to understand that. He's still doing that, but he just looks at things and makes determinations based on how icky it makes him feel. True, but it still is effective. And he's been taught to do that. That's why he does that. Without your emotions, you literally can't love women, so you got no choice but to try and turn them into sex slaves or concubines or whatever the fuck the term is, the right is gonna use that day. Well, not no choice, but it's sort of the conclusion they come to. Well, yeah, it's also the fact that they take pleasure from that kind of incentivize that kind of behavior. Whereas, like, there's so many other things that you could take joy and pleasure from in this life that I just don't understand why that's what they choose to focus on. Like, there is so much that you could use to gain, like, just a modicum of joy. For example, did you know that you can just buy a Black Hawk helicopter? You can just buy one at an auction. It's legal. You don't technically, you can't fly it, but you can just buy a Black Hawk helicopter. How much? I don't know. It's at auction. You can buy your own former U.S. Border Patrol station in Maine, near the U.S.-Canadian border. You can just do that. Like, you know, I don't know. I thought I was the only one in GTA. It's the GSA auction website. I can link it to you, I mean, if you're curious. There you go. You can just buy shit like that. I don't know, like, we live in capitalism, and you're so worried about, like, I don't know, women? When you could go buy a Blackhawk? What the fuck what kind of man is choosing to complain about women rather than going and purchasing a military helicopter? I don't know. That sounds pretty woke and gay to me. Not manly at all. Then again, like, what does it matter? Like, this is the state of the country, all right? We're talking to dead people. We're doing necromancy. What do you want from me? If you can pay the import fees, this seems like a steal. Scorpion light tank, Jesus.
Apartment buildings, there were multiple mail-in ballots sent to the same person. Sometimes people would have multiple ballots sent to different addresses. Other times, people who were passed away. These are real people I spoke to, large numbers of them, and it's indicative of...
Anyone catch what he just said? He said he spoke to people that had passed away. Dude's doing necromancy.
Ballots sent to different addresses. Other times, people who were passed away. These are real people I spoke to, large numbers of them, and it's indicative of what happened around the country.
These were real people who passed away that I've spoken to. Got you. Sure, that sounds like it definitely tracks in reality. Let me know what Kissinger is saying. I'm curious what he's feeling down there in hell looking up at the CIA today. Then we have fucks like this, the un-American. If you're speaking to the gravestone, let's talk therapy. I'm not sure that that's what he meant by that. Fucks like this, Joey Minorino. We should offer Russia to be fully brought into the West, open up trade with them, make them a part of the visa waiver program in America, offer them NATO membership. Maybe if we stop treating them like garbage, they'll actually become our friend. Why has no one tried this method before? Well, Joey, it's because they are garbage. Why don't you fuck right off and go to Russia and go find out? You know, a couple Americans have recently found out just how bad Russia is. Just a couple, you know. Actually, more than a couple. There's been a few cases over the years. I mean, this goes back to like more than a year ago. I think there was even like a CIA agent's kid. There was this dipshit just like a couple months ago who died trying to prove his worth to the Russians. We did that in the 90s. We got nothing for it. That's also true. Is it a poopy place to live? Well, let me put it to you this way. You won't get to stay there very long because you'll first have to go fight in Ukraine before you can, you know, live in Russia. And I don't think you're going to make it back from that one. I'll put it to you that way. Especially considering, like, the average, like, Russian commander's tactic is to send waves of people until a couple people slip through and don't die. A few times until there's a few people hiding behind the lines enough. He used a Ouija board. Jesus Christ. Like, this is what I mean. We gotta start trying these people for witchcraft. He's talking to dead people. I don't know. This sounds like a witch to me.
Multiple mail-in ballots sent to the same person. Sometimes people would have multiple ballots sent to different addresses. Other times, people who were passed away. These are real people I spoke to, large numbers of them. And
this sounds like it's anti-Christian. Where's Pam Bondi? I thought Pam Bondi was on that anti-Christian shit. This is devil worship. You're doing necromancy. This is dark magic, you know? Not having it. I really think maybe we need to try him as a witch. It's possible. It's possible. You don't know who's a witch these days. They can just blend right in. It's the enemy from within, you know? Okay. Now, let's talk about education, which Americans desperately need. And it seems that you won't be getting it. He may be a lich, that is true, he may be a lich. Either way, I feel like if we just force them to try and stand on the water, and they fall in, then that means that the Lord was not protecting them. And this is a Christian nation, and the Lord would protect them if they were good people. Or at least that's what Oklahoma tends to believe. The average Oklahoman, which, by the way, ranks 50th in education, and they've ranked in the bottom 5 for decades, Oklahoma will require teacher certification applicants from California and New York to pass an exam administered by PragerU, a conservative nonprofit, before they can teach in the state, designed to safeguard against radical leftist ideology. So we're doing, you know, loyalty tests now for teachers. Love that. Oklahoma also being the state that's trying to make it so you need to either get accepted into and be able to pay for college or trade school to get a high school degree. Like not even like to properly graduate high school. Not even just be accepted into college, but go to college, pay for it, or you might just have to join the military. Otherwise, you're not getting your high school diploma. Same state. Oh my goodness! Welcome, 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 Raiders! Hey, what's up, Zchat? Everyone, go and drop a follow at Zchat. A streamer, friend of this channel. Sick. We are just right now, Raiders, talking about American education. Actually, just started the segment, so good timing on you guys. What's up, Staff Sarge? What's up, Bounce House? Just starting off by talking about how Oklahoma, the state with the worst education in the country, is going to now require teachers that are coming from California or New York to pass an exam administered by PragerU to be able to teach in the state, you know, to safeguard against radical leftist ideology. In Canada, they pass everyone no matter if they are due to fail. Yeah, we had that for a while in America. It was called No Child Left Behind, and it made things a lot worse, Sister Doll. What's up, Karina? By the way, if you don't know who PragerU is, they're the people who want to teach your kids this.
Slavery is as old as time, and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? Before you judge.
Being killed is better than being enslaved. FYI, better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Ever heard that one before? That's what they want to teach your children. That is the conservative nonprofit that gets to decide whether your teachers are loyal enough, you know, to get the job. Very, very Stalinist ideology. Again, PragerU Kids video stated that slavery benefited black people because it helped them develop skills. And another where Christopher Columbus tells kids that being taken as a slave is better than being killed. Oklahoma doesn't want teachers, they want propagandists. And that is true. Talking about everyone's favorite education bureaucrats scorned by the king. Look, you know, sometimes you piss off the king and it's an L, and sometimes you piss off the king and it's a W. But in this case, I think nobody gets a W at all. Again, this is the same state that wants to make it so if you can't afford college, you have to join the military to get your high school diploma. Same state. Education is cooked in this fucking country. Over 9,000 teachers have left Pennsylvania schools since 2024. Let's find out why. I feel like I could probably guess, but...
It's back to school week here on KDK. Every day we're going to be sharing special stories and segments in our morning and evening news, as well as on Pittsburgh Today Live and Talk Pittsburgh.
And tonight we're tackling the topic of the national teacher shortage. KDKA lead investigator Andy Sheehan takes a look at the reasons behind it and what can be done to turn the tide.
Like a math problem on a final exam, the question of why teachers are leaving the profession is a complex one.
I'm like teaching phonics, teaching math, teaching literacy and writing and...
Ooh, sorry, you're woke. You're going straight to Alligator Auschwitz. We don't want our kids anywhere near phonics and math. Jesus. Just fucking pay them. Do you think PragerU would quote Emiliano Zapata? No. They have enough money to get the attention of the most beautiful women in the world. However, their personalities aren't compatible with their self-respect. I mean, that's also true. They are disgusting by nature because they allow themselves to be. They are off-putting as people because they don't like being around people. That's kind of what happens when your entire belief system is built on antisocial hyper-individualism. No one likes being around you. Maybe the schools will be subsidized by the church and they can work on that deficit. I'm sure that's definitely how it's going to go. Almost, it's not like they'll have the schools subsidizing the church instead, right? They wouldn't do that. Literacy is for sure woke. That is true. I live in Brazil now. I'm good. Good for you. Like, genuinely. Getting the fuck out of this country is the best choice you can make right now. Literacy is anathema to right-wingers. That's also true.
Trying to get the kids to move.
But unlike the exam, there's not one right answer to the problem.
In our world, we have a ton of problems, and there's hardly ever one Band-Aid solution that'll work.
Stagnant teacher salaries, poor...
These woke are trying to teach each Arabic numeral to our children. That's racist against white people. True.
Working conditions, opportunities in higher paying careers, and a lack of support for new teachers are factors in the subtraction.
Why would I subject myself to this? Like, I can go work somewhere else and make about the same money.
That's a very good question. Why would I subject myself to this? Do you know how dangerous it is to be a teacher in the United States right now? You know, every day you're going to work thinking about getting shot.
And not have to deal with that.
Professor Edward Fuller teaches future teachers at Penn State Center for Education Evaluation and Policy Analysis.
I'd be so curious to hear a lecture from a teacher who teaches future teachers. I want to know what is being taught in universities by actual professors when it comes to law in the United States, history in the United States, and teaching. I want to know, and healthcare as well. I want to know how many of these professors are just like rocking back and forth trying to soothe themselves in their office every time the news breaks about some new shit that's happening.
He also...
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, America did solve school shootings. The cops can now just fly into schools with drones that have guns on them. I think some schools are even going to be outfitted with their own drones so that they don't even have to wait for the cops. I can recommend a business college DEI sociologist professor who streams on Twitch. I mean, sure, but I want to know what's happening in that classroom, not when they're talking to somebody that is aware. I want to know, in their natural habitat. They'll tell them that, they'll reclaim it as Aryan. Oh, they'll get there anyway soon. They will get there anyway soon. It'd be super interesting to be back in university again. What the fuck is happening in there? How do you teach law? How do you teach American law right now? Because American law is whatever the fuck the people in charge decide it is. Literally, yesterday, Janine Pirro was on Fox News saying, yeah, we're going to change the liberal laws because we have liberal laws and liberal judges. And what do you teach if you're the professor? Common law is, effectively dead right now. Yeah, absolutely.
Studies why people don't become teachers.
College has become increasingly expensive. When tuition goes up now, it's like, well, I'm going to go into a profession that doesn't pay great.
And why teachers leave. Last year, nearly 9,000 teachers left the profession in Pennsylvania, 7% of teachers working in the Commonwealth. And
you're forgetting one really important thing, Zachap, and it's anti-Semitic that you didn't mention Israel as well.
That's actually an improvement, because the year before, 9,500 left. And the number of newly certified teachers is nowhere near what it will take to replace them. Just 5,600 certifications were issued last year.
But there are so many obstacles, not just in Pennsylvania and in Pittsburgh, all over the country. Why would anybody want to be a teacher?
Yassim Dowsimer taught for more than a decade in New York City.
Hey, all of you teachers in America, come to other better countries. Come to Australia. We need teachers here. We need teachers quite badly here. Go do some traveling, in countries where you won't get shot going to work. Same thing with nurses and doctors, by the way. If you want a work environment that is conducive to actually helping people, try a different country. I hear Canada's doing all right. I hear there's quite a lot of Americans migrating to Mexico right now. Later this semester class, we are going to go over the Federal Reserve independence, but to be determined, I guess. I just be passing everybody like, yep, flying colors. I don't know which one of y'all is gonna snap. Just don't like shoot me when you do. Remember me as Oprah Winfrey of fake grades. Why does always have trouble getting teachers? We just like don't have enough. Like we need more, and people don't tend to go into that industry all that much. Like when they go into like a university or trade school, like people are trying to get more tradie centric jobs because they're much more available in the economy right now. And also teachers don't really get paid well here either. It's just better than there. I have loads of teachers. The problem is the pay. That's true. And the teachers, mind you, do get paid better than American teachers here. It just still doesn't tend to be enough. We have our own problems, don't mind you. Australia's like not the perfect country, but fuck, like, I mean, being better than America isn't exactly a high bar these days. What's up, Incorrigible Heathen?
Before moving to Pittsburgh in 2017. She eventually got a job teaching at an elementary school in Larimer, where she worked until 2022.
There's just not enough compensation for the amount that teachers have to do. I had kids who had learning disabilities, health issues like diabetes, and parents needed support.
One stopgap measure, school.
Even when I was a kid, I've had teachers that had multiple jobs. But on top of that, like, we're talking about people with disabilities needing compensation. These people aren't going to get to go to school. The administration, the regime, doesn't want to help these people. No, they want you to go work in the mines. They want you to be uneducated, struggle to get a job, struggle to survive, commit a crime, so they can arrest you, put you in prison, and then enslave you. That's what they want.
Health issues like diabetes, and parents needed support.
One stop.
Oh, and if you have diabetes, they just want you to die.
Gap measures school districts are increasingly turning to, as shortages increase, is emergency certifications that don't require a teacher to have gone through a program or spend time as a student teacher.
We can flood schools with teachers. They won't teach very well, but we'll have more than enough teachers, and that's what we have now.
They won't teach very well, but, you know, we'll have teachers. Like that line alone. This is all on Joe Biden. Well, I mean, it's more than just on Joe Biden, but, like, I'm not one of those people who will say that he had no role in it. The fact that we are here now is on Joe Biden. It's also on a lot of other people, but no, he could have. We elected Biden to prevent them from getting back in power. He could have put them in prison, but no, he didn't. He said on the day he got in, he told his chief of staff, "I don't want my presidency to be defined by like going after my political opponents," which is literally why you were elected. But whatever. Trade jobs are pretty resilient in a lot of ways. However, I think we need to demand associate's degrees or some other intellectual academic engagement, community engagement, even for trades. I do agree. Part of the thing I like about trades in Australia being a lot of that requires like an apprenticeship, which is community engagement to a degree. But yes, we could definitely do better. The children yearn for the mines and the Tesla factories and the meat packing plants. It's almost like, someone wrote a book about this before. Mandatory book clubs or fucking something. That'd be cool. They want a minimally educated, financially stressed, and politically disenfranchised population. Absolutely. Here's some Alabama teachers.
We call it the leaky bucket. You know, we're producing as many teachers as we can, but they are filtering out fairly quickly.
You know, shit,
teacher after teacher leaving the classroom. Here in Alabama, about 3,500 teachers retired ahead of this school year, and there were many who quit early. WVTM 13's Sarah Killian sat down with former teachers to hear about their experiences and why they left the classroom for good.
Marissa Ross taught
You can definitely train people on jobs without needing people to do a full university degree. Absolutely. Like literally in Australia, we have TAFE, which is trade school. It's not 4-year university, it's much shorter, but you can go and become a teacher. Either you can go through the 4 years path in university, or you can go through the TAFE path and do it in, I believe, 2. Now, like the main difference being TAFE is a little bit harder. I think their tests generally, like you have to get every question right to pass, and it's much more condensed into a shorter period of time, so you're going to be like doing more work on it all at once. But yeah, you can do that. You don't need to go get a degree. You can get a, we call them certificates here, I believe. Me newly being an Australian citizen and not having been educated here, not exactly my forte, but like it exists and you can definitely do that. Now that I think of it, teachers were always super young or very old, but none in between. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I never thought about that either.
High school English for 35 years. She could have taught longer, but
after COVID, I just couldn't do it.
And she's not alone. So why are teachers leaving the classroom? We asked that question to several former teachers in Central Alabama. Salary was an issue, but it wasn't the only one. Michael Armand taught high school and middle school math for more than 10 years.
Do you miss it?
Imagine being a fucking math teacher in Alabama. Imagine, like, God knows how many parents came up to them. You're teaching leftist radical beliefs to my child by teaching them math, telling them that, like, 2 + 2 doesn't equal Jesus. Like, that's the level of engagement you're going to get down there. Central Alabama?
No, I mean, no.
He says one of his biggest struggles was keeping up with the ever-changing standards.
Somebody would come up with some new way to teach the same elements of math, but we have to teach it differently. It made it exceedingly difficult.
Which, mind you, would happen specifically because some dipshit parent was complaining. One of the largest issues that we have we have quite a few issues with the education system in the US, but one of the long-standing ones that I think has existed for years and has no distinction between like left wing or right wing. It's parents. The parents are far too fucking entitled. Half the time there's any issue in a school, it's the parents' fault. More so than the kids. The kids might be addicted to drug addicts, addicted to social media, dopamine fiends. I don't care. They could be doing drugs in school. They could be skipping school and being truants. Don't care. It's the parents' fault. More than likely, if there is issues that are being reported in the school. If people are mad at a teacher or a school administrator, I would, with no information, I would immediately side with the teacher or the school administrator until I see some actionable evidence that it wasn't the parents' fault. Not to say that it can't be the parents' fault. Not to say that it can't be the teacher's fault. It absolutely can. It can be the school's fault. It can be the student's fault. I'll just default to the parents' fault because it will be that more often than not. You're the smartest man in town for real. There was a big scare about Common Core math or something back in the day. What, like the Bush era? We've always pretended like we gave two shits about education, and my entire life, my 29 years on this earth, through the entirety of the American education system, all I saw was it get worse over time.
Deborah Connor taught high school English for 3 years. She says there was never enough.
Mind you, I went to a good school and had some excellent fucking teachers. It was a public school, but I liked the teachers that I had. I learned things. Kids don't have that experience anymore. No Child Left Behind was the worst mistake. Well, I'm not sure it was a mistake. I feel like that might have been a little intentional now with hindsight, but yeah.
Time in the day to do all the work that was required.
Teachers spend more time documenting things than actually teaching. It really takes away from the lesson preparation time. You're just expected to be way beyond 40 hours a week.
And
also, people forget that a lot of work goes into work before you're at work. For example, we don't count the amount of time you have to travel to get to your job as your work time. If you have a 9 to 5 and you have to drive an hour to get there and an hour to get back, you have an 8 to 6, and you should get paid accordingly. You should be paid for the time it takes for you to travel to your job. Also, the point of teachers having to spend more time documenting things than actually teaching, I spend more time gathering stuff for stream and documenting it and putting it into organized folders, or at least trying to, because I suck with the organizing part of that, than I do streaming as well. It's so ingrained into the actual work that you can't do without the other. 9 to 5s are actually 10 to 11 hour days realistically. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And remember, we had to fight and die for the 9 to 5. We were dying in the streets. People were bleeding, fighting the police for years. just to get the 9 to 5s, the 5-day work week. We won that with battle, with effort. Imagine a school telling kindergarten to read without learning the alphabet first. Well, you know, I can't imagine it, unfortunately. I lucked out for a 15-minute commute. I lucked out because I only have to commute one room over. 30 minutes, get ready, 1 hour drive, 8.5 hours of work, 15 minutes to pack up, drive another hour now. Also, don't forget the fact that, like, rush hour traffic, because everyone's leaving and going to work at the same time. So your 1 hour normal drive might actually be an hour and a half. Get on your alpha grind set and go to the gym, otherwise girls won't like you. Sorry, that's changed now. They don't actually want girls to like them anymore. Now it's they want other men to like you. Apparently only men can be wives now. My mom was a teacher for 20-something years. Some nights she stayed up past 10 grading homework. She went into her classroom almost every Sunday. Teachers with their own classrooms work over 55 hours per week, sometimes past 60. Exactly. And first off, they should be getting paid for that. But also, we need to acknowledge that. Like, when I was growing up, teachers were American heroes. We did not disparage teachers the way that we do now. But because of conservatives and how much they hate education and, you know, the woke liberal ideology, we do not respect teachers one fucking bit. Teachers do more for our society than pretty much any other profession I can think of. Like, there are important professions, but teachers are fucking critical. And, I mean, like, just look around you if you question that.
All the former teachers we spoke to had problems with discipline and parent support.
The support from parents has got to be less of, my child is an angel and does no wrong.
I think when
Thank you.
that lawsuits became possibilities, schools got scared.
That's also true. I did forget about that. You can, like, sue teachers specifically now for teaching your kids something you don't like in some places. That wasn't a thing when I was younger. Yeah, no, that will definitely have an impact. We need to stop, like, the parents' rights discourse is literally just, I want to own my child and treat them like property. And so when you hear that, call them a child groomer and a disgusting demon, and then move on. I don't give two fucks about parents' rights. I give a shit about children's rights. I don't think that you as the parent has any right to decide what your 10-year-old is allowed to learn in school. At all. At all. I don't think you have any say in that. Fuck you. And we need to start treating teachers who have to deal with these shitty fucking parents like heroes again. We need a story. You understand that? Like, the rights when they were in our position. Think back. Think to the Obama days. Go back to the Tea Party era. They grew in numbers because they had a story that they attached to their ideology. Now, their story was made up nonsense, but ours doesn't have to be. We want actual things, and we're not lying about the things that we want. They were, and so they had to lie. But we need a narrative. Not just goals, not just rhetoric, but a narrative. You don't gain rights as a parent. That's not how rights work. The only thing you gain is more responsibilities. In America, it is, though. You do have, like, children don't have rights in America. Erratic Cookie. You're not a person until you're 18. You genuinely, literally, legally do not have rights as a child. Imagine how much more shit our courts could do if they weren't spending tons of hours processing bogus but technically merited lawsuits. Yeah, teachers have got us ready to take a bullet for our kids. How do we not unanimously admire that? Well, we do, Erratic Cookie. There's just, you know, quite a lot of people who've been taught to hate them. These people are heroes.
And discipline was not important after that.
If I pushed the call button and said, there's a student with a desk over their head threatening to throw it at another student, could I get somebody up here? But nobody ever came.
Problems in the classroom for sure, and educational leaders that we spoke to on the local level aren't blind to them.
It's a real thing. Teacher burnout is a real thing.
They're being asked to do more and more over the years.
So how do we stop this trend of teachers?
Like, teachers have several jobs, obviously. So first off, they do the teaching. As we said, they also do grading papers. They have to document things. How many teachers act as social workers because the students that like are in their class have shitty parents that don't care about them or abusive families and like have no one to talk to and no one they can trust. Also, like, yes, we have mandatory reporting and stuff like that, but like that doesn't mean that kids don't talk to their teachers. They do. The right to try and claim parental rights when they impose their will on everyone's children. Again, every accusation is a confession. The people who talk about parents' rights want to groom children. Literally want to groom children. They want children to learn Christian ideology. They want to teach children that like women shouldn't have rights, that they should be obedient to men. Like, this is child grooming. They want their pedophilic fucking ideology taught to children. Also, like, they don't want children taught anything. This is Indiana.
It is the first day of school in Gary, Indiana, and they've got something different going on in the classroom. Right now, they are using virtual teachers for some of their instruction for nearly 4,000 of their students. The reason for this is because about a third of the teachers here in Gary are working on an emergency license, and they can't work on that anymore. They need to have their teaching license. They need to have some virtual teachers.
There are elected Republicans right now who want to legalize child marriage under the guise of parents' rights. Literally the pedophile government. We really are like American ISIS. Holy shit. I mean, they passed bills in some states that require genital inspections of children in schools. Don't forget that one. Or how about that one law that they were trying to pass that was going to ban gender non-conforming haircuts and would result in a parent getting their child taken from them by Child Protective Services for having a haircut that doesn't that is not appropriately gendered. Funny enough, the woman who put in that bill proposal had short hair. Who the fuck names the town Gary? I have no idea. There is no world where I would learn anything from a virtual teacher at 14. They don't want you to. They just want you to be stuck in there. Could you think about what would happen if they actually did everything that they're doing, but they didn't add in a way to like force children to be in a building all day where they have no ability to really do much? Those kids would eventually get pissed, and then they would join the resistance and then be on the street because they're young. They haven't been poisoned as much as a lot of other people have, and you gotta brainwash the kids. You can't let them learn naturally. If they learn naturally, they'll learn the wrong lessons. They'll turn out woke. Oh right, we're doing the North Korea style haircut regulation. Yeah, yep. I don't know if that passed, by the way, but I think it was Iowa that tried to do that one.
Fill in for these students. So they've hired this company in Texas called Proximity. They're the ones that are handling all of the virtual teachers. The union has called this union busting. They don't like this.
It is union
busting. The district
busting.
And, of course, the union agree on one very important thing, and that's, of course, having physical teachers. And they don't want these virtual teachers to be the end-all, be-all. They want to get teachers back into the classroom.
On the hair thing. Here we go. Oh, it was Arkansas.
It is the first day.
That's what it was. It was an Arkansas bill. Here we go. Republican lawmaker in Arkansas have introduced a bill that would allow lawsuits against anyone who facilitates a minor social transition, including hairdressers and barbers who give gender non-conforming haircuts, teachers who use a student's chosen name that is different from their birth name, and the nonprofit organizations that offer support. This then got deeper. We watched like a video on it at some point. They were talking about like CPS for parents even. We're going back to girls not being allowed to wear pants if these fucks get their way. Oh, yeah. 100%. That is what they want. Like, they want Handmaid's Tale, but they want worse than that, too. They want stuff so bad that you can't even, like, make it up. Fucking fictional writers could not even get that up. So if a guy gets ears pierced, felony? Well, lawsuit, technically. But yes. Conform. Also your meanies for calling us fascists. Exactly. Oh, by the way, just so you understand how much they hate you for being poor, Ohio, this is, by the way, August 11th of this year, Ohio requires buses for private school kids. Public school kids have to find their own ride. So state funds are being given to private schools, which kind of defeats the purpose of private schools. But those funds are being given to those private schools and also being implemented to provide mandatory busing for the students of those private schools. Whereas if you go to public school, quote, I'm going to have to use Uber. It's going to cost me $25 to $30 a day to get to and from school. In wintertime, when demand is higher, it's probably going to be more. At 180 days over the course of a year, that's thousands of dollars. It's like a fictional dystopia minus all the cool stuff. Yeah. Well, yeah, they want them chained to a radiator and barefoot and pregnant at 14. That is true, Rondo. That is probably the actual, like, goal for some of these people. Especially people like Hegseth. Jesus Christ. But, like, you understand how much they fucking hate you? They're gonna use your money, your tax dollars, to provide busing for private school kids. But you and your public school kids, sorry, you gotta go take a $30 Uber to school. Every day. You live too far? Sorry, you're fucked. You got parents that work? Sorry, you're fucked. You got, no friends that have parents that can drive you? You're fucked. This is why, by the way, community is important. If you live in one of these towns, make friends and then carpool so you don't have to pay $30 to get to school every day. Maybe, maybe one of you has to, and you guys can rotate that. Maybe one of you has, a parent that can drive. Make friends, socialize offline. And if you're a parent of a kid in Ohio, and if you have a car, you can drive your kid, go offer other people that too. Go and figure out a way to prevent all of these families from having to spend ungodly amounts of money giving them to Uber so that they can go to school. It's evil. I don't know how to describe this other than demonic shit. Mind you, at the same time, we still got the MAGAs out here now, and they're looking for handouts. It's kind of fucked. These people vote in the people that fuck them, and then they whine on the street begging for money.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
Help, food, cash, hope. Oh, sorry. Did you lose all of the hope when you elected the guy that took all of your money? When you lost your health care? When they took your job? When they stole your social security? Didn't think about any of that then? Not a problem? Literally every Republican. All the time. Every single one of them.
And you're sure this is the Democrats?
I am the immigrants.
I am them.
It's always the Democrats and the immigrants.
And you're sure this is the Democrats?
I am the immigrants.
I am.
Every time. I think this guy needs to pull himself up by the bootstraps a bit harder. Mate, I think you're not trying hard enough. You live in the good old USA, and you can't get a job? I remember this video. I do hope he gets back on his feet until I'm going to call him a fucking imbecile. Absolutely. I don't want this man to suffer. I want him to get back on his feet. I want him to learn how the ruling class exploits him, steals from him, abuses him. But he's a fucking imbecile. Welcome to what you voted for. And I don't want to help you. I'm not helping you. Now, if you maybe took off, sorry, what does that say? Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of my freedom. Yeah, you're not getting any fucking help from me. You have the freedom to starve to death on the corner of the street. That's your fucking freedom. I can't hear you over the sound of your grumbling ass stomach because you can't afford food because you voted for the guy who made it so you can't afford it. By the way, fruits and vegetables have gone up over 30% in cost in the last month in the US. Meanwhile, crypt keepers like this motherfucker Senator Rick Scott just disclosed his trades for trades more than a year late. He was worth $26 million. He traded millions on the stock market on companies he was legislating. This is where your money goes. This is all they care about. See, your kids have to pay an Uber to get to school. His kids get to ride the bus that you pay for. You can't afford food. You got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. This guy, no, he gets to make $26 million playing the stock market, you know, the fucking fake money game, and just print money based off of information that he gets to know beforehand. Why do all of these chuds look like Nosferatu and shit? Unironically, evil just makes you look disgusting, Latino Mafune. Like, being evil physically harms your body. It makes you look worse. I believe that. I genuinely do. I don't know why. I don't believe in, like, you know, phrenology and all of that, but I do believe that evil does. Like, look at this man and tell me he doesn't look like he's coming to take your soul and bring you to the afterlife. Or, you know what? I'll do one better. No, not one better. About the same, really. I believe in phrenology, but only in the case of Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's another example. It's just like being a bad person makes you ugly. Funny story, actually. Now, my grandfather was a piece of shit. Dude was an asshole. But he was a funny asshole. And I remember a story being told, I think my dad told me this story, about one time when my grandfather was on a flight. He was on a plane. And he was being an asshole to the flight attendant. She was not doing anything wrong. But he looked at her and he said this in Turkish. He said, "You have such an ugly soul that ugliness has spread from your soul into your face. And I can see it now." And the translation of that into English will never not make me laugh. I mean, you are such an evil cunt that it is, like, it is all over your face. You can physically see it. Nancy Mace, destroyer of bathrooms, eater of beans. Exactly. So, are you guys ready for this? Oh, well, holy shit. Thank you for the sub, MKTAR. Much appreciated. 10 months. God damn. I do love when I see that, because I forget how long I've been doing this sometimes. Beans. Beans is true. Bitch ate way too many beans. So guys, are you ready for this? This is from a TikToker named Elijah Daniel. I made a video that TikTok is working with the Trump administration on suppressing anti-Trump content without even mentioning his name, and within 15 minutes was banned from the app until 2032. Your account has been temporarily suspended until November 7, 2032. You can still log into your account, but your orders will not be delivered. We suspended your account because we received a report or complaint about your account from others on TikTok. 2032? This is what they're gonna do to us. Oh, look, the White House has joined TikTok. That isn't surprising at all. This is what they're going to do to all of us. This is going to be every social media site. They're either going to make us invisible via algorithmic exile, which they already do, mind you, like right now, they already do, or they're just going to get rid of us entirely. 2032 is long? Yeah, it is. That's a long fucking time. Rupert Murdoch looks like one of those bugs that you can't tell whether it's alive or not. That's true. I look at Zuckerberg as well. That's 4 years after 2028. Yeah, that's how much of a ban you get now on TikTok. We went over the new terms and service on TikTok yesterday, in fact, and we talked about exactly how that was going to apply to the rest of us. You know what? Let me show you that one more time, because if you weren't here, what happens after 2028? No, nothing happens. What is it? 2028 doesn't matter. There's no difference in it. We talked about this a bit yesterday, but let me get you guys refreshed a little bit. the new community guidelines, because these are going to be implemented across the board on every social media. Maybe not exactly the same way, maybe not as severely, but these are fucking insane.
Even get to the content changes. Let's go ahead and look at the community principles section.
By the way, I don't even like TikTok. I barely post on TikTok. But all of these social media companies are working together and doing the same things anyway. Not that it matters. You know, the UK bans social media for 16 and under, and then America announces, oh, you need ID for Twitch and YouTube now. So much free speech. Exactly.
First, because that underlines everything else. In rare and exceptional situations such as crises or moments of social unrest, we may adjust our usual enforcement or rules to protect our community and address emerging harms. Yeah, it's basically a censorship kill switch.
Whenever the fuck we want, but more important,
situation that TikTok deems as a crisis, the rules could change instantly and you would have no idea. Moving right along to the shocking and graphic content section, this is where they start getting kind of tricky because according to the new community guidelines, they're going to start restricting content that shows the build up to serious injury or accident, even if the injury itself is not shown. And this targets the exact kind of footage that we need most. You know, like when officers draw weapons on peaceful protesters or ICE agents attack people on the street and kill.
Or Israelis start killing, Palestinian children, or, you can't, like any war footage would be off the table there. The lead up to serious injury, even without showing it, that's off the table. I can't show that anymore. That's already the rules on TikTok now. It's going to be the rules here as well. And it's not like those rules are for you. They're made specifically to fuck you because they will go out of their way to wrap whatever, I don't know, bow tie and gift wrap they need on the steaming pile of shit they're trying to sell you, but they're going to give it to you anyway. Off topic, but I just got news that my senator is going to be in my neighboring town, rather, for a town hall tomorrow. I already decided that I'm going to go. I'm going to see if I get the chance to ask him a question. Based around a cookie, good luck. We have, we gonna have to chill on FetLife and Mastodon while Reddit and Blue Sky act as dummy sites. Genuinely? Kind of. The thing is, isn't Mastodon Europe-based as well? Because Europe's doing this too. At this point, I'm like, fuck, do we need to get past the Great Chinese Firewall to, like, host a Western, themed, like, live stream? And, like, I don't know, break in through the firewall and open a little door so that we can, like, channel out, but they can't block us? Who knows? Off topic, I just got news that my Santa is going to be in my neighboring town tomorrow for a town hall. Ah, Santa. I said senator, but maybe that's the American accent. By the way, it's getting worse, guys, because they're forcing you to comply, both online and offline. Here's Boston's fucking mayor today.
Week, Boston received a letter from the Attorney General of the United States on official letterhead from the federal government threatening.
We actually kind of do, Etch. I feel like we have to start picking up on the ways that the right managed to stay afloat when we kept trying to ban their channels. We're gonna have to make fucking 12chan. Jesus Christ. I don't like it. We need a VAnon, really. We need a VAnon now.
To prosecute city officials and withhold federal funds unless we cooperate with carrying out mass deportations.
You hear that? That's threatening specifically city officials for following the laws of their state. They have sanctuary laws. So, like, now you have to go out of your way to break the law to not break the law. Senator Wyden, he has decent domestic politics, but he's taken over $1 million in AIPAC and Israel lobby groups. Remember that Israel's not exactly like who AIPAC works for. You are right, and that's bad, and you should ask about it. But don't forget that AIPAC does not work for Israel. They're not like an Israeli lobbying group. They're a Christian Zionist lobbying group. They're run by rich Christian nationalist billionaires who are part of the death cult. So don't forget that one.
Threatening to prosecute city officials and withhold federal funds unless we cooperate with carrying out mass deportations. At a time when this federal administration is already causing so much fear and harm in our communities.
Guys, yesterday we watched a video of a guy who works for the state of New Mexico and works at a concentration camp, calling it a concentration camp. All right? Like, that was yesterday, y'all. Yesterday. All right, real quick, I'm going to throw open this video just so we could check in with these Texas Democrats. I don't know why the fuck they went home, but they did go home. And let's see what's actually happening there. I got to go pee real quick, so I'm going to play this 2-minute video while I do. And then we'll do some analysis when I get it.
Democratic lawmakers are back in Texas, but Representative Nicole Collier spent the night on the floor of the state house. She refused a Republican demand to have a state law enforcement officer escort her around the clock in order to leave the Capitol grounds.
I refuse to sign the permission slip to be able to leave the Capitol. I disagree with that authoritarian tactic.
2 other Democrats joined her in the House overnight. Republicans now appear to have a clear path to a redistricting plan that could bring them 5 more seats in Congress. And in less than 2 hours from now, California's House will reconvene after it began a redistricting plan of its own. Let's go live now to CNN correspondent Arlette Saenz in Austin. Arlette, do the Democrats have any moves left to block or delay the Republican plan?
Well, Pamela, there really is not much that Democrats can do at this moment to block these new congressional maps from moving forward in Texas. They used up their ability to delay the proceedings when they had that quorum break. But now, with the necessary Democrats returning to the Capitol, this map appears to be on a glide path to passage potentially as soon as this week. Now, just down the hall from where we are is the House chamber, where state representatives...
Okay. First and foremost, Jesus fucking Christ, I hate the mainstream media so much. Nothing they can do? Are you fucking kidding me? So first, why are they back? I think it's really silly. Why the fuck did you come back? Secondly, what can Democrats do? Well, you can do what California is trying to do by countering them by doing the same thing. In fact, I feel like maybe we should refer to
the necessary
Beto O'Rourke. Hold up, let me grab the clip for you guys. I feel like maybe Beto probably has a better idea of how we should be dealing with this, personally.
Tonight, all eyes on the Atlantic with Hurricane...
Excuse me, shut the fuck up.
We're not going to let him stop us. Are you with me on that? Ándale! It also means, as Mark was saying earlier, we don't await the punch thrown by these would-be fascists to land. We punch first, and we punch harder. We want California and New Jersey and Illinois and Maryland and every other state where the Democrats hold the governor's mansion, the assembly, and the state senate to redraw their congressional districts now, not wait for Texas to move first, to maximize Democratic Party advantage. Listen, you may say to yourself, well, those aren't the rules. There are no refs in this game. Fuck the rules. We are going to win whatever it takes. We're going to
Fuck the rules.
Take this to them in every way that we can.
We're in a war, y'all. Fuck the rules. There are no fucking rules. The people who say, oh, there's nothing the Democrats can do, that's complicit. That you are part of the empire. You are working for the regime. Does Beto have a shot? I'm curious if he'd rather go for president or try for governor or senator again. I don't know. But he would be great as the governor. That would be fantastic. I feel like he might have a shot. See, the thing is, people quite like fuck the rules, fuck the fascists. Let's go. Like, I'm done playing with kid gloves. Like, that is a popular message. People don't want to play with kid gloves. People are mad, and they want you to be mad. Being mad is a good thing. In fact, like, Republicans are stupid as fuck. And also quite angry, like, all the time. If Gavin Newsom, the fucking demon, has gotten people on Twitter talking about how he should run in 2028 for president, all right? If Newsom can successfully propagandize, then anyone can. Look at this shit. First off, fantastic photo. Again, it's so funny. This one's AI made, obviously. A lot of them have been. But I respect the fuck out of that. Good job. Do I like him? No. Do I like what he's doing? Yes. But is it enough? No. But this is a good start. We can fight back. We don't need to sit there and fucking take it. In fact, like, beyond that, what they're saying, all right, we're going to redistrict to counter the 5 seats Texas is stealing. We're going to add 5 in California. Why not just remove all of the conservatives from California? Mate, it's a fucking civil war. We are fighting in the civil war right now. So, just kick them all out. Ultimately, the Democrats are just a tool for us to use against the fascists. We can still reject their liberalism while using their party as a mechanism. That's exactly right. Literally, that was my entire argument for why you should vote for Kamala Harris. Why would you choose the more difficult opponent? Why would you not choose the opponent that you can work through? They're still your opponent. You still don't like them. But, yeah. We need Democrats that aren't willing to, die on their knees. Well, I suppose, yeah, it's not even living on their knees now. It's die on your feet or die on your knees. I would rather not die. And it's rather easy, actually, if you get enough people to agree and stand up and talk about it. These people are fucking cowards.
Path to passage potentially as soon as this week. Now, just down the hall from where we are is the House chamber.
All right, enough of you. By the way, people you need to understand just how wide the actual regime stretches, because there are people that you would expect to be against the regime that currently advocate in favor of the regime, such as how do you spell that name? There we go. Such as Arnold Schwarzenegger, former governor of California. Dude is anti-Nazis. He fucking hates Nazis. He's made videos, documentaries on how much he hates Nazis. And he's fighting redistricting in California. He doesn't want the redistricting to happen. He wants the fascists to win. Why? I could not tell you. I can't fathom it. But the system spreads far, and it affects many.
After 2 weeks of boycotting the Texas House of Representatives and a 2-week exile from the state, Texas Democrats couldn't stay away forever, facing civil arrest warrants from the Speaker and even legal action to remove them from office. In some quarters, they were welcomed like heroes. But to prevent another walkout, they were required to agree to a police escort to leave the Capitol premises.
They need a police escort to leave the Capitol premises.
Most agreed, but some refused, including Nicole Collier, who is effectively now staging a sit-in.
I will have to stay here.
She spent the night. She actually did. Here, I will show you. She spent the night in the State House because she's not allowed to leave without a police escort. That's the country that you live in now. To be fair, Texas has never been democratic, at all, really. So, yes, it's always been pretty bad. Not this bad. Not this bad. You used to be able to leave the State House, as an elected official without a police escort.
I hadn't really given much thought. What matters to me is making sure that I resist and fight back.
Then why did you come the fuck back? This is what I cannot understand. Does anybody have, an explanation why these people came back to Texas at all? Obviously, Texas was moving to remove them from their office, due to absence or whatnot, but that process takes months. They had months. I don't know if she lost access to the bathrooms, but, she didn't. She should have shat and pissed on the Republican colleagues' desks. Genuinely, I would say much worse things than that. But, why? Why come back?
And push back. I'm sure I'll fall asleep eventually, whether that's in my chair or on the floor.
This is the infuriating part about liberals, is their belief in institutions. They believe that the institution will save them. They believe that the protests are enough, but there's a tension. Okay, fine, they won't do it. No, of course they will. Terrible. They will do it. Just don't go back. fight the institution. You being there, sleeping at your desk is not fighting anything. She's not fighting. She's not sleeping there. You're just suffering for no reason. When you were in Illinois, you were fighting. Now you're just suffering pointlessly.
Walkout aimed to block a Trump-ordered gerrymandering bill in the state of Texas, one which would increase the Republican share of congressional seats along 2024 voting patterns.
These people, like, every accusation is a confession. Every single one of them.
It's wrong. We need more people up here fighting. We need more people up here fighting. This is the kind of bullshit that's happening right now in the Texas legislature. Dustin Burrows has locked up Nicole Collier because she won't sign some bullshit permission slip to be followed around by a DPS escort. That's a cop following her around for the next 3 weeks to make sure that she comes in and votes.
It's virtue signaling. Erratic cookie, you're right. Liberals will tolerate any bullshit as long as they can make a story about it over brunch afterward. It's fucking virtue signaling. Like, don't go back. Fascist parties should be illegal. I agree. I think it's actually anti-democracy to allow fascist parties to exist in a democratic system. I also think that anti-democratic media should be illegal. Fox News, like news media. You can have, like, you know, television. You can have like normal media. But when it's political media and it's pro-fascist, pro-anti-democracy, and it's not fictional, then that's a problem. If it's fictional and it's part of a story, fine, whatever. Like, you don't have to like everyone's work of fiction, but, like, this is a whole other thing. It used to be illegal to lie on television as a newscaster. It used to be illegal to lie on television to lie as a politician. You know, it's legal for politicians in the United States to lie. And that is relatively new. We've legalized bribery, guys. The liberal economy is anti-democratic. I agree entirely. In fact, I have a point that I want to make. I saw this video yesterday, and this genuinely, to me, came off as like, this is a fantastic way to message socialist rhetoric to people who are terrified of the word socialism. But also, this shows, like, just listening to him talk for this 1 minute will show just how anti-democratic the liberal economy is. It's bad for you. It's bad for democracy. It exists specifically as a model of exploitation. You are being farmed, my friends.
No, human greed is not natural. Well, actually, no, human greed is not natural at all. Because for most of human history, we existed in egalitarian hunter-gatherer tribes, completely devoid of human greed because our survival was dependent upon mutual cooperation of the group. And then we invented agriculture, which created the means of production and a relationship to the means of production, which sort of incentivized human greed, or at least allowed it to flourish.
Again, just stopping here for a second, he's entirely right about the mutual cooperation. Now, the discovery of agriculture did lead away from mutual cooperation, but it didn't need to. It led that way because of greed. And that greed could be erased. Greed is not an innate part of humanity. It's not. Humans are only innately one thing, and that is social. Everything else is learned. Now, greed can come from many places. It can come from anger. It can come from resentment. It can come from jealousy. And most of these, anger, resentment, and jealousy require some kind of conflict. And dealing with this conflict as a win-lose situation of either I get the stuff or they get the stuff, that's the mentality that we need to incentivize out of. If you build incentives for mutual cooperation, humans will mutually cooperate. If it is good for the individual to do something that is good for the collective, then the individual will do the thing because it benefits them both. If something is good for the collective and will benefit everyone individually, the collective will do it because it's good for both. You build a system based on mutual cooperation, and then people will cooperate. If you build a system based on competition, then people will fight.
Because that main relationship early on was undemocratic. It was master and slave, right? It was slavery. And then that evolved into lord and serf, right? Feudalism. And then eventually it evolved into employer, employee, capital. Which
is also like slavery. Like according to at least, dark Enlightenment people.
Well, what's the consistencies between these things is the undemocratic arrangement of the means of production. So in order to create a society that is agricultural and that mimics the egalitarianism that we see in pre-Neolithic or hunter-gatherer tribes, we need to have democracy in the economy and replace undemocratic corporations with democratically run worker cooperatives to ensure that we have a government and an economy both run democratically by the people.
I think that's fantastic rhetoric, especially for Americans. There's no mention of socialism in here, but it is essentially what he is saying here is we need democracy in our finances, economic democracy. And that's not something that you will really see many libertarians or right-wingers argue against. In fact, they argue for that exact point. In fact, I can find you a clip of almost exactly this being said by a Republican wearing a MAGA hat. There. There we go. See?
To stop the communist agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Right.
You sure about that, Zach?
No one knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature.
Right.
Yeah. So in order to get rid of communism, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Yeah.
Get rid of big pharma.
Right.
What else? Big tech.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like these landlords that are coming in and buying hundreds of properties. You don't even know what corporation.
Like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
Zillow.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up, and they're ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's why I support unions so much.
Well, it's funny. I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had an earlier for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump, non-union. They let the owners of the company sold a third of the company to the employees, so the employees have ownership of it, which is a lot.
That sounds like a worker cooperative.
A lot better. And
they're collectivizing.
Right.
It's cooperative.
It's an ESOP.
Yeah, the workers own the means of production.
Their families work there. Their dad, the sons work there, and that's typically where America started. A lot of families did that.
So, making America great is economic democracy.
People. This would create the conditions necessary that would allow as many people to live as long and as happy lives as possible, which should be the goal of any society.
ESOP isn't a democratic cop. No, but it's a step in the right direction, mate. Like, that's what I mean. They're sheep. You can move the sheep. You can move them over there, and then you can move them further away. Like, there's something you could do here. There's a chance. There's an opening. These people are not very intelligent, and they're evil. And if it's getting them doing this or getting them focused on talking about that, much different thing. It helps when you understand that they don't know anything about anything. Exactly. If that was 2 drinks, I want to see 4. That's true. Alright, so this is Gina Hinojosa's statement on why she's not signing the paper. I mean, we already know that. I don't think we really need to go over that too much. Oopsie. Apparently, North Carolina has declared a state of emergency. If you're in North Carolina, get the fuck out, because that hurricane is going to fuck you up, and we're not going to cover that today. But we are going to take a look at some of the fascists. Moving through, we got a lot to talk about today. A lot, actually. And some insane stuff, actually. I just remembered that some of these are on the docket. Hold on. You guys are going to fucking... Oh, that one. All right, cool. So first off, Peter Thiel. Dude has no charisma. No riz at all. How are we losing to people with no riz? What's up, Kid Not Kin? Good to see you.
Political punditry requires a modicum of charisma. And Peter Thiel has the charisma of a garden slug. Here's a supercut of him on his 3.5-hour long appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast in 2024. This about sums it up.
It's, you know, and the thing that's, you know, it's because it's instead of the now,
if you compare this,
it's to
comparing that to this, which hits harder?
At all, because for most of human history we exist. Consistencies between these things is the undemocratic arrangement of the means of production. So in order to create a society that is agricultural and that mimics the egalitarianism that we see in pre-Neolithic or hunter-gatherer tribes, we need to have democracy in the economy. And
which one of these has more charisma? I mean, to be fair, like, this isn't exactly rizzing it up either, but the way that we speak matters. Again, we need to start learning some of the tricks that the right used. We need a narrative, a story that we're fighting for. Theirs was, let's make America great again, right? We need something like that of our own. Now, obviously, like, that's not going to fit everyone's ideology, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. You don't have to agree with it. It just needs to be a message. And realistically, the message that we have right now is that democracy is good and nobody cares about that. You got to make it hit harder. You got to make it visceral. Like, for example, ICE are a bunch of pedophiles and terrorists. ICE detains a 6-year-old girl, separates her from her teenage brother, and locked up thousands of miles away. They grab this girl along with her mother and her brother, routine check at immigration court, and then they detained her separately. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think that I trust any ICE agent around children by themselves, considering the amount of them that are former Jan 6ers who are also, you know, regularly charged with child sex crimes, but also they're on the right. It's the pedophile government. The government is literally Al-Qaeda. Well, they have slogans and they don't know what it means. It's just how it feels. And that's what I mean, Kid Not Kin. We don't need the meaning. We need the feeling. We just need the vibe. The slogan just needs to elicit the feeling. No one, like, really cares about the meaning of it. Their slogans work because they attach their own meaning to it. Everyone has a different definition of whatever the fuck that slogan is about. You know, like, mass deportations now. We saw someone yesterday who voted for Trump and was Hispanic, got profiled in DC and was like, oh, well, I didn't think it was me. That's because you made your own definition and excluded yourself from the list.
Earlier this week after the mother appeared for what was supposed to be a routine immigration hearing in Lower Manhattan. Addie Guajardo spoke with the girl's brother, who says it's been a painful experience.
A pink glitter sign reading Mom and a play kitchen with toys are a reminder of the 3 family members who left for an immigration court hearing and never returned home.
Guys, I cannot look at this and not think about what they will do to these children. Look at what we just did this week. Just this week, there was an Israeli official arrested in Las Vegas in a child sex sting. It was a cybersecurity professional. You know what we did after that? Oops, sorry. We intervened through the Trump administration and then released the Israeli pedophile and then sent him home to Israel. Alexandrovich, the most Israeli name that you can think of. Okay, like, this is where we're at. So if the administration is going to just let pedophiles go free, mind you, remember, the Jan 6ers that were released, 50 of them have either been arrested or killed now, and at least like 20 of those for child sex crimes. Hell, it's so bad that the fucking White House propaganda team posts like a 30-second video testing out new speakers they installed in the where the Rose Garden was, in this shitty fucking patio they built. And you want to know what is getting ratioing this post? Oops, sorry. Children under 16 must not be accompanied by a parent or guardian beyond this point. That's where we're at as a government. The fucking Taliban is in charge. We have ISIS in the White House. They're molesting kids. We've passed the molest children bill in states, guys. There are states where there are people who are not teachers, not nurses. The gym teacher be checking your kids' fucking genitals. These are child groomers, pedophiles, and demons.
They came together as a family, escaping the violence that they have experienced in Ecuador.
Mariposa Benitez.
Put me in power and every single person gets a free puppy. Fuck yeah. Someone got elected on Bibles, babies, and guns. Yeah, mind you, actually, speaking of getting a little ahead of myself, but how could I help myself? They're taking guns away now. I said they would do this like months ago. DC Department of Justice, incredible. DC and federal law enforcement partners are making DC safe again. 465 arrests, 68 guns seized. They're taking your guns now, too. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Raiders. Everyone, go and go check out very nice TV. Sorry, let me write the shout out. We are just talking about how the United States government is filled with pedophiles, Taliban, the ISIS runs the government, how they want to, they're pedophiles, obviously, you know what that means. But also, they're coming for your guns now. They took guns away probably from black people, which MAGA likes. That is true. But remember, I've also shown clips of Pam Bondi talking about maybe we have to go and get, the left's guns. That's next. Remember, every accusation is a confession. Now apply that to all of the threats that they have said that we were going to take their guns away. If every accusation is a confession, and so far I've yet to be proven wrong on that one, then that means that's going to happen. We need to start loudly calling Republicans pedophiles. I agree. They weren't going to use them. I mean, they should. They should. Someone has. There was an ICE facility in Texas that got literally assaulted. There was a team in tactical gear, assault rifles. They shot at the ICE agents. A cop got shot. They just didn't really cover that in the news very much. Cool. Well, let me see if I can find a video on it. Here. There you go.
10 people are facing federal charges of attempted murder this morning. This comes after prosecutors say an Alvarado police officer and correctional officers were attacked Friday night at an ICE detention facility. Trevor Sohaki is there live this morning in Alvarado this morning with the very latest on this. And Trevor, authorities are calling this an ambush. What else have you learned?
It was literally an ambush. I'm not going to deny that. But you know what? I support it. Fuck these people. Fuck the rules. ICE is a terrorist organization. Free the hostages. Remember June 7th, 2025. Period. Period. You know what the administration's mad about right now? You know what they're worried about? Crime in America is out of control. I'm going to make it, along with the economy, inflation, strong borders, and energy dominance, my top priority. This was 2024. Remember what they're talking about now? Oh, sorry. It's now it's slavery. Where is it? Hold on. I thought that was up next. Oh, well, there's this now too. Yeah, we've now struck a deal to send people to Honduras and Uganda when we deport them. And by deport, I mean extraordinarily rendition and kidnap people and remove them from the country, because we really do want to do ethnic cleansing. This is what I meant. This is what he's mad about. The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is and how bad slavery was. That's what he's worried about, is people are saying slavery is bad. By the way, remember, Donald Trump has owned slaves. He has, in Dubai and in China. He has owned slaves. So, by the way, it's ironic. We need to start calling them the woke Reich. Genuinely. Because all of the woke shit comes from them. The woke Reich has been the realest thing that I have said on this channel. Ooh, thank you. We hit 930. Hell yeah, we're almost at 1,000. Guys, by the way, if you haven't already, go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. It helps quite a lot. Gotta hit 1,000 over there. And you can join the Discord. Lovely group of people, genuinely. And if you want to donate, you can donate using this link so that Twitch doesn't take half the money from me. They are mad about fucking woke isn't their word to use. I mean, first off, the word woke, actually, most of the English language slang terms that we use today originate in African American vernacular English, AVE. And then we butcher it, and then the right takes it and then uses it. I like the woke right. It's true. These people constantly do, or they kicked AP out of the White House because they didn't call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. They dead named the Gulf of Mexico. Sorry, the Gulf of America. You're not allowed in. They kicked out a senator because he called the president the grifter in chief. Ooh, sorry, wrong name. You dead named them. There was another case where I think there was a senator specifically misgendering the Republicans, and they were getting hella mad. You can't call me by the wrong pronoun. Like, they are the woke right. Miggity Mike, it's unreal how many people don't know the basic meaning of woke. Well, people don't know the basic meaning of most words, Miggity Mike. Everyone just kind of makes shit up and goes with it. I don't want to call them the woke right simply because I first heard that term from trigonometry and I refused to let Ozempic Brent Shapiro dictate my language. Well, I have never listened to trigonometry or Ozempic Ben Shapiro actually talk for more than 10 seconds, so I came up with that myself. And you know what? They stole it from me, and I'm going to sue them for infringement of copyright. The soy right, too? Hell yeah, the soy right as well. They're all pussies, genuinely. Every last fucking one of them. They are, like, horrified of everything. And also, remember, like I talked about this one earlier, but they want you to be lonely and afraid. It's a trap. Don't fall for it. No woman finds it attractive when their husband or boyfriend sobs uncontrollably, responding to, wish men understood how attractive it is when they can feel and show their emotions openly. This is a concerted effort. They are terrified of women. They hate women and are terrified because of that. But also, they want that paranoia to exist because they're addicted to it. It makes them feel at home. It's worse than you think. I don't know why this was in my America list, but yeah, arson attack on 4 Bundeswehr trucks in Germany. These were most likely done by Russians. So, yes, that's why they were on the list, because we jumped over to Russia for a second. By the way, so the Nobel Committee quietly removed Trump's name from the Peace Prize list. It's fucking insane that he managed to get on there to begin with, considering the first thing he did when he had his, Hitlerite press conference after becoming the president was talking about invading Greenland and Canada. Women. No woman finds Matt Walsh attractive. True. That is actually true. And yes, being a bad person does make you more unattractive. Sounds like a lot of LDS from these right-wing men. What's L in this? Derangement syndrome? Because there's a few of those. Like TDS, I refer to as trans derangement syndrome, because these people see fucking trans people in the trees. So, But I never heard LDS. Is that like what, left? Is that L supposed to be left? I mean, that would make sense. But yeah, no, they're fragile, and it's a specific, like, intended use here. Little makes sense. I also was like, wait, Latter-day Saints? Like, getting Mormons. So, also, Trump has instructed attorneys to go look through these museums where they're telling you that slavery is bad. Remember, PragerU gets to decide your education for your kids now. So, like, they have to learn that slavery is good because that's what PragerU says. Where is that video again? Oh, that's interesting. I forgot about this. Yeah, the FDA is warning people not to eat radioactive shrimp. I feel like that's communism. So, go eat the radioactive shrimp, please. I beg of thee. Forgot what I was doing. My brain has such ADHD. I'm off the fucking, like, charts here. This is insane to me. This is the first time I think I've ever heard Trump say anything introspective. And it's hilarious. I didn't even know he was capable of this.
I just want to end it. I want to end it. We're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed. I think that's a pretty. I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well.
I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I hear I'm not doing well. I never thought I would hear those words come out of that man's mouth. I didn't know that man could think that deeply about himself. Like, it is wild. Dude wants to go to heaven and is aware that he is aiming in the wrong direction. I mean, look, Donald, if you want to go to heaven, I can make that happen. But you gotta listen to me. You gotta flip and do exactly the opposite of everything that you've been doing. 100% extreme opposite. Take Project 2025 and read each page, and then find the extreme opposite of that action, and then implement that. And then I promise you, you will go to the good place, at the very least. Oh, and also you gotta imprison all of the Nazis, and probably hang them too. They're tired of getting looked at like this? Good. I want them to be bullied. The only way you can deal with these people is to bully them relentlessly. I want them to cry. I want them to be afraid to leave their house because of harassment. That's what they did to us. The roles have reversed. Agreed, seriously. I don't care how you are, how cute your ears are, the quirky way that you leave the toothpaste cap off in the morning. If you have no morals, then you're a shit human. Fuck you. Buddy, you missed that chance 50 years ago. My God. Not doing well. He isn't even in the same solar system. I didn't know that he could ever have that kind of...
Mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into
Blew me
cities
away.
like Kiev and towns. But, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's a pretty... I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan. They were going at it. The planes were being shot down. That was going to be maybe a nuclear war if I let that...
My God. If Trump wants to go to heaven, I'll quote that one comedian who roasted Ann Coulter. It's never too late. You can always redact it yourself. I agree. Again, I think we need to start doing purity tests on these Republicans. I feel like they're all talking about how God loves them and how they're doing the Lord's work. Well, if the Lord actually likes you, he won't let you drown. So we need all of these people to stand on water. And if they float, they are Christ-like, and that means they can stay. And if they sink, then they're a witch, and they were actually working for the devil. So, it is what it is. Don't even let them step foot in a black or brown place without being ritualistically humiliated. I mean, honestly, just do that at all times. At all times. That's what I do. By the way, he's talking about saving people's lives. 4.48 pounds of New York boneless beef loin steak. $49.24, April 2nd, 2024. August 11th, 25, 4.88 pounds, $78. People are fucking starving in this country. Yeah, you honestly, no, you're right. You gotta fucking... Let me see if I can open this without... Yes. This is what we need. We need a story, y'all. We need propaganda and a vibe. This is a story we need. You want white ethno states so badly and live in your reality, but no Mexican food for you, no rap music, etc. They want the bussy, the biddies, the burritos. They are coming for everything good in life. No jazz. Genuinely, you're not allowed to enjoy these things. I want to ruin the fun of every conservative when they're enjoying something that they claim that they hate. And it's not about punishing them. It has to not be. The point isn't punishment. The point is teaching them that they are harming themselves with what they are doing. That's the point. That's the point. Again, you guys rated right after I showed this, but this kind of rhetoric is significantly more useful.
The consistencies between these things. things is the undemocratic arrangement of the means of production. So in order to create a society that is agricultural and that mimics the egalitarianism that we see in pre-Neolithic or hunter-gatherer tribes, we need to have democracy in the economy and replace undemocratic corporations with democratically run worker.
The messaging there of we need democracy in our financial system, I think is a really good way to go about it. It is literally just socialist rhetoric without ever using the word socialist. It's fantastic. I would highly recommend you guys check out that video. $5 more per pound. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Like, they are making it so that you can't afford food. Again, the plan is make it so that your life is unaffordable, that you are stressed, that you are uneducated, and that you can't afford to live, so you have to go commit a crime, and then they will arrest you and then put you in prison where you are a slave. That's the whole point of the system that they're building. Oh, and also a lot of people die, because, like, they're a death cult. Like the stream on YouTube if you haven't already, guys. Please, please, please. These people are insane. Like, Americans specifically, yes, but globally, this is an issue. People are way too focused, like laser focused, on shit that doesn't matter and shit that isn't real. Shit that they make up in their head. They're shadowboxing instead of dealing with actual issues that they do care about. For example, like, so I'll put, like, are boy and moms okay? And the answer is generally no. Today is the first day of Rocco's junior year, and the first day of Taylor's senior year. Oh, who's Taylor, you ask? Just the girl that my son has been dating for 2.5 years. That's 30 months, y'all. That's 1 million fucking minutes, which is quite a lot for this mom. People used to tell me I'd be absolutely terrible to girls Rocco brought home. Like, why? Why are you like this? Do you, like, this is such Freudian shit. All of these right-wingers, or, like, I'm starting to believe that Freud was actually correct, but only when it's about conservatives and, like, right-wingers and fascists. It's all Freudian. Remember Tucker Carlson calling them fucking daddy? Yeah, red flag to count the minutes. Oh, that's one of many red flags. Etch. I own so much skincare makeup. I'm a girl's girl. They'll love me, but I knew what they meant. This is Rocco, my boy, my love, the most handsome, kind-hearted man-child that God has ever... This is child grooming, by the way. Like, this is grooming your child to be your output, like, your emotional output. You probably have a shit relationship with your husband, and so you are sublimating it into your child. That's what this is. This is actual child grooming in practice. Calling him, like, yeah, like, you're allowed to love your kid. In fact, you should love your kid. This is different. This is unhealthy. I could stare at him for hours. Sometimes I smell his shirts before I throw them in the washing machine. Then I was like, oh, okay, I get what they're saying. But Taylor can tell you I'm a trooper. I have added her onto our Life 360 so I can make sure they're never alone. I have made her a chore list since she's in my house so much. And I sit directly between them. I fucking hate these people. Genuinely. Like, I actually have a visceral disgust of this kind of ideology. First of all, like, again, this is not your property. This is a person. I don't care if they're 10. They have rights and they're a person. They're not your property. You don't get to decide. Parents' rights is just, I want to enslave my children. This lady wants to fuck her kid. But, like, not actually. This is the literal depiction of Freud. Like, actually, right here. She'll smell his shirts before she washes. It's not like the dude's like, I don't know, 21 in college, she misses his kid. No, he lives at home. This is just like psychosis. This is a problem. The worldwide most searched categories are what dude has to lean on, but yes, conservatives famously wish to own people and either consciously and subconsciously prefer to perceive them as property. I mean, it's not just conservatives. Most people on this planet think of their children as property. Most people. Not, like, most parents, but, like, anyone you ask, you're going to get most people saying, yeah, no, like, the kid's my responsibility. And that responsibility quickly turns into property. I also really, really fucking hate, first off, Life 360. But secondly, like the chore list because she's at my house and like sitting directly between them on the couch. She may not want to fuck her kid, but she sure as hell wants inappropriate emotional intimacy with him. True. She doesn't want him to have intimacy with others. She's specifically saying she doesn't want her fucking junior year, or is that 16, 17-year-old boy to be alone with like an 18-year-old girl. She does not want that. But also, like, a thing that isn't quite related to this, but I personally believe that is a problem with like Western culture, is this belief that you have to earn your place in your family's home. People will like make their kids pay rent when they turn 18. I don't believe in that shit at all. I don't care if my kid's 30. They're not paying rent to live in my fucking house. Why the fuck would, like, if they were paying rent to pay in my house, you know what, actually, 18, sure, you pay rent to live in my house, but where's that money go? It goes into a savings account that I'm saving for you so that you can have money when you need it when you're an adult. Like, that would be the only possible way that I would be okay with that. I'm Turkish, right? So, like, in my culture, you can have a massive fight with your parents. You can, like, cut them off and not speak to them for 10 years and then show up at the house and you are still their child. You are welcome in for, like, you can get food, they'll do your laundry. Like, you should love your kid unconditionally. And if you require payment to allow your kid to live in your house, you're a bad parent. Or at least you were taught bad parenting. That's a personal belief. Like, I don't know. Doesn't apply to this, but it really is that hyper-individualism and a lack of community. Because it's not even about your parents. It's your, cousins. I could go and stay at my cousin. Like, if I lived in America, I could go hang out with my cousins. I could go crash their house. I don't have to tell them. I need a place to crash. They're my cousins. Of course I can sleep in their fucking house. I told my daughter that she could stay with me until she decides to leave or get married. Based. Because, like, you're a parent. That's normal. You should feel like your parents will support you as a child, especially in the world that we live in now. It's wild. All right. Let me get some more stuff up. So we still have quite a lot to talk about. And we're going to talk a little bit about protests. Because, things are getting real bad everywhere in the States. And, even the ACLU is out there talking about, like, hey, like, you can't send people to Alligator Auschwitz. That's really bad. Like, that's really, really bad. But no, apparently you can do that. It's fine. So let's have a look at what's going on in DC. Grab a couple of these things to put over here. Lovely, lovely. Ooh, I have definitely put these in such a weird order. Okay, so, starting off. They arrested an attorney general in Rhode Island. This was insane. Ooh, sorry, that is loud. Let's turn that down a little bit.
Your body came off. Protocol is that you turn it off. If a citizen requests it to turn it off, she's a lawyer.
So they want you guys to leave?
Yes, we're going to.
Let's just leave.
That's how the Newport police interaction with Assistant Attorney General Devin Hogan Flanagan started Thursday night.
We'll talk over here, okay?
It was outside the Clark Cookhouse where police were called. Here's an officer talking to the host.
You guys just want him out? Do you want him trespassed?
Anything we can do. Yeah. Trespass, yeah. I just need
trespass, get him out.
Please.
The conversation between police, Hogan Flanagan, and her friend Veronica Hannon only escalated.
So you're trespassed, or we gotta leave now? Unless you want to be in there.
We're not trespassing. You haven't notified us that we're trespassing. Number one.
What did I just say to you? You're trespassing. Let's go.
Number one.
I don't
want
to arrest you guys.
You're not going to arrest us. Number two.
So let's leave. We gotta go.
But the protocol is, and your protocol is if I ask you to turn off the body cam, you have to turn it off, and that's your protocol.
She's a lawyer, so she knows.
Well, that's lawyer stuff, so that's not true.
I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
Good for you. I don't give a
Yeah, by the way, that's what happens. I don't give a shit. What do you think happens when they try and arrest you and you're like, hey, I'm a citizen. I have my ID. I don't give a shit. That's what they say to you. I know I've shown this one a couple times already on this stream, but we got new people here. So, let's talk about really quickly what they actually want to do, because this leads to this.
President Trump or failures of our systems. And if you are a proud patriot and you love this country and you wish for it to be reflected honorably to the peoples of Earth, then Washington, D.C. must be swept clean. I believe entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed. I believe that there are places that are so crime-ridden and so infested that you just need to, you're just going to have to crack down. You're going to have to do the job, and you're going to have to get the crime out of Washington.
I know I keep showing this one, but it really, really is very important. Get the job done. And this is ethnic cleansing. He is a monster. He's a fucking demon. And be aware, he's not just any demon. This man is involved in the administration. He is important. He has power and influence. Code words are crazy. They're barely using euphemisms anymore. He literally openly said, we need to cleanse DC. What do you think is next after DC? It's New York. It's Illinois. It's Baltimore. It's Vegas. Again, not Vegas. Vegas too. It's Los Angeles. Again, this is why you need to start thinking about protest like you are in a battlefield, strategically. Do not clump up in one big 100,000 person protest. Split off into 8 to 12 person groups. Assign each other streets to patrol. Have walkie-talkies. Be aware that they will hear you on them, but communicate. You can occupy the city far more effectively this way. They will come for you, but you are a smaller group. It is more difficult to be kettled and corralled. Now when you say crime, do you mean criminals in the White House? No, he means black people. State your thesis. The criminal in the White House has immunity, remember? Although actually on that, this is fucking wild. So you know how Trump has immunity? Because he was the president, and the Supreme Court gave immunity for things the president has done under official acts. Well,
and I have an op-ed out actually today for articulating the path to indictments here. I think that's what has to happen. There has to be justice served here. And Obama might be able to survive, ironically, because of the presidential immunity case that President Trump won a year ago, at least while he was in office. Now, I don't know if he took actions when he was out of office.
Even though Obama has immunity, they still want to go after him. Crime-colored people. That's what they're whining about. Exactly, Sundry Clown.
Or not, that further the conspiracy or not. But some of the statute of limitations may have expired, but a conspiracy that's ongoing takes you out of those limitations. And so Clapper, yes, Comey, Brennan in particular, I think this is the route forward, and I think there should be indictments based on this. And I have an op-ed out actually today.
They want to come for everyone. But continue on this. Remember, this is an attorney general, assistant attorney general.
We gotta go.
But the protocol is, and your protocol is if I ask you to turn off the body cam, you have to turn it off. And that's your protocol.
She's a lawyer, so she knows.
Well, that's lawyer stuff, so that's not true.
I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
Good for you. I don't give a Let's go.
The MAGAs didn't forget about Epstein. They were told to like Epstein. It's actually a good thing now for them.
Going. Let's go. We're leaving.
Please don't put your hands on us.
Can you get your children out of here? I don't know why.
I'm sorry, what?
He called them children. Holy shit.
Put your hands on us.
Can you get...
Was this done by accident? No. They weren't trespassing.
We're going. Let's go. We're leaving.
Please don't put your hands on us.
Can you get your children out of here? I don't know.
Yeah, call them children. It's bullshit lawyer stuff. I'm gonna go violate the law. Literally an attorney general.
I'm sorry, what?
Officers then hint.
Oh, yeah, I give everyone mod. State your thesis. Everyone in this community gets mod. We do community policing here. If someone's gonna get banned, the mods will decide collectively. You don't actually have to do anything. You can just have it. If you don't want it, I'll take it away. But you don't actually have any responsibility. I'm just giving mod to everybody. And, you know, new people will come in and, like, if we're not sure, like, you guys could talk and decide whether you should mod them or not. But, like, generally, I would like everyone in this community to be a mod. Someone asked me yesterday, they're like, how do you call yourself a leftist when you're creating a tiered hierarchy system? Because they were not a mod. This person was, like, arguing with me. And I was making every new person coming in that wasn't arguing with me a mod already. I'm like, well, first off, you're building a system, but this is literally what I'm talking about. I'm talking about building community policing in real life. If you can't manage to work together with people in a Twitch chat and decide whether this person should be muted or this person should be modded or this person should be banned, how the fuck are you going to deal with this in reality, in, like, your community? You get mod, you get a mod, and you get a mod. Exactly. I'm like fucking Oprah over here. Holy shit, Merton Esper, you don't have mod. You get a mod too. Hey, Buncor, good to see you. Welcome, the based and correct pilled side of Twitch. True. I think the cops should be required to keep that on anytime acting someone on duty. Well, first off, Merton Esper, they are, but they don't do it anyway. But also, the law is if the person that they are engaging with says that they want that camera off, then the cop has to turn it off. But only, like, when they're engaging with that one person. You have the right to say, okay, you turn that camera off, but, like, only while you're talking to me. They don't follow the rules with the cameras anyway. So, and also, you're not allowed to say, I don't give a shit, I'm gonna go break the law. Like, the woman is an attorney general.
Cuffed Hogan Flanagan.
I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
She says almost a dozen times she's an AG.
Buddy, you're gonna regret this.
Yeah.
You're gonna regret it. I'm an AG.
Her friend didn't go quietly either.
Can we start calling you Dark Woke Oprah? Don't call me Oprah, but I am Dark Woke. Oh, I don't particularly like Oprah. She's a billionaire, but you know, it is what it is. I think we need a Vianon. Also, thank you for the follow. It's Socialism or Barbarism. Based ass name. Great day, says this chat message. Yep.
Hands off me!
Even slipping out of handcuffs the first time. And trying to keep the police cruiser door open with her feet.
Wow. Like, good. First off, good job. Secondly, that's what you should be doing. Call as much possible attention to yourself. Make it look horrifying. If you are being brutalized by the police, just like if you are at a protest, your job is to do it in front of the camera in the most sympathetic way possible. So, good job. You did well there. Though on protest side, I'd rather you not have to deal with that bit anyway. There's better things you could do at a protest. By the way, again, while I have you all here, join ICE, but with your friends. Have a collective of 10, 15, 20 organized leftists. Have communication outside of ICE. Go and join it. Take the money they're offering and then sabotage them. Be bad at your job. Go help people. Lie. Break things. You can do a lot. And you'll take the place of fascist ones, because plenty of fascists are going to take those jobs. If you and 20 other leftists go and take them, first off, you'll get 50 grand. I mean, I think you have to be white and pretend to be a MAGA to get the job. But yeah, you could pretend at a job interview. They're offering 50 grand of your money that they stole and up to 60 grand off your student loans. Go and get the bag and fuck up the fascists. Go and, what's the word here? Sabotage. Never really thought about it that way, but yeah, it's time to bring the theater kid skills out on police body cam. Hell yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a propaganda war, and we've been losing because we've been trying to fight this war as, like, a war of knowledge and data and good versus evil, and no, barbarism won, and now we have a propaganda war to fight. Like, that's where we're at. This is my second time here, and I've never met a streamer like this, not because of the mod thing. I'm just surprised by the things, because Visora give money where the mouth is, as they say. It does help that I don't live in the United States. So, like, I have a greater degree of safety in my ability to say what I say. But, like, it's also kind of a miracle I haven't been banned yet, considering I've literally chanted death to the IDF, and also death to America on this channel. Hold on, I'm trying to mod you, Socialism or Barbarism. There we go. Should work. Yes, there we go. if you are off camera and you are alone, comply fully. If there is no hope of escaping arrest, yeah, you might die in a camp. You're going to die in that camp a whole lot faster when they make sure. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, like, okay, you are right there, Buncor. Like, be aware of your situation. If it's going to put you in more danger, then, you know, try not to. But if you're going to die in a camp anyway, you might as well make it a spectacle. Thank you. It's Socialism or Barbarism for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Guys, I don't run any ads. I don't take any sponsorships. So that's just, this is what I do. Like the stream on YouTube, please, because that helps as well. You guys can join the Discord. And if you want to donate directly to me, you can donate through that link. I don't know, these MAGAs like to laugh at people crying when they get arrested. They do. They absolutely do. I don't think I can get into ICE because I'm an anarchist and I habitually say politically incorrect things. Well, if you can't manage to hold that in, then that's not your job. Everyone has a role that they're fit for. You don't have to go do everything. You have to do what you're good at. Now, yes, the MAGAs like laughing at people who are crying when they're getting arrested, but that's because they've been taught to enjoy that. There is a system built on brainwashing here. We, as a society, function on addicting children to content and then brainwashing them. We've been doing that since, like, the 60s. It's just we've condensed it all into the Doom Cube now.
Police cruiser door open with her feet.
Let's have a look at what actually looks like inside of DC, you know, where the military is occupying the Capitol in our fucking Hunger Games 1984 cyberpunk society. I'll split it. We universally rule as a collective. Based.
Here in Washington, D.C., where just over 4.5 years ago, on January 6th, Donald Trump said he definitely did not have the authority to call in the National Guard. Now, I guess things have changed because there's just so much National Guard here. So I'm wondering if he might have been lying about that. Oh well.
Trump's federal policing efforts in the district are growing.
Christ, that was loud.
Hundreds of National Guard troops from West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina will be deployed here to.
It's socialism or barbarism. Someone called me Ethan Klein, or said that I was like Ethan Klein in Destiny because I said Nazis should die. So, you know, do it that way you will.
D.C.
It is hot as hell here in Washington, D.C. I have sweat dripping down my body, gathering around one of my nipples, I think.
I've been living in D.C. since 1988. Riding my bike since I was a kid, literally. Nothing happens around here. How are you going to have these soldiers? They're tourists around here. Who's around? Who are they protecting?
On January 6th, Donald Trump
property, really, but, you know.
Said he couldn't call the National Guard in. Now they're here. Why do you think that is?
Well, if the sentence begins with Trump said, you lost me.
Look, there's a reason why DC's going the way that it is. It's slowly normalizing this. This is the type of stuff that we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, actually. Just as an example, here is a video from 2008 in Baghdad, and this is a soldier pointing his weapon at people just like while they're driving. This is presence patrols. It makes it so that you are aware of their presence, that you are expecting them to be there, that you don't feel as safe. And then after a while, they can do a whole lot more because now you've normalized and now you expect this one type of behavior. Their presence is normal now. For now, Rondo. I need you guys to know, like, the Civil War has started, right? Like, what was it yesterday that I showed you guys, the mayor of Chicago calling this a civil war? Like, it is what it is. That's where we're at. Hell, just a couple of house cleaning things, because I really want to go into the ICE stuff, and then we're going to move to, a different and somehow even worse topic. But I need you to understand just how much they don't care about you and how fucked you actually are. Okay, I think that should be enough. Let's have a look. So, First off, as we saw, they want to arrest Obama. But then, actually, that's for later. Here we go. Here's Lying Levitt. I'm stealing that from Newsom because, I mean, I really dislike Gavin Newsom, but that was a 10 out of 10 one. Whichever millennial is running his fucking Twitter account, I'm happy with. Civil War. You say, what the fuck did you just link me? What is that? Zach. I am so confused. They could at least have the PNG do the traditional grunt thing of painting wrong. Yeah, no, they're not gonna do that. Where is the NRA to stop this? Well, we have the SRA. That's an interesting looking civil war. You know what? Just because you asked, I'll give you guys a link for the SRA, and then we can talk about what they're doing. I'm not allowed to show this one on stream, unfortunately, because it's TOS because of the use of firearms, even though they're not pointed at anybody. But I highly suggest looking at that video and looking into your local Socialist Rifle Association. It is not a political group. It is not a militia. You are not allowed to talk about politics there. It is a space for you to learn how to use a gun and just like a safe community. So be aware. It's not political organizing because, you know, that would be attacked quite heavily, but that is the answer. I have a relative that's not stupid but is on this case. I don't know why, but sees it as they trying to start something as if they aren't already operating like it's already happening. I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Look, the thing is here, people have a hard time coming to terms with where we are as a society because they expect soldiers and tanks on the street. They don't see them, but the soldiers and tanks are on your screens, and that's why they can't tell. I will check that out, actually. Zach, that looks hella cool. So, let's jump over to here. Caroline.
I was wondering if you could clarify something President Trump said. He mentioned getting rid of the slums where criminals live. Was he talking about tents or permanent residential buildings? And then the mayor has expressed an interest in clarifying how much of a focus illegal immigration enforcement is as part of this crackdown. Can you say anything about that?
Sure.
And third, any preview on
We've sent quite a few things to Ukraine. I'll actually show you something cool in a minute if you wait.
the beautification?
3 questions. I'll try to answer all 3 of them pointedly for you. First, when it comes to what you said, and the president said, the slums of Washington, D.C., he's referring to the most dangerous communities, neighborhoods, and streets in this city where, unfortunately, violence has ravaged these communities. And
Yes, violence by you. Yeah, what do you think they mean by the slums of D.C.? I have a feeling that they're talking about a very specific group. You know, kind of like the Benny Johnson clip we just watched.
taken the lives of, again, far too many law-abiding D.C. residents. We know
Never forget big balls.
on July 5th of this year, just more than a month ago, a 3-year-old beautiful young girl was shot and killed in her car with her family.
What a waste. Like, the White House could have absolutely taken that girl in.
In one of these communities, which is why there has been a surge, despite what many of you have been falsely reporting. And I believe it was the Washington Post who put out a map claiming it to be fact-based when it was just based on, I don't know, accounts that they've heard on the street, not actual statistics and data. So
remember when these people hated statistics and data and now they get to make it up? A single child died. Time to do the Gestapo. Mind you, the single child died by gunshot when these people also defunded gun violence prevention programs in DC. A girl got shot in Trump's America? I know, right? Claims to care about kids? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no. Like, literally, they care about kids in that, like, they care about kids. In the Matt Gaetz way, you know, in the Donald Trump, the Epstein way, who else? Who's a big pedophile on the right? There's so many of them, really. I just don't want to get hit with defamation, so I'm thinking of provable ones.
we went and reconfigured the numbers, and as I said, nearly half of all the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in wards 7 and 8 in the District of Columbia, where we know, excuse me, that
I can't believe our fucking Reichstag moment was a 19-year-old named Big Balls getting beat up by two 15-year-olds, one of which was a girl. Yeah, she's definitely telling the truth. Based. I think maybe this might have something to do with what she's talking about, eh? What about, here? You know?
Jackie. Thanks, Caroline. Since the president often says that this war would not have started if he were in office, and Putin confirmed that.
It's true. Do you accept that as true?
True.
The European leaders do. Well, and President Putin himself said that, by the way.
He did say that. The question I have, though, is what is the president going to do to ensure that these security guarantees last beyond him into the time when he is no longer president? And does that have to involve Congress at all?
Well, he understands the need for that, which he spoke to yesterday. And what's he going to do? It's why he's engaging in so many talks and so many conversations with both sides of this war with our European allies. It's why on the way home from Anchorage,
I know we have to talk about that too. I'll get into it. It's actually incredibly funny that these people are claiming that like all of Europe came because of how good we were on Ukraine. No, all of Europe came yesterday to America because they were freaked the fuck out because Trump was about to just give Ukraine to fucking Russia. Fuck Putin. Fuck Russia. Fuck. Oh, by the way, if you guys were here yesterday, I showed you a Russian vehicle flying an American flag in Ukraine. Remember this guy? They died. They died. Turns out, you know, not a good idea. I mean, to be fair, they were Russian and Ukraine. They were going to die anyway, so. He needs to change his name from Big Balls to No Balls after getting beat up by children. True. Skill issue. How important is support for Ukraine and Australia? Important, but like right now, Australia is more caught up with Israel. We're going to talk about Australia in a bit because Israel is very mad at us and it's making me quite happy. But we did create this. Australia. No, hold on, I have to find it on YouTube. That video got taken down. Again, it's TikTok taking down fucking any person that talks about like the goddamn administration. Let's have a look at Metal Storm. This is what Australia has invented. I didn't realize this was so old. Holy shit. We've added them to dogs now, though. Love that. That's the Chinese. This is Metal Storm
weapon system is an innovative and revolutionary firearms technology known for its incredible fire rate capabilities.
This just deletes things in front of it.
Unlike traditional firearms with a firing mechanism based on moving parts, Metal Storm employs an electronic firing system. This enables it to achieve an astonishing cyclic rate of fire, firing multiple rounds in rapid succession without the need for reloading between shots. Depending on the configuration, Metal Storm can fire 1 million rounds per minute, making it one of the fastest and most formidable weapon systems.
10,000 rounds a second. This just deletes things. I need 7 of them. Today, for some reason, I'm like, I want to own military shit. Like, I was talking about how I want this Black Hawk that you can buy at an auction earlier. This sounds terrifying. This sounds infinitely less scary than half of the other weapons I've been seeing deployed in Ukraine lately. So, you know, there's that. Bring the cat? All right, Zach, you got it. I'll bring the cat. Where are you, buddy? Oh, there you are. Hi. You want to say hi? This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, my son, and the former president of the United States. The true king. The one true king who will return to the throne one day. Living in exile in Essos, or rather, Australia. Play American games, win American prizes. True. The light among the nations is pissed at Australia. Oh boy, Australia must have really fucked up. We recognize Palestine as a state. It's great. We'll get there in a second. Let's finish up with America for one sec, because these are insane.
Much of the left-wing media has been actively rooting against the President of the United States in the pursuit of peace. Initially, the media ridiculously claimed that President Trump was somehow beholden to Russia for even agreeing to have a face-to-face discussion with President Putin inside of the United States. The media said President...
Guys, this stuff is so bad that they might have to release the Epstein files as a distraction from how badly we're getting fucked by Russia.
Trump was making a grave mistake by, quote, legitimizing Putin. They were aghast that President Trump would treat another world leader like a world leader. The media...
Notice how, like, none of the European leaders or Zelensky got a red carpet rollout where American soldiers were on their hands and knees?
Relentlessly attacked President Trump and claimed he suffered a, quote, major defeat for not immediately emerging with a final agreement, even though he said heading into that meeting, this was a...
You Americans talk too much shit about Australia, where, like, America has far more dangerous wildlife than Australia does in general. Again, like, you guys have wolves and coyotes and bears. We have dingoes, and they're only on one side of the country because we built a fence to keep them on that side of the country. That's it. That's, like, the only predator mammal in this country is a dog. Dingo.
A meeting to listen and to understand how to move the ball forward. All weekend following those historic U.S.-Russia bilateral talks, we listened to clueless pundits on television.
Clueless pundits on television, they say. Clueless pundits. Then why, Caroline, is our our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, a Russian agent? I talked about this well before the election. This woman revoked security clearances for 37 former and current national security officials tied to the 2017 assessment of Russian election interference. Australia is irrelevant in geopolitics as Europe, sadly. You are very silly, considering the fact that, like, America's going to go to war with China soon, and we are essentially the Israel that America has here, except instead of Iran, it's China. We're their unsinkable aircraft carrier. The closest thing we're going to get to the Cthulhu mythos is Australian wildlife. There's nothing there. It's just fucking some snakes and a couple spiders if you're out in the middle of the bush. Am I going to war? No. Why the fuck would I go to war? In fact, I hope Australia ditches America entirely and stops working with the goddamn Nazi country. I would literally rather have closer relations with China, who I also hate, but hate much less than that. We, the young white Europeans, are not. Yes, you are. Fucking... I love how you have to enter white in there. Are you perhaps a white nationalist, Chris? Just wondering. You know? Or do you support horrible people? Do you... are you what? You're British? French? German? Where are you? Where are you from? Are you Serbian? You sound like you might be Baltic. Are you, pro-Russia, perhaps? I'm smelling some Vatnik in you. Aren't there literally at least a dozen human-sized spiders in your Australian home right now? Nope. No, they're not. First off, like, most spiders will not, fuck with you here. But, like, the spiders that are actually gonna kill you, like, you're gonna be out in the bush. Ah, you're Russian. Okay. Well, I don't allow orcs in this chat, so fuck off, Vatnik. Demonic piece of shit. He's obviously a white nationalist. He's probably American with European identity. He's probably a Nazi LARPer. Is what he probably is. But you know, we don't take kindly to their kind around here. She's more than a Russian asset. She's had ties to the RSS before she could legally drink. Literally, I have shown her on Russian state television with also the CIA director John Ratcliffe and Ash Patel on Russian state TV on this channel. I've only been doing this for like a year. It has not been that long. I've shown that to be true. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, and don't forget, they're going to get rid of mail-in voting because Putin said so. Abolish Nazism? True. Ban Nazism.
He's starting a movement to eliminate mail-in voting, but states administer elections, not federal authority.
Caroline does enjoy making people angry. She's, like, actually, surprisingly... Like, I hate to give her any credit, but she's actually quite good at her job. Her job is to be, like, a cunt, but she's really good at it.
So can you provide,
as am I, really,
any more details about how the White House plans to eliminate that?
The White House continues to work on this, and when Congress comes back to Washington, I'm sure there will be many discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill and also our friends in state legislatures across the country to ensure that we're protecting the integrity of the vote for the American people.
I want you to remember that Trump voted by mail. RSS is a Hindu supremacist group, and they work very closely with Russia. The thing is, like, all of these right-wingers all have ties together. They all do. Whether it's, like, clear as day, right in the middle, in front of everyone, or it's kind of behind the scenes, they all have ties to each other. What's up, Coco Kitty? Good to see you guys. Hey, Cat Thrower. And what's up, Pre-Breakfast Banana? Guys, go and drop a like on the chat. And join the Discord. Cat Thrower, you are not a mod. Why are you not a mod? I know we disagree, but, like, you're here regularly. You should be a mod. Okay, so moving on from the fact that, like, to state the obvious, the reason the entire continent of Europe dropped everything it was doing and flew in a panic to DC is that Trump was one meeting away from guaranteeing World War III and giving Ukraine to Russia. Also, Politico. European leaders do not believe Putin wants peace. They think the only thing he seeks is Ukraine's capitulation. They are supporting Trump's talks to show the Kremlin's bad faith. If Putin refuses concessions, Europe expects Trump will harden his stance and back harsher sanctions. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. By the way, it's insane that we are giving printed out copies of Trump's tweets to world leaders. This is Ursula von der Leyen. That's fucking Merz right there. Why are we giving out printed tweets of Trump to world leaders at these meetings? Why? Like, what is the purpose here? I had a very good meeting with distinguished guest President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine. Oh, this is literally the tweet he's sending about this meeting. They're having them look it over. Are you kidding?
Did Putin promise to do a meeting with Zelensky, a direct meeting, in the coming weeks?
He has, and I just answered that question for you.
But did Putin...
We'll see how that goes. You know, apparently there is going to be a meeting between Putin and Zelensky, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, now, because we have too many things to talk about. Because we're going to invade Latin America. We got to talk about that. But also, we still have to go to Israel, and then we still have to talk about Australia. Jesus Christ. All right, quickly. This is how the media propagandizes to you and manufactures consent and manipulates you into agreeing with things that you don't agree with.
Time I realized the American government uses propaganda,
or, you know, one of the examples of such,
to create a false narrative to manipulate the American people is when I was a 19-year-old infantry marine in Iraq, and my company was attacked by an IED on the way home from a mission. And I dislocated my shoulder, so I had to go to get x-rays at Camp Fallujah. And while I was at Camp Fallujah, I got to use one of the satellite phones, and I called my mom. And I told her, hey, I just got blown up in an IED.
I would definitely never do a meeting with Putin and Trump and Zelensky. Didn't we do the same shit with Soleimani and then just kill him? That's why Europe has literally, like, jumped in and said, hey, look, we want to be there too. We want a quadrilateral meeting, not a trilateral. How much is Australia engaged in Ukraine, Visora? We have volunteers. We send weapons. We manufacture, like, a decent amount of stuff. A lot of the targeting and satellite stuff also involves Australia, but, like, we're not really manufacturing a lot of weaponry and sending it to Ukraine. You, son.
And I dislocated my shoulder. I'm at Camp Fallujah. And she said, what are you talking about? I'm watching Fox News and CNN and MSNBC right now, and they all say Camp Fallujah closed. And this was the year 2008, when everybody, especially George Bush, wanted to make people believe that we were winning the war in Iraq. But if you didn't know this, we were not winning the war in Iraq. And so they told everybody that they were closing Camp Fallujah, one of the largest military bases in Iraq, to say that we were winning the war. When in reality, I was at Camp Fallujah getting x-rays for the injury that I sustained in combat. And they just kind of
plenty of other soldiers could also verify that.
The Marine base to Camp Ioria, which is like just 2 miles down the road. So they never actually closed Camp Fallujah. But they made this big fuss in the media to say they closed Camp Fallujah and that we are winning the war in Iraq. And I was on the phone with my...
If you have not read Naomi Klein's The Shock Doctrine, genuinely, I think you should read that more than any other book right now. Like, I would rather you read that than do anything else. Genuinely, actually. Like, before you even go to the next read that fucking book. It's a free audiobook on Spotify. Go listen to it. Genuinely. You will learn a lot. A lot. It will explain how we got here and what the fuck we're doing. Because we did all of this same stuff in Chile, in Argentina, in Costa Rica, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. We did this partially to ourselves back after 9/11. We did this to Russia after the fall of the Soviet. We're doing the same things. This is just taking it one step further.
My mom and said, I'm getting x-rays because I dislocated my shoulder. Because we're not winning this war. And that was the first time that I realized the American media would just lie in order to create a false narrative that the American government gives them so that the people believe things are okay.
So, on that, what the fuck is going on in Syria these days? A lot. We'll talk about that in a bit. But on that, I want to mention why that's so important. The manufacturing of consent, the lies that they will feed you in the media. Why? Well, it's because of this.
The New York Times revealed President Trump secretly signed a directive approving the Pentagon's use of military force on foreign soil. He says to target Latin American drug cartels. According to the Times, the order provides the Pentagon authority to direct military operations at sea and on foreign soil against cartels designated by the Trump administration to be terrorist organizations.
You guys understand that we sell like more than 3/4 of the weapons that the drug cartels in Mexico have to them, right? They buy American weapons. This has been shown. The president of Mexico has filed a lawsuit on this, but also we're not going to Mexico. We're going to Venezuela because Maduro put a $50 million bounty on Trump for being a pedophile. So
tonight, the Trump administration is cracking down on drug cartels at sea. A source briefed on the matter tells NBC News the U.S. is planning to deploy these 3 warships near Venezuela.
Actually, hold on. Let me get you the actual number of what we've deployed.
President Trump focusing on drugs coming to the coasts after reducing illegal border crossings to record lows.
They can continue to send drugs in.
Literally, yes, send drugs, and that's the issue. 100%, that's the only issue. 3 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, the USS Sampson, the USS Gravely, the USS Jason Dunham, have been ordered to off the coast of Venezuela by the U.S. Navy. With them expecting to arrive in the area within 36 hours, a pack of naval task force recently deployed to the Southern Caribbean Sea, which includes 2 Iwo Jima amphibious-ready groups, several P-8A Poseidon maritime patrol and surveillance aircraft meant to combat drug trafficking and narco states. Yeah. I had no idea about that. Yeah, that's what we're doing. The U.S. is deploying 4,000 Marines and sailors to the Southern Caribbean, along with a nuclear-powered attack submarine. The Poseidon spy planes, the Arleigh Burke destroyers, comes after Trump signed a secret authorization to use of military force to carry out operations in Latin America.
Sobre las tensiones entre Venezuela y Estados Unidos. ¿Ha habido un despliegue ya de carácter militar? ¿Cuál es el mensaje de México? Pues sobre todo para la región latinoamericana.
No al intervencionismo. Eso no solamente es convicción, sino que está en la Constitución.
Clear as fucking day, which he said. No interventionism. We've offered, hey, we'll help you. We'll send our military in and we can help you guys out. And Chai Mama said no. And, look, smart, because I wouldn't trust America either. Just today in Brazil, unidentified mysterious CIA plane lands in Porto Alegre on U.S. mission. Boeing 757 C-32B was transporting staff from the U.S. consulate in the city. The aircraft is also used for special operations to transport elite military personnel and intelligence agents. Well, yes, as we discussed yesterday, the person in charge of this operation is a former CIA operative, and highly indicates that we are going to be using covert operations to fuck with Venezuela, and to fuck with Colombia, and to fuck with Mexico. This is the old school CIA coming back. You know, we're gonna start covertly fucking with South America. That's the plan. In fact, we have already been. But you are correct. That is 100%. We're going to coup Venezuela. Holy shit! This is gearing up to be a descent into micro-military madness. Remember at the beginning when he won and they posted that like photo of Greater America where they took Canada and Greenland and like Panama and a bunch of South America cities, and they were like, this is America now. That's always been the goal. It's just a long-term goal. Like we acted, or rather not we, but like people acted like that was the immediate like first steps that Trump was going to take. Of course not. That's like a couple years down the line. This is just the beginning. We're not going to hear much about this for like at least 6 months until something happens. But yes, we're going to try and coup Venezuela. And probably Mexico, because they have a, like, fucking communist. Scheinbaum is a communist, so yeah, we'll try and coup Mexico. For what it's worth, hasn't America been trying their ass off to coup Venezuela for like 5 decades? We literally coup Venezuela constantly. Like, it's just an America thing. We gotta stop, though. It's pretty bad. Here's the New York Post.
There was a ceasefire proposal put forward by both Qatar and Egypt. Hamas accepted it on Monday. Israel has yet to officially weigh in. I'm wondering if the U.S. was at all involved in it, if it's supportive of.
Trump has, like, these people, none of these people serve the people. None of them believe that they do. They all serve their own interest. Trump thinks he is king of the world. He actually does. They're probably pretty coup resistant now. Well, I would imagine so. Venezuela also banned all drone flights in their airspace today. Like,
and
actually, important. Venezuela bans all drone flights, sales, and training nationwide after Trump raised the bounty on Maduro to $50 million over alleged narco ties. To which Caroline Levitt has responded, I don't give a shit.
You're welcome. Emily.
Warships that are being sent to Venezuela, and there's 4,000 Marines on board. Are you looking at possibility of boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela,
that was a question on boots on the ground, so pay attention to her answer.
President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into,
including the 4,000 Marines that are going to be boots on the ground,
to our country, and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel.
The Trump regime is not the legitimate regime of America. It is a religious extremist terrorist cartel of, narco cartel as well. America is a terrorist, religious zealot narco cartel. Like, America shouldn't even have nuclear fucking weapons. What the fuck are you talking about, illegitimate government ass? You people, like, every accusation is a confession. Everyone, no matter who it applies to.
In Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive
of course they
head
are.
Of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into the
Donald Trump has been convicted in the United States for 34 felony counts.
Country. And with that, I will leave you all, and we will see you later.
I don't know, their beef with Venezuela. Doesn't Trump like dictators? Yes, but Maduro doesn't like Trump. That's kind of the difference. That dictator is not his friend, and so he's mad because the dictator doesn't want to be his friend. We are ruled by parasites. That is absolutely true. We need regime change. I'm calling for regime change in America. Who's gonna do that? Anyone but the Chinese or Russians. Anyone but, or you know, America could do it themselves. Remember, you guys, America did a revolution. A literal revolution because they didn't want to pay tariffs on tea. Your food prices are up 30% because of tariffs. Where the fuck is the revolution? Guys, you did a revolution because you didn't want to pay tariffs on tea. Food is too expensive to eat. Where is the revolution? Here's U.S. Navy landing craft air cushions. Onload Marines with 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit. Military equipment aboard the Wasp-class amphibious assault ship, the USS Iwo Jima. Like, we got landing craft ready. No, we're doing full-on fucking regime change. This is the crazy Zionist lady I mentioned before. This is who they'll try and make the new leader. I don't know who, like, oh, for Maduro, like in Venezuela. Yeah, probably. I can see that. I can see that.
Whether or not the president believes Israel should accept it.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamas accepted this proposal after the President of the United States put.
Do you think it's a coincidence that an Israeli cybersecurity official was arrested for child sex crimes in Las Vegas, and instead of, you know, trying them and arresting them, we just intervened and sent them back to Israel? She's the one who wanted Israel and America to invade. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, we're going to jump to Australia in a second, and that's going to relate to Israel in a way. But before we do, I want you all to watch this. This is a very long TikTok, at least for, like, my analysis. But we watched this yesterday, and it's actually really fucking important. And I would highly recommend you guys actually just go and watch it when you have the time. You'll learn a lot. This is the one thing I do want to show you before we move on. Becoming ungovernable is your responsibility. It is. Remember, before we had 9 to 5s, before we had the 40-hour work week, the 5-day work week, we were also in this position.
Sarah.
Shush, I didn't say play. And we fought tooth and fucking nail. Unions fought tooth and nail, died to win those rights. Why? Because they were ungovernable. What did we get after Herbert Hoover? You know, during Hooverills, which, I mean, we're building Trump bills now. We had a Great Depression. We had just immense suffering in the country. And what did we do to fix it?
Hasn't been because our policymakers all suddenly realized that they needed to do things better and be nicer. It was because we had organized political and social movements that were able to force them to act in the public interest. Why do we have the welfare state? Why do we have the antitrust movement, right? It was because we had strong, powerful unions that were able.
We need democracy in the financial system. People like Peter Thiel, people like, what's his fucking name? Curtis Yarvin, right? They write about how companies are dictatorships, and that's why the government needs to be run like a corporation, a top-down dictatorship. I don't think companies should be run like that. I think that that's bad for everybody. I think we need democracy in our financial system. Corporations should not be top-down, fascistic, authoritarian structures that siphon wealth. They should be democratic structures. This is a good start, but yes.
To meet the power of corporations as they attempted to get their way within the state. The same with loads of other social movements that we've seen since then. In fact, I write in my book that this neoliberal shift that we had in the 1980s, you know, we're told that it was about free markets, right? That it was about shrinking the state and creating more space for markets. It had nothing to do with that. Neoliberalism was about rigorously reasserting class control in the context of what one sociologist has called a crisis of ungovernability.
This is entirely true. The only reason that, like, think about FDR. FDR existed literally just to prevent socialism. There was quite a strong movement that wanted socialism in the United States. We created neoliberalism as the halfway point so that people didn't move too far to the left. We demand a people's financial system. Like, I like FDR. I've named my cat FDR. The dude existed to prevent socialism. That was his job. Was he a good president? Yeah. Did he do good things? Yeah. Was he a good person? Probably not. Did the fascists try and coup him? Yes. I actually have 2 videos on it on my YouTube channel. It was called the, what was it? Fuck. The White House Putsch of 1933. Hold on. was actual the business plot. My silly brain. It was the business plot. That was J.P. Morgan and Chase, Remington Arms, as well as a few other companies trying to install a fascist dictator to replace FDR in 1933. Literally. Smedley Butler, my man.
Congressional Committee, the highest representation.
This is the guy they tried to make Hitler in America, mind you. Like, they wanted him to be the dictator.
Of the American people under subpoena to tell what I knew of activities, which I believe might lead to an attempt to set up a fascist dictatorship. The plan as outlined to me was to form an organization of veterans, to use as a bluff or as a club at least, to intimidate the government and break down our democratic institutions. The upshot of the whole thing was that I was supposed to lead an organization of 500,000 men, which would be able to take over the functions of government. I talked with an investigator.
He was a bad person, but he was a good soldier. And you know what? I forgive him for his crimes for what he did here.
For this committee, who came to me with a subpoena on Sunday, November 18th. He told me they had unearthed evidence linking my name with several such veteran organizations. As it then seemed to me to be getting serious, I felt it was my duty to tell all I knew of such activities to this committee. My main interest in all this is to preserve our democratic institutions.
That's a real American, by the way. They offered this man the ability to be king. And he's said, no, fuck you, and also I'm going to tell everybody.
I want to retain the right to vote, the right to speak freely, and the right to write. If we maintain these basic principles, our democracy is safe.
We've lost all of those, mind you. The right to speak freely, get banned from TikTok until 2032. The right to write. Oh, sorry, you're getting arrested for, I don't know, damaging government property. The right to vote. Well, I mean, they're literally getting rid of mail-in voting. They're talking about getting rid of women's right to vote. They're going to talk about getting rid of black people's right to vote next. They're going to be like, these people weren't citizens. They were slaves that were, naturalized, and that means they're going to do all of this shit. All of it. By the way, they're also going to, in a few years, when everyone is finally against Israel, when the time comes where it's like everyone would always be against this, they're like, oh, after every Palestinian is dead and everyone's pretending like they didn't support it, they're going to use that as an argument that reparations are bad. They're going to say, look what happened. We gave reparations to Israel and they committed a genocide. That's what they're going to say if we let them.
Workers were too powerful. Unions were too strong. The peace movement was too powerful. The anti-apartheid movement was too powerful. And all of these movements were checking the power of capital, the power of politicians, the power of those at the top, and pushing back against their influence within all of these social institutions. And it created this crisis for this system that relies upon centralized, almost authoritarian control. And that's why we got neoliberalism, which was crushing the labor movement, crushing social movements. It's why today in the way...
Read the shock doctrine. Genuinely, please. You will learn a lot. Neoliberalism is based in laissez-faire economics, and you can trace that directly to Milton Friedman, the demon who destroyed the world. The Chicago School of Economics, a building that I hope gets hit by a meteor. It's the vulture capitalism person, yeah.
Of, all these crises, we have these rigorous, rigid laws against protest, trying to keep everyone in their place. This is how state power works under capitalism. And if we want to change it, it's not just enough to say, we need to do this. We need to influence this policy. We need to build movements that can make politicians just as scared of ordinary people as they are of big corporations.
I agree, and I think that would be fantastic. I really, really do. All right, let me get the next stuff up. So, a meteor? Yeah, no, I really, really want the Chicago School of Economics to get hit with a meteor. That would be fantastic. It would make my fucking day. All right, so why does Israel hate Australia now? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. There's a lot that goes into this. Where are you? There we go. And finally, there's a long video at the end that I really want to watch, but we'll see if we can get to it. So, Netanyahu accuses Albanese of betraying Israel in a scathing attack by declaring that Palestine is a country.
Benjamin Netanyahu's criticism of Anthony Albanese,
which, by the way, is entirely virtue signaling. Like, we're not really doing anything. We just said, yeah, they're a country. We're still selling Israel weapons. Or rather, parts for weapons.
he follows a similar playbook as to how he's described other world leaders, people like the French President Emmanuel Macron and the British and Canadian Prime Ministers Keir Starmer and Mark Carney.
Oh, yeah, he also called Macron an anti-Semite today, and Macron was like, the fuck are you talking about?
But this time around it is particularly personal. On Mr. Netanyahu's official account on the social media platform X, he posted that history will remember Anthony Albanese as a weak leader, one who betrayed Israel and abandoned Australia's Jewish community.
Insane. What are they if they aren't a country? Sorry, who did I say wasn't a country? I forgot. You forget that my memory's not all that great when I'm talking.
This is clearly in response to Australia's announcement it will recognise Palestinian statehood at the upcoming United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York, and recent decisions to block controversial Israeli figures from travelling to Australia. It reflects a serious deterioration in the relationship between...
Good, mind you. By the way, this is kind of what happened with South Africa. It's harder with Israel because all of our, like, every country on the West has direct ties to Israel in, like, economic ties, industry, the defense contractors, they're all from there. So it's much harder than it was with, like, South Africa to distance themselves, but, like, they're trying. Palestine, if Bibi says it's not a country, then what is it in relation to Israel? It's territory that they want to take. Israel taking distance from the USA stance on Israel? Yeah. Australia has been distancing ourselves from the US in general, but also, like, kind of like 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
The two men, who we know spoke about a fortnight ago before that recognition announcement was made, and follows Israel's decision to block Australian diplomats working in the West Bank. It's unlikely this will shift the dial too much. This type of rhetoric is clearly designed for a domestic Israeli audience and may also resonate in some quarters of the Jewish community.
You want to know what the domestic Israeli audience thinks right now? Because there's massive protests happening in Israel right now. In Tel Aviv, from a Jewish protester in Israel. Quote, Israel is doing now a Holocaust in Gaza worse than the German Nazis did in 1942 to the Jews, and I hope this time the world will intervene. Amran Zahavi, quote, I'm calling the world to help us from outside because Israel is doing now a Holocaust in the Gaza Strip worse than the German Nazis did in 1942 to the Jews, and I hope this time the world will intervene. Boycott Israel, cause Israel to withdraw from the Gaza Strip and stop the massacre and the Holocaust that we are doing in Gaza. From an Israeli in Tel Aviv. Good, like, based, honestly. I'm an Israeli citizen, 78 years old. I'm doing the protests since 8.5 years. I got arrested. They beat me up. They put me in jail. They stepped on me with horses. But what they can't do is stop me from talking about the evil of the Israeli government and the IDF. That's what's happening in Israel right now. You know what? Actually, a couple of things happening in Israel. We'll touch on this. We're not going to stay too much here because Australia is the main point. Israeli settlers briefly crossed the border into Syria and tried to settle there before the IDF was like, no, you can't do that. Nothing really to see there, but let's keep going. Here we got ex-IDF intelligence chief Aron Haliva in Leaked Channel 12 recordings. For every person on October 7th, 50 Palestinians must die. It doesn't matter now if they are children. The fact that there are already 50,000 dead in Gaza is necessary and required for future generations. They need a Nakba every now and then to feel the price. By the way, 50,000 is not the number. It's well over 200,000. But, I mean, demons. This is demonic shit. Normal people don't believe this stuff. Normal people don't act like this. You know, like, even though most Israelis are insane, and that's partially because of the fact that they all have to serve in the IDF. Massive protests in Tel Aviv, 500,000 Israelis. But, I mean, does it matter? Because then you have, actually, you know what? Not that one. We got this, posted by an Israeli sniper. Like, this is the kind of stuff you think that, like, they're not demons? This is aid. These are people getting food. How about the fact that, Netanyahu says he's on a spiritual and historic mission and feels a connection to the vision of greater Israel. You know, I feel like maybe that's a problem. I can't read Hebrew, so that doesn't help me. Maybe this one might have a map. Yeah, the spiritual connection to greater Israel is I want to invade Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia after Palestine. And already Lebanon. That's his spiritual mission that he's talking about. By the way, like, remember, Israel is part of a death cult. People like Ben Gvir are death cultists. These people want literally to start a spiritual war that will bring Jesus to earth. I'm not kidding. 32% of Americans believe this. The Christian Zionist movement is heavily involved. But, like, we've sent 5 red cows over to Israel from, like, Texas because they fit specific qualifications for ritual sacrifice. I'm not kidding. They want to tear down the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which will start a holy war, build the 3rd temple in the place of it. Like, I mean, they've talked about this openly. And, they need the cow's blood because in prophecy it says that if you've touched a dead body, then you are impure and you need to, like, sanctify and purify with the cow blood. And, like, that's the plan. Hold on, let me see if I can get a good video for you guys. The Temple Institute is a good one. Or rather, not a good one, but like a good thing to look into. Oh, here, there's an update from 8 days ago. This is probably going to be infuriating to watch. I'm sorry, I'm going to put you through this, but we need to know what the fuck this is. They started fulfilling the prophecy, did they? Wow, okay. Living in Israel as an Israeli and being aware almost everyone around you as a Nazi must be a scary feeling. Yeah. This is part of human nature that's fucked. It's actually like pathogen that needs to be removed if it's infecting the rest. I mean, it's not human nature. Humans are naturally not like this. This is taught behavior.
And then last night, Byron Stinson posted a video.
This was the first red heifer sacrifice in over 2,000 years. Done with a
Guys, they're doing blood sacrifices.
perfect priest. Ritual was completed outside of the camp, aligning with Numbers 19.
It was the perfect one. It was a ceremony. They did sacrifice a red heifer, and they do have the ashes for the purification ceremony.
It was a legitimate ceremony.
They're doing fucking witchcraft over there, all right? By the way, like, their belief in this prophecy, in and of, first of all, Zionism is anti-Semitic. To be a Zionist, you must also be anti-Semitic, by definition. But, like, I don't think you understand what these people believe. They're actually, like, they want the end of the world. They want Jesus to come back. They want the rapture to happen to the good Christians. And where they diverge here is that the Christian Zionists believe that it's Jesus that comes down and then throws the Jews into hell as well. Whereas the Jewish side of it is Jewish supremacist, and they believe their own Messiah will come. And actually the Christians believe the Jews' Messiah is actually the Antichrist. It's a whole thing. It's a death cult. The whole last world being held hostage for a genocidal desire of this tiny country. Well, remember that tiny country is basically just 6 defense contractors in a trench coat. Summoning Jesus with hatred sounds like it could go terribly wrong. Honestly, I fucking hope it works. Jesus would hate their fucking God. These people would crucify Jesus.
All right, guys, how the hell are we going to get Americans to support the invasion of Iraq?
Ron. I don't know, we need a new strategy. Our propaganda is just not working anymore. The Lord will touch their hearts and lead them to support this holy war.
This is actually like how Mike Huckabee thinks.
It has been foretold in the prophecy since biblical times. Excuse me, what? Oh yeah, that's Mike Huckabee. He actually believes in Christian Zionism in the end times prophecy. The Lord hath chosen me as his steward to usher in the rapture through the expansion of the holy state of Israel. Okay, but the problem here, Mike, is that a lot of Americans are starting to think that sounds insane, and they don't want to go to war in the Middle East over an end times prophecy. Yeah, Mike, that just isn't as popular with younger Christians as it was with your generation. Blasphemers, all of them. Their minds corroded by video games and TikTok, the tools of Satan. Oh boy. Those who do not believe the prophecy will be smote by the Lord.
By the way, if you're actually Christian, please use your religion to propagandize people to the left, because, like, if you actually believe in any of your religions, you're not a right-winger. Like, that's the thing, right? None of these people are Christian. ISIS isn't Muslim. Israelis aren't Jewish. The behaviors are antithetical to the religious belief. So if you believe in the religion, to be fair, I'm not a fan, but, like, use it. You talk about how these people are antichrist. Talk about end times prophecy. Donald Trump, in his house in Mar-a-Lago, has a fucking papier-mâché goat made out of $100 bills that replace "In God We Trust" with "In Trump We Trust," that has golden horns, golden genitals, and golden hooves, alright? If that doesn't sound like antichrist shit to you, I don't know what the fuck will.
And his honorable steward, Donald Trump. Alright, does he know that we spent millions of dollars in the 70s to push this end times prophecy narrative on American Christians? I don't know, man. Apparently your propaganda strategy worked too well.
It worked well enough that people are literally trying to fulfill the prophecies they made up.
Time cometh where the third temple will be rebuilt, and the Lord shall descend from heaven, raining fire and brimstone upon the non-believers. Mike, we literally made that prophecy up by cherry-picking passages from the book of Revelation. I was literally at the meeting where we decided to do it. You think I haven't tried telling him this? The day approaches when you will be cast into a lake of fire, and the Lord will return.
Look, I'm not religious, but, like, if I was religious and possibly psychotic, I don't know if I would be able to look at RFK Jr. and not think of him as the fucking, like, pestilence, Hegseth as war, Teal as death, and what was the other horseman? It was famine. Famine being Trump. Famine, death, pestilence, and war. Like, I don't know how I'd be able to look at these people and not see biblical fucking prophecy. Trump has been saying stuff about being worried about not going to heaven recently. Yeah, I played that earlier. It was fucking wild. I've never heard the man be introspective in my life. So, also, Netanyahu called Macron anti-Semitic. Macron said, quote, "This is the time for seriousness and responsibility, not for distortions and manipulations. The accusations are false and abhorrent and will not go unanswered." Yep. By the way, this is how Israel likes to manipulate Americans. Israel used bot farms to manipulate Democrats, but this has gone completely ignored by Biden, Harris, Obama, Clinton, Newsom, Buttigieg, Schumer, Jeffries, and other pro-Israel Democrats. Can anyone explain how any difference from, like, the Russian election interference? None. Literally none. It's war, famine, pestilence, and death. Those are the four horsemen of the apocalypse. It's giving terminal pharaoh energy. If we build a pyramid, can all of them go with him? Like, if we convince the king that he must bring his court with him to the afterlife, or he won't pass through, and so he'll force them all to get locked in the pyramid with him. It's a good one. I like that. It's like the media framing shit is insane. Even to this day, even with everything happening, even in Australia, where we're declaring, yes, Palestine is a state, we still have police attacking pro-Palestine protesters.
Tensions have boiled over at a pro-Palestine rally after police were forced to separate the group from Israeli activists.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you do here? Just do the thing. Leva wants to go, to be honest. I want her to go too.
Around the world, it's unlikely that Mr Albanese will be looking to shift Australia's position on matters like Palestinian statehood just because of Benjamin Netanyahu's intervention here. And the Israeli Prime Minister finds himself increasingly isolated on the world stage, not least because he has an arrest warrant issued.
I think it's moral to do so, long leg Homo sapien. We're in 4700 BC. Yep. The Pharaoh requires his court and his followers to come with him to the afterlife.
Issued by the International Criminal Court hanging over him for alleged war crimes in Gaza. The federal...
Alleged, Jesus Christ. We literally just read an Israeli in Israel talking about how they're worse than the German Nazis. Why would Christians want to destroy Jesus' home? Because they're not Christian. Evangelical Christians are as Christian as ISIS is. Our government is just Christian ISIS. Free breakfast banana. Like, I mean, actually, we talked about this yesterday. No one can find a difference for me that's like actionable and real about like an ideological difference between America's government and like the right and ISIS, other than like skin color and like the level of effort that they'll put in. So Israel kicked out Australian foreign ministers.
To developing news now, Australia and Israel's foreign ministers have traded blows overnight as diplomatic tensions over Palestine heat up. Live to Europe correspondent Jacqueline Robson. Jackie, it was sparked by the cancellation of a high-profile Israeli's visa.
We cancelled the visa first. That's good. Yes, that was the main difference, that ISIS doesn't deny climate change. That was the main difference that people could find of what is the ideological difference between like the US government and ISIS.
Eddie, this tit-for-tat really centres around far-right politician Simcha Rotham, who had his visa cancelled last minute. He was due to go on an Australian speaking tour. He's best known for comments around Gazan children, describing them as the enemy and denying that they were dying of hunger.
So literally another demon. Can we please just pour salt on these people? I really want to know what happens. I know nothing will likely happen, but I need to know if we just bury this person in salt for 5 minutes, if I see smoke coming out of it. So beyond that, I showed this yesterday, but we have an update. Let me pull that up again. I found more things that I had forgotten about. Makes sense. Makes sense. Where the fuck are you? This is not the right page. The fuck? Oh, sorry, my sources got messed up really quickly. Okay. Go. Okay, found it. So this hairdresser, right? She told this Israeli to fuck off because which he is.
No, he'd ask you why you kicked someone out when you found out they were Israeli. Why did you?
They were a baby killer. Now fuck off. Fuck off. Excuse me.
Do you always ask people with ethnic accents where they come from?
You don't. Leave me a review.
Do you always kick somebody out? Do you know that's against the law to kick somebody?
It's not actually.
The Racial Discrimination Act. Based on nationality.
Israelis on a race.
True. These Zionist groups constantly try and use the Anti-Discrimination Act against people. I want you all to understand that the Australian Supreme Court has said that criticism of Israel, of the IDF, and of their actions is not anti-Semitic. So, fuck this guy. But, he's complaining. She heard my accent and asked, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Israel." And she said, "You can leave." Once I left, she called me a baby killer and closed the door. Avi Yemini, a far-right agitator in Australia's Jewish community, then booked an appointment in the Juniper Salon and harassed owner Katrina Ann Smith. Around 150 people later gathered outside at a protest organized by the Zionist group Lions of Zion. Well, I don't remember them then, Buncor. My bad. I'm not very good with that. This man is a literal demon. Avi Yemen was born and raised in Australia. He joined the IDF at 19, spent 3 years as a sharpshooter at Gaza's border. He then opened a pro-Zionist gym in Australia, which recruited people into the IDF. So yes, he is a baby killer.
Oh, he keeps that way.
Well, because
Yeah, we're not gonna watch him, whinge about it. I don't particularly care about that. But what I do want you to see is just some of this man's actual crimes. So this is a video from 2023 talking about in 2018, Avi Yemini admitted to shooting Palestinians who threw rocks while serving on the Gaza Strip.
Shot people like this guy. Answer, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come
served on the Gaza Strip. I've certainly
Have you shot people like this guy?
Yes.
Yes, you have. He has shot innocent people who go to the
nothing
border. Let me finish. Who go to the border for what? For what? Stones. Now let me get this right, yeah? This guy is the biggest terrorist ever. Yeah? So to this terrorist sympathizer, state terrorist sympathizer.
You've been to that border. I don't support them. I fought for them. I've been on the border.
Yeah, okay. So, they're horrible. Religion is irrational and discriminatory? True. Buncor, TLDR, Christian nationalists, assimilate or die versus ISIS, die or die would be the most succinct way to articulate the point. See, but, I don't believe that the Christian nationalists is assimilate or die. I think they're also assimilate and then die or die. It's still die or die, they're just adding assimilate first. That's what I think the main difference is they just want to convince more people to die with them. It's basically one big Kool-Aid cult. So, after that happened, the protesters showed up and rallied outside this fucking hair salon.
Protesters are preparing to rally outside a hair salon after an Israeli man was allegedly denied a haircut. Christy Mayer is in Bentley. Christy, a small crowd is building there.
I think it's perfectly, I think it's actually moral to deny Israeli service if they've served in the IDF. Period.
Good afternoon, Karina. The crowd is small at the moment, but organisers here say they are expecting hundreds of people tonight. We are in Patterson Street in Bentley, outside the Juniper Hair Salon.
If somebody is not a demon, it's quite easy to tell. Some people get brainwashed when they're young. You have to go into the IDF because that's how they brainwash you and make sure that you don't grow up to be a thinker for yourself. But let's say you do. Let's say you get lucky and then you move somewhere else. Yeah, of course, people will be able to tell because there's a difference between someone who's proud of killing children and someone who's disgusted in the actions of their nation. It's not hard. I'm American and I am embarrassed to be American. I live in Australia. I think it's disgusting. Now, if I was a pro-Trump person, would I think that a store in Australia would be in their rights to deny me service? Fuck yes, I do. Now, they don't because I'm not a Trumper. It's the same thing. If you're a Nazi, and most most Zionists are Nazis. In fact, to be a Zionist, you kind of have to agree that Hitler was right, by definition. So, I think it's fine.
And what has triggered this is an alleged incident which happened last week where a man arrived here, we understand, for a haircut, but the owner is accused of denying him that service after hearing his accent and learning he was Israeli.
I don't care. I'm not spending much more time on this. As we can see, dude is a baby killer, a child killer. He's evil. Now, some Australians clearly are not happy with the recognition of Israel because quite a lot of Israelis come here. Now, Australia and Israel are very similar countries. Both are settler colonial projects. Both are predominantly places where the white colonizers ethnically cleansed the indigenous people of the land. Now, in Australia, we at least feel some guilt for that. we have the acknowledgement of country. We do things like not anywhere near enough, but we do things to kind of try and make up for it. Australia only stopped taking children away from indigenous families and giving them to white families in the 70s. So it hasn't been that long. America used to do this with the natives as well. They stopped far before we did, but like Australia's a younger country. Now, are they doing anywhere near enough? No. Is it really, really bad here? Yes. For like that course of issues, usually like up in Northern Territory and Queensland, like Central Australia, not really where I am very much, but like you see it, and you'll see it on the streets, and the cops will absolutely racially profile the indigenous population, and all of that is very, very bad. All of that is also very similar to Israel. It's just not as evil. But again, both are settler colonial projects built on ethnic cleansing, so I can understand why like some Australians are not happy with this. Also, most of Australian media is Murdoch media or Murdoch-adjacent media. So,
a quarter of Australians believe recognising Palestine will have an impact on the ground in a new poll that shows voters are split over the Prime Minister's decision. Live to Today Federal Politics reporter Liz Daniels. Liz, what is the breakdown?
Well, Jane, the community is certainly divided over the decision to recognise a Palestinian state. These numbers are from the Resolve Political Monitor conducted for our colleagues at the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age. They show 44% don't support Australia changing its position.
That's fucking insane to me, and that's a problem. See, this is why I've been saying it feels harder to organise the left here than it does in America, because Australians just don't have any interest in paying attention to politics except for the rage bait that they get fed on the brainwashing machine. Like, that's why this number is so high. It's because none of these people engage with the subject outside of the brainwashing machine. Yeah, Latino America, I don't think that it's true either. I think that it's death for both. I think there is no, like, the assimilation for the Christian nationalist is assimilation before death or death being the choice. It's the same as ISIS to me.
32% say the government should wait for recognition until Hamas is...
Jesus fucking Christ. Hamas is not going anywhere because you can't get rid of a fucking insurgency by killing them. Every time you try and kill Hamas, you just make more Hamas. And Israel knows this. I've shown their defense minister, the former defense minister, saying this. Israel funded Hamas. Hamas exists because of Israel. Mind you, Israel also funds ISIS. So, like right now, Israel funds ISIS. I know it wasn't the only difference you pointed out, Buncor. It's just a lot to read, and I'm lazy. But I'll see your point. They're not exactly the same. They're very, very close.
Is removed, and 24% support recognition regardless of who's in power.
That's insane. But also, you have to remember that the shit that's happening here now is not good, because on the 31st, in 11 days, every major city in Australia is expecting to have a Nazi rally. And that's not good. Now, I am planning to go and try and cover one live, but probably just end up filming it. It's harder than you would actually know. It's as hard as you would expect to find people to come with you to a Nazi rally, because I don't want to go alone. Yeah, I know it's really bad.
Hundreds of officers were called in to control the crowd with police.
In fact, I want to watch this at the end. We are just importing American fascism wholesale.
A tense standoff between...
Wait, no, this is not the right one. This is the right one. They're doing marches for mass deportation. So, yes. So let's have a look at some good organizers. Now, this is Purple Pingers, part of the Victorian Socialist movement. Oh, sorry, that was Israeli television. Let me show you this first, just real quick. This is banned in Israel.
But why is the destruction then? I'm sorry. Why is the destruction?
This destruction
it looks like more like a...
because of our tanks attack.
Fight on them.
Yeah, because they were blocked in these houses, and we need to conquer back the whole settlement, and it couldn't be happened without the tanks.
Okay.
So how many were here, and then how many survived? How many did you?
No one survived from this house. From other buildings, we rescued many. But from this house, 19 people died, among them 8 children.
So yeah, sorry, I had to show you that one just before we forget. All right, now on to the Nazi marches in Australia.
Videos about bad rental. Jordan, you make videos about bad rental properties.
This might not be the right
things
one.
like kitchens being unfinished or bathrooms. But isn't that just the free market at work? No one is forcing anyone to rent these properties.
Yeah, it's the free market at work, which is why it needs to be destroyed.
Her face is fantastic. This was the wrong video, but oh my goodness. Holy shit, that was totally worth it.
Yeah, it's the free market at work, which is why it needs to be destroyed.
Right.
God, I love this man. Purple fingers, everybody. Victorian socialist. Again, this is also not the right video. God damn it. Where is the correct video? Fine, I'll go on your TikTok and I will find it manually. Here.
Hello, so most of you will probably be aware by now that on August 31st, a so-called March for Australia is being organised by neo-Nazis and far-right thugs. These people are trying to grow by spreading racism and fear, and history shows us that when the far-right marches unopposed, they get stronger. That is exactly how Mussolini built his black shirts and how Hitler's brown shirts terrorised their way into power. The only way to stop them is through mass public resistance. Working people, migrants, First Nations people, students, unions, all of us have a stake in pushing back. We can't rely on politicians or police because they've always turned a blind eye while the far right festers.
The neoliberal government will always prefer fascism to socialism because fascism is just capitalism in decline, in decay. It maintains their power. Whereas the other option, the only realistic option is for them to give up their power and their wealth.
Far right feeds from division. Socialists fight for unity, solidarity amongst our class regardless of our race or background. And the strongest answer to their hate is thousands of us in the street. On a completely unrelated note, thousands of us have been mobilising every single week against Israeli fascism in the Middle East, just like we should when fascism rears its ugly head in our own backyards. I really want to encourage anyone who's listening to this to attend the Palestine rallies on August 31st, and also to encourage your friends to do the same.
Oh, cool. We're doing pro-Palestine rallies in response to try and drown out the Nazi rallies. That's a good idea. I'm a fan of that. Now, just to give you an idea of, the dude knows what he's talking. This is how he got famous. This is what he does when he's not doing government shit.
We're here at 44 Miranda Road in Reza. This place has been empty for at least 4 years. It was bought 3 years ago and it's just being land banked. So yeah, if you need a place to stay, why not try here? Let's show you around.
Dude got famous by finding empty properties and telling people where they could squat.
But the window is open. The side gate is not locked.
I feel like I'm with a real estate agent.
The gas meter has been disconnected. The electricity is off. As you can see, it's pretty empty.
They fucking hate him for this. That's why he got that question about housing market and the free market, because he does shit like this. It's not illegal what he's doing either.
Here we've got the kitchen. The mail has been here for a while, as you can probably tell by the dust. I might put that upside down so you can't see the name. Beautiful kitchen, a bit dusty, I will say. Check out this toilet. This toilet is sick. How good's that? It looks like something from Fallout.
Yeah.
Also, the water
It does kind of look like it's Fallout.
is still on.
You got running water? That's sick.
It's got a bathtub, if you're interested. Beautiful. Living in...
Again, like, let's say you're homeless. If you want to get a job, you gotta have to be able to take a shower and wash your clothing. That's a way to do that. I actually think that we need to start doing this in America, where we need to just start pointing out empty properties and just being like, hey, you guys go squat there. And like, even here, like every couple of days, like the police get onto it, they start raiding that property, people leave, and then you just find them a new place. There's more empty houses than there are homeless people in America. Why the fuck are we not doing this ourselves? It's fantastic.
Area. French laundry, if you want.
Again, you gotta do laundry to get a job. Yes, overwhelm them like they overwhelmed us. Flood the zone.
Gorgeous. This door is unlocked too. So, yeah.
We can do that. You can all do that. I, in fact, highly advocate that you go do that. Now, let's watch this. This is infuriating, but also it's quite funny. We do this in Brooklyn, but by nature, it's not advertisable. Yeah, in America, you guys actually have laws around it, so you gotta be a little bit more on the down low. But like, yeah, good. I'm glad you do it. You guys should implement that everywhere else. This video is infuriating, but it's really important, and it's also like Americans. America is the problem here. All of this is American. Every last bit of it. It's insane.
An offensive from the fringes has been launched against mainstream society.
I'm gonna put these scan lines on there because I'm worried that they might not like me showing this.
If you don't do that, we'll be arrested.
Technical and all that.
How do you feel then when you get labelled as a domestic terrorist?
It's just what we call the spin. It's like the sovereign citizen. It's out there to try and discredit us.
It's a quasi-civil war. And the front lines are courts, councils and cops.
Thank you, you may be seated.
The new armies are self-appointed law enforcement groups.
The defendants, in this case, former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, on the charge of human trafficking.
Guilty.
These aren't real courts. These are people saying they are sovereign citizens and that they don't have to follow the law, that they can go by common law, and then they're forming their own little, like, LARPy court. These are right-wingers. These are Americanized. Yeah, question mark 7 times. That's about how I feel watching this.
And so these sovereign citizens, like, what are they saying?
Some people call these groups sovereign citizens. Are you a sovereign citizen?
I am a sovereign citizen, and everyone is a sovereign citizen.
Many try to distance themselves from the label. Is this the peak body representing the sovereign citizen movement?
Nah, there is no peak body, and there is no sovereign citizen movement.
Whatever they call themselves, these groups are united in a belief that the government is illegitimate. They operate in an alternate reality where people have ultimate authority over the state. They believe
they literally live in a made-up reality in their head. None of this is real, none of this exists, but they've been taught this. Where do you think they learned this from? Where do you think that they're learning words like, you know, sovereign citizen from, Is it maybe America? Maybe?
a new age is coming.
Stand your ground, hold your line in line.
Post-COVID.
This literally looks to me like 2015. It's QAnon. Yes, this is QAnon. This is Trumpism. At the beginning of 2016, 2015 era Trumpism.
The sovereign citizen movement is not fringe anymore.
Shot.
Governments are underestimating the reach and threats of these movements.
These groups take us inside their movement for the first time. We ask them what they want.
Every accusation is a confession, state your thesis. The Nazis are an infectious disease. They are a social contagion. They are the zombie virus, and they will spread. And once they spread, they will take over your mind, and they will destroy your life. Their ideology has its origins in the U.S. The foundational principle of MAGA before Trump even put it, catalyzed is this weirdo conspiracy movement. Yes, it's exactly what it is.
and what they're prepared to do to get it.
People that are angry and are willing to choose which laws to obey or not do.
Mind you, this is with the experience of getting to look at America and learn from their success.
Start making death threats. This is really violent. We have to be really careful about this. This is not a laughing matter.
Look, at least we're taking it seriously. Like, once they find their catalyst, their messiah, their holy mission, good luck Australia, yeah. But at least we're actually talking about it. When were we, like, calling these people terrorists in 2015? We weren't. We are now.
Just wave to a cop. Here he comes.
I just need your driver's license. You're the driver.
I'm not driving. Driving is a techno term for in-commerce. Please provide evidence I'm doing business.
You might recognise these scenes.
But I'm not under your laws. Yeah.
As a driver,
I do not have to.
Is it bad if I say that I'm okay for this cop to treat this civilian like they would treat most civilians?
So if you're driving,
are you conspiring to commit murder? In fact, you can't force rape me. Is it your vehicle?
During COVID, a group of people started broadcasting their clashes with police.
Travelling in my private property. No, you can call it whatever you like, but I'm telling you, you're driving a motor vehicle in Victoria. Oh, whoa. You're under arrest.
Please state your name and address.
The common law does not require...
Please state your name and address.
Why do I become a Republican when I see these people? Like, fucking, that's an illegal immigrant. I want them abused by the police and deported. This is The Onion, real quick. Just because I'm looking at these people like, why are the cops so nice?
What you're seeing now is disturbing new video released today of Chicago police officers appearing to handle a situation non-violently.
Hey there, how you doing?
Body cam footage obtained exclusively by ONN captured what began as a routine traffic stop before turning into something far more shocking.
You can put your hands down, sir. Real quick, can I get your license and your registration, my friend?
Officers can be seen approaching the vehicle before issuing the driver a warning for a broken taillight, letting him go without even so much as drawing their firearms.
So just do me a favor and get that fixed up as soon as possible, all right? Hey, you take care. Drive safe.
Cameron Howard, who was seen in the video not being brutalized, says he was stunned.
I just never imagined anyone would ever be treated that way by the police, especially not someone like me.
While these types of incidents make up less than half of 1% of police interactions, law enforcement officials are assuring the public they do not expect anything like this to ever happen again.
When you wear that badge, put on that uniform, there are certain standards and expectations that come with it. This is not who we are.
According to police, the officers in question have been suspended indefinitely and will now be required to attend extensive combat escalation training before they are put back on patrol.
Oh, God, it's still wild that this almost doesn't feel like satire anymore. It would have been hilarious when the Karen made the forced rape comment. The cop replied, "Ma'am, I can assure you that no one here is sexually interested in you." That would have been very funny, yeah. They we need to. I don't know why they're so nice to these fucking people when they're not nice to anyone else. It's yes, they're white, sure, but it can't just be that.
Address or I'll place you under arrest.
Let me put it to you that acts only apply to persons, to fictitious people. I'm a living man. Do you agree that I'm a living man?
You don't have consent.
I want you to define man.
If you break my window, open it up. If you break my window, no, you are trespassing against my property, sir.
But what starts as a bold declaration of freedom from the law can quickly turn to financial ruin or imprisonment.
You're on my property, mate. I'm asking you.
Honestly, long leg Homo sapien, it is worth a shot. Maybe all the innocent people being brutalized by ICE do need to start vomiting random sovereign citizen nonsense. At the very least, it might like you said, stun ICE for a couple minutes. It might put off the beatings a little bit.
Yeah, I'm on your property because we're impounding your vehicle.
I want to meet the man in this video.
You're breaking the law, fellas. I know the law.
You clearly do not. They're gonna destroy this country if we let them. And I don't know how to not let them. This sounds like an uncle. There's this is the majority of right-leaning, politically incoherent Australians. It's a good chunk of the population. It's unfortunate.
John, how are you? I'm good. I think I'm at the end of your street.
Island. One-time law student John Quaremba lives on a houseboat docked on Hindmarsh Island.
Of course he does.
Come on, mate.
Thanks for having us.
So it's pretty basic, anybody?
How long have you been out here on the...
2 years. 2 years now on the boat. That's just good. The coffee was all right. Coffee. We'll make a beautiful coffee for you, mate.
My God, that's a lot of filler.
From his boat,
Here we go.
John is waging what he calls lawfare against the system.
Isn't this what Trump was complaining that the system was doing against him? Lawfare? Quote, sir, I understand you are from Border Patrol, but I actually have clearance from another jurisdiction. I'm under the new Trump America's first sovereign autonomous authority, and it's actually beyond illegal for you to... Literally, I don't know why not. Try it. Who gives a shit? Go give it a go.
Has thousands of followers.
I think what I see...
Literally do the fucking Rick and Morty thing. If you touch me, you're gonna die. Instant death. I'm sorry. I don't know. If I find one of them stupid enough to try it, fuck with them. Carry a fake done up paperwork? True.
And I said to you, it's like a quasi-civil war. Yeah, it's like a paper.
Oh, look, we're already at the Civil War rhetoric, and they haven't even started their movement. This is literally QAnon. This is the birth of MAGA. But in Australia, it's exactly the same. I was there when this was written, all right? I know.
Sugar?
I was dating a fucking QAnoner.
When COVID border closures kept him from visiting his mother, John began questioning the government.
My mum was, she was getting cancer treatment. She was in stage 4. So when we weren't able to see her, that was profound, because it was the first time that I thought, wait a second, I thought we were one country, like a federated country, and they closed the borders.
COVID broke so many people's brains, guys. So many. It was right at the start, all right? QAnon hadn't gotten that bad. I was mostly making fun of them for believing that stuff was going to come true, and I kept being right, but,
That then really started making me question the law, and I did always want to sort of study. And at that time...
I didn't want to learn things, but I questioned the law, and I was really mad because I didn't learn things, and I was just mad about it. Her dying words of, I should have had that abortion. Based.
You wanted to see your mum, right?
I really wanted to see mum, yeah. So I went over. I broke the law, that they said there was at the time. And that was pretty tough.
To be fair, so was the Prime Minister. So I can't blame him on that one.
This is the thing that, I didn't get vaccinated. I didn't wear a mask. I was ostracised in my community. I had pretty strong beliefs.
You should have been ostracized more. I don't think people understand that the masks were never about you. You weren't wearing a mask for your protection. You were wearing a mask for other people to be protected from you. That's why they were there. You were the danger. It was protecting them from you. And that's why you wore it, because they also wore it.
About what was going on. We haven't had any accountability, and the people are still angry. Under the surface, still bubbling. That anger is still bubbling.
He is correct there. It's happening in America too. They want to indict Fauci with Obama. Still.
Anger over COVID restrictions reached a crescendo in 2022 during the convoy to Canberra.
Stand your ground, hold your line in light, in love and peace, and lawful.
This is how many people are easily brought over to the right. These are the people that will be attending the Nazi rallies that are going to be labeled as Australia first, power to the Australian people. They're not labeling it as a Nazi rally, except the organizers are literally members of the National Socialist Network. You're forgetting the meta, fuck the poor, fuck brown people, fuck trans people, and almost all fuck everyone but me. Yeah, we're building on that too. In Australia, I've never heard anyone give a shit about trans people until recently. There's also people trying to ban abortion here now. It's gotten far more like racist in the last couple of years. Yeah, American ideology is a fucking poison infecting this country.
Become the largest protest ever held on the steps of Parliament.
Please do not attempt to enter the forecourt or car park, as you may be subject to arrest.
Almost like there's a playbook for civil unrest. Yeah, I don't know why we're not using it. Ever think about like sitting down with Project 2025 and then just going page by page and figuring out how to reverse it and be the the exact opposite of what they're trying to do, and to build a 900-page document that would guide us? You know, that seems like a pretty good idea. We did. I figured you did. It's a good idea. We still need them to wear masks so they shut the fuck up. I mean, I'd rather just gag them at this point and throw them in the hole, but, you know, it is what it is. Sure, Facebook has a hand, per usual. Yeah, absolutely. Twitter as well. TikTok, too.
It's a bit of a sticky situation, Abby.
John took on a leadership role.
Because I'm not going to be intimidated by you.
I can still hear the excitement in your voice.
Oh, it was because I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I didn't know. I thought I was just going there to be a protester, like everybody else, just say enough's enough. But then what happened when I got there, really quickly, within sort of 48 hours, I found myself like right at the tip of the spear.
Unit, forward.
The protesters were kicked out, and one of the organisers was arrested when police found his loaded sawn-off rifle.
Literally, these are like Jan 6ers. Put all of these people in prison. We talked about yesterday, and I've sent you a video in chat at some point today, about just how far down the line you have to be to get here, like how difficult it is to de-radicalize. It's almost impossible. Like, genuinely. Here, I'll link it to you again.
That many people have in the war against fascism, that they, through good conversation and being nice, can de-radicalize people. But to understand why this doesn't work also requires you to understand what the road to radicalization looks like, and how many steps down the path you have to be to show up at a far-right rally.
How many steps in are these people that they showed up here? Remember, this was during COVID. This was a far-right rally to break lockdowns. How many steps of radicalization did all of these people have to go through to get here, to be at this rally? They're not on the first step, I'll tell you that much.
Sawn-off rifle. The convoy was over, but a new movement was born.
For a lot of people, that was the first time that they'd really confronted law as a coercive force. The law telling you that you can't do the thing that you really want to do. I have to wear a mask in public. I have to get the vaccine if I want to go into this job. That felt really onerous for a lot of people.
See, here's the issue. Because all they think about is I have to wear a mask. I have to get the vaccine if I want the job. It's not I, it's we. It's all of us. The issue here, as with most things, is hyper-individualism. I'll tell you my story one day. I can tell you how this comes out. My mother radicalized me only to miss the plot because fucking social media. Many people get brainwashed by social media. I mean, I'm sorry that she missed the plot there, but I mean, you seem to be doing all right. Personally, like, what radicalized me to the left was watching Bernie Sanders get the primary stolen from him. You have to not try and kill your immunocompromised coworkers. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they need to give a shit first. The issue being, again, people don't have any investment in their community. Nobody gives a shit about their neighbors. You should all talk to your neighbors. You should have at least one of your neighbor's phone number in your phone in case, I don't know, there's a fire, a tornado, an earthquake. What if you're hungry and you need food and you just are broke as shit? Like, you need community. Work with your neighbors, talk to people, go offline. Brainwashing everywhere for everything. That's the entire business model.
And suddenly, law was not always their friend.
Dr. Joe McIntyre has been charting the rise of what's called pseudo-law. It's where people use legal-sounding phrases and arguments that have no actual basis in law. They're often drawn from conspiracy theories.
The lawyers in this chat are probably seething at every fucking word these people say. I did get the best part of her going up at a very young age when shit was sticking. Good. I mean, that's great. Watched and listened to her and was old enough to see the changes. It's horrible that we're now in a situation that we have to prevent our parents from losing their minds. I had to prevent my mother from not becoming an anti-vaxxer during COVID. It's insane. I had to scare her. I was screaming the first time, this time. I mean, to be fair, I sent it to you, Buncore, like half an hour in. Here. That was fucking crazy, so.
There were gatherings of anti-vax protesters that really operated to help disseminate a lot of the theory of pseudo-law. And then that spread back into the regions, and we've got different hotbeds all around Australia.
So I was finding out who was challenging the system. So there's different methods of challenging it that the people are doing.
John operates in an alternate legal world, and it's difficult to make sense of it.
If he alternates in a, if he lives in an alternate legal world, does engaging with him still require, normal people to follow the law? They'd rather experiment with bleach and horse medicine than take tested vaccine. That's true. That is fucking true. You know that they say that ivermectin cures cancer now? They're taking horse medicine. Sorry, no, that was a fish bowl cleaner, right? Fish bowl cleaner for their cancer.
This is some of the paperwork that comes through that's been actually interpreted into sort of Australian jurisdiction to explain what it is, okay? So, and this is why I've never presented this to any authorities, okay, because I innately know what's going on with the sovereign citizen movement.
Literally just rambling.
Okay, that's a declassified AFP document. So this here.
Sorry. Another case of people being too stupid to read the information that they are demanding. Do they ever become addicted to horse paste? Ask Elon. Do people have an oppression fetish? Yes, a lot of them do.
This here is literally what they are talking about. So that there, where you see when someone's put a thumbprint on there, the AFP and the authorities say that if you see that anywhere, you're dealing with a sovereign citizen.
No, they don't. The Australian Federal Police do not do that. That's not how that works. You're just putting shit together in your head. This is state-sponsored by America schizophrenia.
They don't worry about what's written on there. They look at something as an identifier here. But when you look at that identifier, you can also see that there's a public notary.
What's the significance of all of this?
Yeah, like, okay. Right. I was about to be like, what? Okay, fine. What?
Come to my attention that the occupying Unidroit government is in flagrant violation of Palermo protocols through unconscionable use of debased dog Latin glossa fraud. Therefore, I'm cancelling power of attorney of my legal persons and all relevant trade names back to the permanent domicile of the land and soil jurisdiction of Terra Australis, commonly known as the Commonwealth of Australia. Effectively,
John believes this document cancels his legal status in the mainstream system. This, he says, allows him to live his life according...
No, this is actually really sad. It is quite sad to see people this, like, deep into the brainwashing.
To a set of principles he calls common law.
So what is common law?
Well, in whose eyes? I mean,
What this guy actually is an anarchist. He just doesn't know that. That's the sad part. This man is an anarchist. He could be incredibly based if we got to him first.
Like in your eyes?
Well, in my eyes, you know, common law sort of means a few things. Common law is, you know, do no harm, injury, or loss.
Literally, the dude's an anarchist. He just doesn't know that.
Come over here, mate. This is what you step.
The way these groups use the term common law is different to the way our legal system does. They believe it empowers them
Anarchist
to operate
minus the brain cells. Exactly.
under a natural, God-given law that is superior to any of the rules that govern society.
And caps.
Can you see why these ideas might appeal to most people?
This is really a powerful spell. If I cast this spell properly, I don't have to pay my mortgage.
You know, like, the thing is, this is kind of a spell. This is a spell that's being cast on these people. This is the brainwashing spell. You feel attacked because you were an ANCAP, but you're not an ANCAP anymore because you know that's not a real ideology. Common law equals no aggression principle? Yeah, no, it doesn't. They're like, they don't know what they're talking about. These people are too retarded to read the information that they hold in their hands.
Who wants to pay?
Not coke. This is Australia. They do meth here. Coke is for Sydney. Everywhere else, it's meth.
Pay their mortgage. You know, I don't have to pay my tax. Who wants to pay their tax? So I can believe in the...
Oh, again, selfish ass. I don't want to pay fucking taxes. Yeah, every time. It's these motherfuckers. The I'm rich and I don't want to pay taxes assholes. We're casting spells. Wow. To be fair, last year, before the election, I think it was Tucker Carlson who made a tweet about, like, Marxist spellcraft that I covered. It was wild. It was very funny. But, like, realistically, yes, it functions like you are casting a spell on somebody. In their mind, it cuts off their roads to reality and puts you in a box. In fact, the way you speak to somebody matters. If you, for example, if you're giving someone a suggestion, right? If you're saying, hey, you should wear that blue shirt tomorrow. That is less effective than saying, hey, when you wear that blue shirt tomorrow, and then something else. You're already assuming that they're going to wear it. That then affects how they feel about it, and they are more likely to wear it. That's what I mean by it's a fucking spell. There might be a case to make if you lived off grid that, like, I'm a stateless person not within your jurisdiction. That's not even, like, possible here. And I don't even really think it's possible anywhere anymore. And Marxist spellcraft does sound base.
Law, I have the access to the true law, I'm not a lawbreaker, and I avoid those
You are
legal
literally
consequences
a
I don't
criminal.
want. That's a really beguiling combination. And we get lots of different groups that are doing this, but the sovereign citizen is the one that most people may have heard of before.
And they're
John
all
doesn't
far-right Nazi offshoots, or rather, in the process of creating Nazis. Adopt your affirmative voice and your active voice. Be a great communicator. Speak with intention. True, exactly. People will, like, do the thing if you talk like that. You're much more likely to make change if you speak affirmatively, if you are active. When you go and talk to people in your community, talk to them like I'm talking to you. And when you do that, they will most likely be much more open to engagement. Nazi fucking wizards. I mean, to be fair, the classical Nazis also tried to do wizard shit, so...
Consider himself a sovereign citizen, but many of his arguments come from their playbook. Last year, he was charged with driving unlicensed, unregistered, uninsured.
Bro,
and
just
with
go
someone
and
else's
live in
plates on his
fucking
car.
Russia. If you don't want to live in a civilized society, go to Russia.
People are going to ask, like, why don't you just get a license?
Okay, so...
You know what I mean? Like,
I read too much law. That's probably why. I just like to question everything and challenge and test. And what I found is that...
People that are too dumb to understand what they're reading, and reading very, like, PhD level fucking shit.
once we start applying the rules like everybody else does, like the barristers and the lawyers do, is that we start to have success.
There is absolutely no legitimacy to any of it. And that has been found by courts at every level and in every state in Australia and at every level and in every country in the world.
Literally, yeah.
Before
There's
he
no
was
such
Dean of
thing as
Law at
this. All of this is made up.
Southern Cross University, David Heilpern was a magistrate in New South Wales. He remembers when he first encountered sovereign...
Remember the Contra video? Question everything, nothing is ever a coincidence, and nothing can ever just exist. It has to always mean something. That's how they get there. It's one thread to the next thread to the next thread to the next thread.
Citizen or pseudo-law arguments in his courtroom.
A smattering of people came before me talking what I thought was an entirely different legal language, which was along the lines of, I am not that person, you must capitalise my name, you have no authority to sit there, you didn't take an oath, I have a right to a trial by jury, and sort of a mishmash of what we now know as sovereign citizen views.
The Thule Society helped develop the Nazi Party and the Order of Nine Angels, and they still exist today. Yes, they do. The Thule Society is something that should be smited by God, let's say. I think that's safe.
Theories and approaches.
These groups are no longer an occasional administrative headache for courts. We've confirmed they are now a top concern within the judiciary today.
So we went from
A few weeks
2015
after
to
we met John,
2017 already.
we join him as he faces the Adelaide Magistrates Court.
John, good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise.
What's your charge?
Well, the charges are minor driving matters, just driving offences.
My state too.
This has been, for me, an investigation to be able to get all the evidence that I needed to show the collusion that's being used against the Australian people from propaganda of name.
Again, like, could you imagine how useful these people would be if we got to them first? Do you hear the words coming out of this man's mouth? The fact that he's, like, talking about nonsense is the only problem. If you just point him in the right direction, this man will be a fucking soldier for the left. He'll see a comrade. He wants to do the fight. He's just looking in the wrong direction.
Calling them something, whether it be sovereign citizen, so that they can deny them due process, procedural fairness, and natural justice.
I don't know what the fuck natural justice is, but...
I go in to watch. John tries to mount a common law defence that he was breaking the law out of necessity. And as evidence, he presents the declassified AFP briefing on sovereign citizens he showed me earlier. His arguments fail.
Yeah, that was that's the best you got, mate. Never mind, maybe he wouldn't be a soldier. Maybe we could just have him, patrol the streets.
And he's found guilty on all 5 counts.
How do you feel the judge found you guilty on all 5 counts?
It's a technical process, and this is what I can tell you right now is that people are being disillusioned with. When they see people like me that really try their art out to learn and do everything the right way, and they go, well, if you've got a guy like that that's trying to do it the right way and it doesn't work, we might as well go in there and give them the pseudo-law arguments. As I say in law, you don't win or lose.
Yes, I have tried plugging it in. We started with one in this video, actually.
John is still waiting to be sentenced.
These are people who feel as though they've lost a lot.
They're doing magic. Common law, natural law, pseudoscience. This is fucking sorcery.
Or are at risk of losing it all.
And many of them are, because once they go down the rabbit hole of sovereign citizenship, they may lose their licence, but they don't care. That doesn't apply to them, so they keep driving. So then it's drive while disqualified. And then they don't stop when the police tell them to.
And then after 2 or 3, now you have invested in this movement. And now there is the, what's the effect? When you invest in something, even if you want to step away from it, you won't do it because you feel like you're wasting what you've invested. I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Then they pull out a long printout. Sunken costs, yeah, exactly. Pseudo law sounds like how I code, I'm in. Yeah, no, not what they're talking about, coherent memes. But yeah, it's the sunk cost thing. You have now invested time in it, you've lost your driver's license, you got arrested again. You're not gonna move away from the people ruining your life. You're gonna go deeper into the hole.
Stop, and that becomes a police chase. And then, so it just escalates, and the end result for many of them is prison.
In which they learn how to do crime better, and then they get out and do more crime. And also, most of them become a much more white nationalist after prison.
We're going to fight that every step of the way.
Judge, are you considering treason against the King of England?
You're committing treason against the King of England. Oh my goodness.
Threats to judicial officers from pseudo-law adherents are real and rising.
You are now charged, you are under arrest. You are training in necromancy. You are in treason. You are in...
Did he just say necromancy?
Under arrest. You are training in necromancy.
You're under arrest and you're trading in necromancy, he says to the judge in the court hearing. He did say that. Yeah, sorry. I had to double check. I really did. They're a real demographic, but their niche is edgy. Contrarianism, best case scenario, worst case scenario. They live in Vegas, do hate Christians and socialists, and have done porn or either killed a person, witnessed a guy. Yeah, these are like, yeah. Wasn't Necromancy the Fox News guy from earlier? Yeah, he was the one saying he spoke to all of the dead people. ANCAPs, I mean. I'm like, okay, ANCAPs are one thing. This is a whole other thing. I don't think like Milei in Argentina is an ANCAP, and I don't think he believes in necromancy, and the dog has cloned his dog and thinks one of the clones of his dog is the spirit of his original dog who gives him advice on how to run the government, all right? So like that's ANCAPs, that's Milei. This is another thing. He thinks he's more boring as he's a boring ass Doctor Strange. Yeah, I saw a police training video on sovereign citizens. They actually are cautious of their tactics is to cause a lot of confusion and take out the cop. I think the cops need to be significantly meaner to these people. Ironically, you know, like I'm usually one for like cops are bad. Let's defund the police. State should not be doing the policing. It should be community. I still believe that. But if we have cops like we do, I think at least. Yeah, unless if we're not going to get rid of them, then bully the fucking demons before they gain power. I kind of want to out-cult the MAGA cult for fun only. I think that it's not a bad idea to Vian on the liberals. Have you seen Newsom's tweets lately? Reverse card for sure. Yeah, we've covered them. I've talked about the fact that Newsom is a demon, but he's our demon right now. Now the memes are funny. But they're only funny. They're not actually doing anything. That's just a thing. I've seen people on Twitter talk about, oh, Newsom 2028, and those people are ops or idiots. All right? We just need to be mean. Newsom is not the guy. He's not the guy. But, yeah, let's V-in on them. Let's fucking D-in on them. I don't know. S-in on them. Socialist anon. Scare the fuck out of them. Why not? If the whole country runs on brainwashing, then why should we not engage in it? In, a positive way. To anti-brainwash. You can reverse the course.
You are in treason. You are in treason.
This man, Derek Ballard.
I'm not even sure that's proper grammar. You're in treason? No.
Has a history of intimidating courts. He sells advice to people in expensive online classes, claiming great success in getting people off charges.
Can I get someone to count how many sheriffs are here, because they will all be putting our affidavit to the federal police?
2, 4, 6.
I've got one sheriff's badge number. Can we have every sheriff's
7,
badge?
8.
I wonder if sovereign citizens are
Judges,
a D&D class.
including David Heilpern, have been the target of death threats.
Yes, threats against me. Threats against lawyers.
Does that sound familiar? You know, the right-wingers who complain about how their rights are being trampled on, giving death threats to people who are in institutions. Does that sound familiar to any of you across the pond?
Please. There was a person who regularly appeared before me in a court charged with a whole range of offences. And he had been mounting sovereign citizen arguments, which I had been dismissing and convicting him. And then he bailed himself up in a house, indicated that he was going to kill anyone who came for him, and kill the judicial officers, not just me, but others who'd been.
literal violent terrorists. Why is this person like not like? Why are we getting here first? I mean, I know we didn't learn anything, but imagine if the left, who has all the programmers, to be honest, actually did bot farms. I've been saying we should. Why don't we? Why the fuck don't we? Please, somebody make a bot farm. Hell, like, not even, like, propaganda, just use it to bully, like, the right. Just make a bot farm that posts Nancy Mace's face with, like, beans over and over again. Who cares? Have fun with it. This is war. And I'm not the one saying it first. They all said it first. Hell, I didn't call this war until I watched Fox News say it first. So, you know, you can't say that I'm instigating. Fox News said it first. I was going to say urine treason was proper English. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. I like what you're saying. I like before chat. Welcome, E. Johnson 2003. Well, good to have you here.
Involved in his case. That means increased protection at your homes. Your family have to be alerted. There's increased security measures in the courts.
Why not just arrest the guy who's threatening to kill several, like, people? Like, he's saying, I will kill these people. Just go arrest him. He's already committed crimes, right? He's locked himself, barricaded himself in that house. Just go and get him. He's a danger to the community. Just pump random stories claiming Caroline Levitt is a legendary triple chance. Do it! Yes! Please! Why do sovereign citizens care about the King of England? Because the King of England is also the King of Australia, because we're part of the Commonwealth. Like, when I took my citizenship pledge, I had to pledge allegiance to the King. Now, was that uncomfortable? Yes. Did my skin burn a little bit? Yes. But did I do it? Yes.
Those things take a toll on you as a judicial officer and as a person, as a parent.
These kinds of threats have the capacity to become violent.
They're saying...
This is what I mean by we need a narrative. All of this is possible because they have a line that they go, like, through. They have a pathway. There's a funnel here. There is a story that they're being told, a story that they're believing. You're going to see later, we're going to start talking about, you know, fucking elite pedophile sex trafficker cartels. Like, they have all of the QAnon rhetoric. It's the same thing. It's a story. Now flip it, because every accusation is a confession, so it's the same story but reversed. Just change it and make it sound like, A, more realistic, and B, not like, you know, in a way that, like, will hit their brain. You just gotta word it dumbly. You gotta reduce the vocabulary down to, like, 70 words about Trump's level, and then just point it at them. That's it.
That their laws and their rules and their orders override the legitimate ones. And that is a step towards what we've seen, which is violence.
The US has seen a cascade of
I know about the King of Australia, but it's a huge difference between Australia and the US sovereign citizens. Well, I mean, like, these people don't actually understand what they're talking about, or read, or can read. I know countries that are genuinely lazy, chill people who don't want to do paperwork or mess with anyone if they don't have to. They just don't attract much attention outside of their location because they don't have any viral body cam footage or anything. Well, I mean, that's kind of like one of these cases. Australia is generally lazy, chill people who, like, don't want to do much paperwork or mess around. Like, this is fucked.
Violent incidents involving sovereign citizens, like the shooting of 2 police officers during a traffic stop in Arkansas in 2010. The heavily armed assault on a courthouse in Georgia in 2014.
Guys, you know, this is your country. It's been your country.
And just last year,
2014, we could have stopped this.
5 shootouts with police, including at 2 traffic stops.
Hey, Patrick. This is your last chance to come out, Patrick. You've got a felony warrant for your arrest, a bunch of other warrants. Oh, there you go.
I've been tracking sovereign citizens' interactions with police and also sovereign citizens who have engaged in violence.
Dr. Christine Sarteski.
It's actually quite important what she's about to say, because it is a lie that we have been fed for years that every single one of us knows is untrue.
Is a professor of criminology who's been recording these incidents for years internationally.
I have currently, in terms of the violence database, over 600 cases where they have engaged in violence, and approximately 140 of them are involved in murder cases. And, you know, there's been I think a notion that sovereigns are rarely violent. I think that I've heard that repeatedly, that they are primarily paper terrorists.
I have heard that repeatedly.
And so I wanted to track some of their behavior and crimes to see, is that true? Are they primarily paper terrorists? And while it is still...
I love that we're already calling them terrorists, because that's exactly what they are.
Early in the data collection process, it does seem that they do engage in quite a bit of violence activity.
More often than not,
and it's
actually.
happened here too.
Oh, sorry. Can we reach these people before the Order of the Nine Angels and the Nazis do? Is that possible, or are they just gone for the most part? Are they psychopaths with no direction? Unfortunately, most of them are zombies. And, like, think about it like the zombie virus. You know, some of them aren't, though. The way that I like to differentiate is if they will engage with you, then you have a chance. If you have to go to them, then you're going to get bit by the zombie.
Wiambilla is a rural town west of Brisbane. In late 2022, it was the scene of a deadly shooting and marked a turning point in Australia's understanding of domestic extremism.
Like, I hate to say that, I really do, but like, as we've discussed, the amount of radicalization, the amount of steps you have to take to get here is fucking wild. Like, this is not someone who doesn't know what they're doing. This is someone who absolutely knows what they're doing.
He's shot Rachel, I believe. I think she's dead. They're coming, they're shooting. The other two officers.
This is what, like, American Southerners dream of when they think about cops coming onto their property, and now they just lick their boots instead. Hey guys, join the SRA. Go look into your local SRA. Go buy a gun before they ban them for leftists. Go arm yourself and form a local, well-regulated militia. This is literally why you have the Second Amendment. We don't want the sort of people the Order of Nine Angels attracts. Their occult practices literally include murder and child predation. They actively try and recruit sociopaths and psychopaths. Yeah, generally, like, you can tell if someone's savable. And usually the answer is no, because this has been ongoing for more than a decade. I think we might have to just acknowledge that a lot of these people are zombies, and a lot of these people might change their mind as time goes on, as they lose, but it's going to be really difficult to differentiate who's lying. And I'm very much a forgiveness person, but we need to really be able to, like, we fucked up last time. We let far too many of these people free. There's only one way to deal with a zombie. Now, if they're not fully infected and turned yet, then sure, maybe there's a cure. We might be able to work that out. But if they've turned, they've turned. We can have much more success recruiting normies. It's true. It's true. Like, I don't like to say this. It's not like I'm a fan of this. I, for almost a year, shouted from the rooftops how bad violent revolution would be. I talked about how I didn't want it, how violent revolution will bring resentment, how the revolution that liberates us all needs to come from needs to be organized by the disillusioned petit bourgeois, the middle class that has moved away from capitalism, whereas the working class is the actual base of the movement. And that would be how you avoid the resentment carrying over, because the working class generally are just going to want to be the new ruling class. People are angry, they don't have time to, like, the general person you see on the street, these guys, right? These guys would bring the resentment over. I want to take the place of the billionaire. Whereas a proper revolution would not do that. Now, if we're having a violent revolution, which I dislike, but now it seems like it might not be a choice that we get to make, because it seems like they're going to start trying to hunt us. Well, that will then result in us recreating liberalism, and then we'll have to spin the wheel again, because I don't really think you can get to socialism without having gone through liberalism. And if we've gone backwards from liberalism to feudalism, that means we have to go back to liberalism before we can then move to socialism. So I think the steps to have socialism need to be built during liberalism. I talked about this for months. Begged people to vote for Harris because she was a piece of shit, but she was the easier opponent. But no, now we have to start all over. You know, it's a hard road to de-radicalization. Dogmas everywhere. People look to exploit weak points. Personally, I don't think that you can really de-radicalize somebody after a certain point. I mean, here, we covered this video yesterday. I'd watch it now, but it's long, and we still have half of this to finish, because this is quite important. Again, there's Nazi rallies on the 31st in every major city in Australia. If you are an Australian and live in Australia, and you are planning to go, go and take your camera, bring your friends, document this shit. We need to shame these people. We cannot allow the idea that, these rallies are just for, Australian patriots. No, they're literally organized by the NSN, by the National Socialist Network.
Fuck. You good?
These are terrorists.
Fuck. I think I'm being shot.
I'm not particularly sure, and to be fair, the context has changed enough that it's techno-feudalism now, Latino McFune. But under the system that we had 3-4 years ago, that would have been my viewpoint on it. I'm not sure I believe that anymore, but I don't actually know what comes next now. It's kind of up in the air.
Two police officers and a neighbour were murdered in a premeditated ambush by Gareth, Nathaniel and Stacey Train, who adhered to a Christian extremist ideology.
It's always the fucking Christian ISIS people. Oh my god.
The attack bore the hallmarks of sovereign-style paranoia, distrust of state authority, rejection of legal legitimacy, and the belief that violence was justified in resisting tyranny.
Now, I'll agree with them on that last part, but, I can't advocate for it. But, I think that is a valid point. Now, I think that they are misunderstanding the analysis that leads them to that point. But, there is more than one possible future ahead of us, which means there's opportunities for us to build a better alternative. 100%, and I've said this before, impossible things happen every day now. And generally, they're bad, but impossible things are happening every day. Fucking Trump was talking about how he's worried about going to hell today. You understand that, right? That means good impossible things can also happen. We actually probably have more opportunity for large-scale change now than we did before. And that's only if we take the opportunity, and it doesn't look like we're going to. We don't have, an organized resistance on the left. We just don't. And part of it is operatives, part of it is liberals, part of it is leftist infighting, but we just do not have an organized structure. And I need the left to stop arguing about details about fucking policy and theory and just fight the fucking Nazis. We can figure the rest of that out later when we're not dead. They want the oceans to boil and burn us alive while they farm us like we're fucking animals.
Some of the people we spoke to for this story described the trains almost like martyrs for the freedom movement.
After the shooting, Queensland Police and ASIO said the Train family were not sovereign citizens. It highlights a problem with trying to divide people into narrow groups when they seem to be part of one common cause. If authorities fail to recognise a broader definition of anti-government extremism, they could miss the true extent of this evolving movement. People that we've spoken to are really...
It's both good to hear, the rhetoric is overt and we're calling them like terrorists and anti-gun, but like also it still feels so lib-pilled that like I feel like I could have found something like this on MSNBC like 3 years ago. I told an organizer that I don't have the lingo, but I get the concepts and I don't know how much I need to know other than I like this, I don't want this part, it's gotta go now. That's all you need, state your thesis. You don't need the lingo. You don't. In fact, it's not helpful. Talking like a leftist is not helpful in messaging to normies. Just, I don't like this, I do like that, fuck that guy, that's a pedophile, this person's based. That's all you need to know. Even the aesthetic differences are very limited over a greater scale of time, true.
Really trying to distance themselves from the sovereign citizen label.
I have seen that as well, the shift away from the term sovereign citizen, and I think it's primarily because there is a belief among many sovereign citizens that their governments have labeled them as terrorists, and they do not wish to be seen as a terrorist. They don't regard themselves as such.
Yeah, I'm sure ISIS didn't regard themselves as terrorists either.
Is it a rebranding, or do you think it's a genuine shift in their ideology?
I think it's an attempt at a rebrand, but if you listen to what they say, everything is what they've always said.
Tassie, the state everyone forgets about.
Northwest Tasmania is a known hotbed of anti-government views. Here, people are forcing their agendas on local...
Yeah, it's like when the alt-right became America. I mean, to be fair, it's like when they became the alt-right.
councils. And many of the people we're speaking to say this man is a key figure in implementing the strategy. Shane Allison, known as Kush.
How are you, Kush? Good to meet you. There you go.
This man looks like he would be called Kush. Jesus Christ.
So this is sort of where it all started. My grandmother lived up there on the corner of Bell's Parade. And
Kush's views range from opposition to wind farms and vaccines to conspiracy theories that...
He's literally a Trumpist. Wind farms. Ooh, the whales are sad.
Politicians traffic children and Jewish bankers control the world.
Ah, okay, so he's just an American Nazi. Love that.
Bell's Parade.
Have a good night, Etch. Good to see you.
Kush's views range from opposition to wind farms and vaccines to conspiracy theories that politicians traffic children and Jewish bankers control the world.
Literally
he
just
the term sovereign citizen.
It's a total oxymoron. Same as conspiracy theorist. And it's just branding people names, you know. You get people, I deal with people that call themselves activists. Well, why do you want to be branded anything?
But there is an umbrella of frustrations that these community members all feel together.
Umbrella's probably a good word.
Just put these people in the hole, close the latch, and then go and bring them food and water every couple of hours. That's all you need to do.
Rather than a bracket. And yeah, they all feel...
As the state, by the way, I'm talking to you as the government. Please, the AFP, go and arrest these terrorists, put them in a hole, cover the latch, and then go and bring them food and water every few hours. The world will be safer, and Australia will thank you for your service.
Disjointed, not getting... just being respected for coming in as a community meeting.
Kush believes the best way to challenge the government is with grassroots action in local councils. He's a former councillor himself.
You can enact a lot of changes if you have a fair council and proper debate, and people are voting on their community to start with, and then their region, and then their state, rather than voting for an idealism of a government or an opposition or a party, or what the government's agenda is trying to be pushed.
Fucking ANCAPs. See, this is why, like, I dislike anyone who calls themselves an ANCAP. Believe that anarcho-capitalism is an actual, like, ideology. I don't think that it makes sense. Just like I don't think that Marxism-Leninism is real either. They're contradictory ideologies. You can't put them together because they are literally opposites of each other. These people who say that, though, who go around calling themselves libertarians, I want to punch them right in the fucking face. Like, they poison the label. Libertarian is a left-wing ideology. And these people have turned it into, melee with a fucking chainsaw, Elon Musk cutting the government. Like, that's what they've turned this into. Hey, so I watched that video. I wanted to say thank you. I don't want to make this long. I'll just say it resonated with me. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. And, like, please, keep coming back. We talk about this stuff every day. Ideologies can be incoherent. I mean, like, can be incoherent, but, like, does that make it a real functional ideology? The group I'm being vetted by threw me in a socialist summer school thing. I like history, so it's all been great. Helps in not making the same mistakes solely. The rest I don't need. That makes sense. You know, like, experiencing different ideas is important. And you know what? I really, really think that traveling, ironically, is quite important here. Even if it's just to, like, a different city in your same state. Going a couple states over, spending like a month or two with people that you don't know in a place that you don't know makes a huge difference in how you view the world. All the people who claim that claim ML isn't real gives me a clear indicator of who to totally ignore. Oh, who claim they are ML. True.
What about the councillors that say they feel threatened when people come into these council meetings in big numbers?
If you're not answering the questions
And make
you
death
get
threats.
gaslit while you're in there, yes, people get angry. This is where I grew up, all around here.
Kush's main goal appears to be greater scrutiny of all local council decisions.
If it was up to me, like, between 18 and 21, every single child would get 1 year of travel funded by the state. Like, not by the state, rather, because I wouldn't really have the state, but by the local community. Every young person, 1 year of travel, anywhere they want in the world. Just, here's some money, go fuck off and have fun. Come back in a year. I would make that like a program. You don't have to do it, though I would incentivize it heavily. And it would, I believe, actually make a huge difference. I've lived on 4 continents. I'm 29. I would not be the person I am today if I hadn't done that. I've lived in Montenegro. I've lived in parts of Turkey. I've lived all over the United States, and I've lived in Australia. All of these different places, even just like different places in Turkey, different places in the United States, between like Denver, Colorado, and like fucking rural North Carolina, there is a massive difference in what people believe, how people act, what people say. Like, it's important. If you can't afford to travel, make friends online around the world. Online, let them have the space to describe their own personal experience, offer their perspectives of their own governments. And I get that. And, like, obviously, being able to afford this is huge. That's why I would incentivize this as, like, a part of education. This would be included in education. It's like, hey, you got to go and, like, talk to other people in other places. Other than 4 different locations on my bed. Sorry, I'm trolling. Fair enough. But guys, at least talk to your neighbors. Genuinely, go for a walk around your town and just say hi to people. Give them compliments. Go talk to the police in your town. I know everyone hates when I say this. Go talk to the police and try and get them to like you. Do you want to be Anne Frank? Or do you want to get shot when the Nazis come to town first and foremost by the cops? Go make friends with them. It's even easier if you make friends with the fire department first. Pro tip.
This campaign is placing a major burden on them. Earlier this year, Kentish Council held a vote on a motion claiming COVID vaccines are contaminated. Kush and his supporters backed it, and it passed 22-12. The mayor told us councils don't have the authority to decide on anything to do with vaccines.
No shit, because that's not, like, local law. And yes, police actually really like it when you talk to them. It's actually quite funny because if you're afraid of being approached by the police for any reason, approaching them first will usually cancel out the risk. Don't be a crazy leftist, just be normal when you talk to them, absolutely. But like, yeah, if you're worried that they might approach you, but they haven't really quite noticed you yet, if you approach them first, you're probably in the clear. Probably. Don't quote me on that, and that does not work with ICE. I'm talking local cops. As long as your cops aren't, like, genuinely evil, and you would know that. I regularly attend PBA events. I am well-known adversary in my area. Less of them aim directly for my take when firing rubber bullets, at least. Hey, look, you know, improvement is an improvement.
Kush rejects that.
And sucks
He
and
believes
bull.
the people had spoken and organised a protest at a Kentish Council meeting.
And what they say goes, they don't listen to the people at all.
We gotta make it, Darby, for them.
That was the best break he had. They edited that and put that in the video. He sucks at pool.
Shut the back door as well.
Round the back door. Hey, we can't get in the front door. We'll have to go round the back.
Quick, fire done.
As residents arrive, councillors appear uneasy. Two of the residents turn up, despite being banned, for what the council says is unacceptable behaviour. The police are called. And they're asked to leave.
This is the very first one.
Please leave.
I don't want to do it.
Please leave.
No, let's go.
I don't want to leave.
I need you to get into your car and leave the property.
Let's go to your car.
Andrew, go to your car.
This is American ideology being imported into Australia. Oh, your police still have badges and stuff. I know, right? It's wild. Our police don't, wear masks and look like Russian terrorists. They have badges. They identify themselves. It's a whole new world out here.
Kush's strategy is part of an organised effort spreading across the country. In Victoria, sovereign citizen-linked groups have bombarded local government with so many petitions and protests, they've had to cancel events and ban the public from meetings. In Western Australia, intense lobbying has pushed more than a dozen cities and rural councils to consider opposing COVID rules. And in New South Wales and Queensland, one group even walked into council and police stations declaring they no longer held any jurisdiction.
These people are insane. They need mental health care. Yeah, they don't wear masks, so no one confuses them with actual traffickers. You know, like the case that happened this week of 3 guys that dressed like ICE that weren't ICE and went to go kidnap a woman so they could rape her. Yeah, you know, like to avoid stuff like that, generally. That's why they don't wear masks, they carry badges, they have a uniform.
In Western Australia, I've come to meet a group that takes commitment to people power to a new level.
I'm on board. How are you? Alan,
Hello, fascists.
The Sovereign People's Assembly of Western Australia is a self-declared common law group that...
This is wild because Western Australia is like the strongest Labour state, voting like left, or essentially our Democrats.
Set up its own court.
This is basically California.
It's even appointed its own common law sheriffs to enforce their judgments.
Again, could you imagine this being done by like non-Nazis? That'd be cool.
For the first time, they've agreed to speak to the mainstream media.
It's full time for some of us, all day, every day, 7 days a week, fielding lots of phone calls, lots of emails, queries from all over Australia, all over the world now as well.
This is from the Federal Court of Australia. They're breaking their own rules. So that's why...
Let's see. The accused public who are elected judges in Parliament of the Commonwealth are charged with making common law if a court with a judge, unconstitutional, Mr. Magistrate can be accused of attempting to something the course of justice in respect to judicial powers of the Commonwealth. This is not what they think it says. Like, this is not what they... I can't read most of these words, and I know that this is not what this says. Unconstitutional. Sad. Small hands.
People are coming to us because they want remedy.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This common law court is now in session.
They held their first common law court case in 2022.
This is fucking
On
wild.
trial were the people who imposed the mandates during COVID.
Has the jury reached a verdict on all charges?
Yes.
Their jury finds the then Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, and all the state premiers guilty of multiple crimes.
On the charge of violation of the Nuremberg Code, how does the jury find the defendants?
Guilty.
On the charge of genocide?
Guilty.
On the charge of human trafficking?
Guilty on the charges of human trafficking.
Nuremberg, genocide, and human trafficking. You people, like, don't care about any of this. If they actually... Could you imagine these people on our side actually fighting against Nazis, genocide, and human trafficking? Could you imagine? You can't just do your own courts. No, you can... This is Sharia law. It kind of is, actually. Are they just doing the we are outside your jurisdiction just to make up their own jurisdiction to impose their laws on others? Sheriff of what? Yes. And also the laws they're imposing on others are people that they don't have jurisdiction to go after. These people in fucking rural Western Australia are not arresting Scott Morrison for genocide. Now, Scott Morrison is a piece of shit, but he didn't commit genocide. He committed negligence and shitting in a McDonald's bathroom. What is this? How are you going to say you don't have power over me, then impose power? I mean, that is what laws are, aren't they? The laws are just like a threat of violence by the ruling party of a civilization against others in order to, like, maintain control. But, like, you know, they're not the ruling party. They need to speak full Arabic. They really do. This woman should be covering her head. Where is your burqa? You know, the burqas are better at Hungry Jack's. If you understand that reference, you're my favorite. Hold on, where is it?
Did you know that the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just perfect.
No.
So
that the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's?
If you don't know what Hungry Jack's is Burger King in Australia, except the name Burger King is owned by a small burger shop, and they refused to sell the name to Burger King. So Burger King had to change its name to Hungry Jack's in Australia. Which is, I mean, incredibly funny in and of itself, but the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's is great because their slogan is the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. So that's why it's fantastic.
After a really good lengthy discussion, the jury have agreed that with all the defendants on the charges of fraud, the remedy will start off with a minimum of 30 years for each defendant.
Duly noted.
They want 30 years for each defendant. Now, personally, I think everyone that they have listed should go to prison. It's just not for crimes they listed. America gets beef from Australia. Quite a lot of it, actually. In fact, funny enough, since your president imposed tariffs on us, even though we have a trade surplus, not a, you know, like, you weren't losing money buying from us. We're now selling you more beef than we were before for more money. So you're paying more money for the same beef, and we're just selling you more of it because you are buying more of it. So it's good for us. It's really bad for you, however. And America was mad that we don't buy their beef. I think we do a little bit now. I think it's going to go into pet food because no one wants to eat American beef. Actually doing their own cohort is wild, but in America with enough money, they probably could purchase prison space to store their own convicts. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Instead of memorizing conspiracy theories, people could actually put cognitive effort into learning about how the world works. Again, like, if any of these people put, like, 10 minutes of time into trying to learn about what they're mad about, like, for real, they would be an incredibly based ally here to us. But see, this is what I mean by, like, so we've talked about socialism for the idiots, right? This is anarchism for the idiots, except they've invented states again, so it's now no longer anarchism. Now it's just authoritarianism for idiots.
Decided, and that is it.
Fucking white nationalists.
I'm keen to ask the adjudicator, Alan, about the court cases.
When the common law sheriffs sentence someone like the Prime Minister, is that just symbolic? Is it just for attention, or are you serious? Are you seriously sentencing them?
Well, they've come before a jury, and it is serious, yes. Yes, they've committed crimes. So, you know, if you look at the recent COVID week, one of our first major cases that we had was in a common law court with a full jury. And we heard the evidence as set out. There's no judges or magistrates in there. There's just an adjudicator and the witnesses. Yes, when they're found...
Exactly, long like Homo sapien, hence why I'm talking about them now, and hence why we need to cut them off, because they will grow immensely fast. We have a case of the zombie virus. This is patient zero, all right? Like, we gotta quarantine this area before this virus spreads to everyone else. I don't know. I'm not thinking about that Latino feud. Probably quite a few of them, though.
I'm guilty. They are found guilty of a charge, and they could get a jail sentence or a fine. But once again, we can't impose that at this stage because the police won't recognise our.
It's kind of wild that even like this person is a fascist, but he doesn't sound like the fascists that I'm used to. Like, he just sounds like a dude, which is an indicator that there's a chance here to save these people. They're not fully infected yet.
Court orders. The only tools we have is psychological.
And you don't have jails.
Sorry? And well, jails is another thing. I'm not going to, I don't think we can lock them up in our back garden somewhere. So, but, on these people, it's a psychological message to them. And they play games with the people, basically.
I care about you. 2 of their common law sheriffs were recently jailed for contempt of court. They're still rattled by the case.
Now imagine them in America, but our government is crazy enough that it starts recognizing their rulings. Don't give me that.
The sentencing
These people should just go to America then. Fuck it, go over there.
judge described the group's ideology as extremely dangerous, adding that dangerous ideas breed dangerous people.
You've had 2 of your members wind up in jail.
Absolutely.
They were dangerous people before the dangerous ideas. These are people that shoot at cops. These are people that just shoot at people on their property. In Australia, you're not even allowed to do that. Like, in America, you have the right to shoot someone on your property. You do not have that right here. It is because is it because salvageable, or is it he's clever enough to not scream Nazi shit blatantly? It's difficult to tell, but I do think that some of these people, at least, would be salvageable. Whether the organizers are salvageable or not, I would lean no. Generally, just because if you're an organizer in this, you're so many steps in to the radicalization that it's just not possible. But a lot of the older people, like over 65s, those are not that difficult. Those over 65s aren't brain rotted the same way that, like, Gen X and Zoomers are. It's mostly millennials and boomers that are, like, the only people who haven't fully succumbed to the brain rot.
How did that feel?
Devastating. Absolutely devastating.
In the conversations I'm having, people keep raising their fears about being disarmed. It seems fueled by police revoking gun licenses from people with sovereign citizen beliefs. They fear...
Oh, just as a reminder for all my sovereign citizens in the United States. They've seized 68 guns in the last week. So, my mind is totally going crazy right now. The loopholes in our executive branch are currently being exploited, right? I've never considered what kind of constitutional crisis loopholes exist in our judiciary. Well, maybe you should consider them and maybe try and make some use of them on like Homo sapien. Let me know if you find one.
Yeah, the police want to disarm the people so they can control them.
Who's got all the guns?
But there are more guns in Australia now than there were before gun legislation was put in place.
And it's no time in history as a population being disarmed has there not been genocide. And this is what they're doing here now. And I mean...
Who's disarming you? Who? They made gel blasters illegal, but you can have a gun license. The gun laws haven't changed much. Now, sure, you gotta have a safe in your house that the police will have to come visit to check that you're storing them, right? No one is trying to take your guns. No one's even talking about taking your guns. They're banning machetes and swords and knives, not guns.
Talk about conspiracy. When we have all this information and we're presented to the authorities, I mean, we've asked for an audience with the commissioners, we've asked for an audience with politicians. They won't answer questions because they can't.
Then, Alan makes a call for more guns.
I know that, as far as having a population that is sensible and armed and educated is a good deterrent to not only its own government from enforcing.
I do agree with this, by the way. Now, understand, guns are not going away. You can print guns out now, literally in your house. You can just print one. There are examples of countries that have gun laws that aren't bad. Look at Switzerland, where they teach shooting in school. Like, school kids go to after-school programs and do shooting competitions, and they have almost no gun violence. They're scared? Yes, but they're scared because of things that they're making up in their head. I don't care about their fear. Their fear is a tool that's being used to manipulate them. And it's not they're not the issue. This is being imported from the United States. America's the issue here. Like, literally, America's what's causing this. But I don't care that they're scared. I'm scared. Do you see me doing this? No. They're not. They're choosing to be irrational. It's not irrational fear. It is an inability to coexist in a space with discomfort. They need to push that discomfort away, and they can never cope with it themselves. I understand how infectious the virus is now. Yeah, like, this is what I've been trying to say. The woke mind virus, it's just this. It's actually the anti-woke mind virus.
Things, but any foreign entity that wants to come into this country and, like the United States, they think about you've got a ready-made army sitting there ready to go that could potentially be difficult for an invader.
So, Luke, how long have you been involved in this?
After speaking with several members, it's clear Crown leaders.
I also think it's fine to make some rules up and convince people to believe in them as long as it's good for their life. At this point, I don't care. Like, at this point, any tool available to us is worth using. How the hell is he able to claim and enact an alternative court system without it being considered treason? Liberals. That's how. Literally, that's how. Especially in a game with no refs? Yes, we're playing a game with no refs, so let's play the fucking game. You're playing a rigged game, it's been made difficult for you, and you want to win the game. And there are no rules, no one's watching. Well, there's rules that almost count, and there are people watching, and only will they interfere if you get too obvious. So be good at the game, learn how to play the rigged game, and maybe you can win. Play by the rules that you find. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Literally, yeah, that's the way they've played. That's the way they've laid it out now. You have to cheat to win the game. It's just how you cheat matters. I'd rather cheat by winning the information war, because I'll just win the game anyway. It's we're playing Civ, right? You're playing Civ. They're going for the domination victory. I want to go for the cultural victory. Does that make sense with you?
Keith Masters is the spiritual guru of the Sovereign People's Assembly of Western Australia.
Lee, are you a sovereign?
They're doing fucking magic. Astrology. This is a guru.
Is the spiritual guru of the Sovereign People's Assembly of Western Australia.
Lee, are you
astrology ass shit. Lawful, superior jurisdiction, legal, inferior jurisdiction. This whole chart is just one big delusion. We cheat now so future generations have rules that are fair where they aren't forced to cheat. We live in Cyberpunk 1984. Do it that way you will. Gotta, sometimes you don't gotta fix her, but you just gotta do the job. Isn't that just a chakra chart? I don't know. I'm not, one of those.
A sovereign citizen?
I am a sovereign citizen, and everyone is a sovereign citizen. And that is worth knowing about, because the media love to put it out there as a spin that sovereign citizen is some kind of cult, something to be frightened of, or some radical movement. It is not that at all.
This is why you don't propagandize by calling them cults. You don't try and scare people away from the movement. That's not going to help you. You want to embarrass the movement. You call them a bunch of losers, hicks, like old fucking geriatrics with 3 teeth and 1 brain cell that they're sharing. That's how you get people to move away from it. Don't call them cults. Don't call them... Like, I call people Nazis, but I'm calling people Nazis when I'm talking to you. If I'm talking to them, or I'm talking to, like, a broader, much bigger audience that I don't know already knows what I mean, I'm going to use the word demon because it hits better and it means the same thing. Be mean to mean people. Exactly, Raskolnikov.
Is simply the architecture between law and legal. So if we look at our diagram, the sovereign lives here in the living.
Okay, let's have a look at this. COVID-19 pandemic vaccine agenda. That's a great fucking way to start that. To be a demon slayer? I would love to be. Humanity needs to be under the superior jurisdiction of the rule of law. Freedom to live here, lawful. This is so incoherent that I can't even read it. Make your own cult and poach their members. I advocate for this. Do so. Make a cult for me, guys. I'm kidding. Don't actually do that.
Living in law, evidenced by the breath. That is the ultimate evidence of living breath.
What is the Great Awakening?
It is the movement. Out of one
okay. Great Awakening. Huh. It's like, I've never heard that one before. Why is it that I'm never fucking wrong?
Of 2,000 years called the Age of Pisces, where we were in guardianship, into the new age, the Age of Aquarius, which is a time of humanitarianism.
I want to throw this person in the hole. Get the fuck out of here with your goddamn astrology. By rule of law, they mean weird theological contrivances. And apparently, like, the placement of solar bodies in the sky. They're doing magic here. You're a witch. This is a witch.
Where we are totally poised to ensure that all of humanity is looked after equitably. That is the Great Awakening.
That sounds interesting, but what does it mean?
Well,
see, I would not be this nice as the interviewer, but that's probably why I don't get to go do interviews like that.
I've just been explaining it to you. As we move out of a legal system where we've been put into guardianship, where we can't be seen and we can't be heard, and then we move back into law where we are seen and we are heard, and all of the industries that have been created by the use of our resources, including the government, which is our public servant. It loves to put
Oh my god, I hate that. Thank you. I forgot what I was saying. This woman is fucking insane. Right? But this is just socialism for morons. You understand that, right? She's talking about how the state is stealing your money, is stealing your, is creating things from you, that they're your public servant, that they work for you. You understand all of that, and then you get to the end, and you, instead of blaming corporations, it's like, oh, it's the Jews. Oh, it's the vaccine companies. I just want to bash my head into a wall. How do you deal with these people? I mean, she's not as bad as the ANCAPs, actually. Like, she believes in, like, weird theological magic bullshit, but at least she has some modicum of reality in her brain, and that she understands that we are being exploited. The others are just mad that they don't get to do whatever the fuck that they want. Money is a construct of the state. Capital is a construct of the state. Like, I feel like money would still exist without capital. I just think we have to get rid of capital because we are being exploited. She understands this. But she'll get to the very end, and instead of saying, oh, it's the corporations, no, it's the Jews. Every time.
The word authority on all of its, and on the end of all of its departments. It's not the authority, it's the public servant. We're the authority, the people are the authority working in law.
Do you have trust in any mainstream institutions like hospitals, schools, or the health system?
Yeah, absolutely. But we have to recognise that what has been happened, now this is a key factor, in that all of those institutions are managed by our inherent right to resources, which are stored in what is called Sesta KV trusts. Now, Sesta KV trust is something that means we will look after your resources whilst you are lost. And where we are lost is in the Holy See. And why in the Holy See? Because
I just Googled the exact words that she said, and there is no such thing. Now, there is a different thing that's spelled differently that's called this. A sestuiquivi is a French term that in English translates to he who lives. It means the duration of a gift, a trust, or estate. Okay, what does this do? Can be used by an individual who is the beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy with rights to property and the income and profits of that property provides. What the fuck is this woman talking? This is about property ownership. What the fuck is she talking about? Remember the question was, do you trust hospitals and stuff? That's true, actually. It was hospitals and schools and institutions. I don't know how the fuck we got to that. I miss J-Reg's Centroside series. His ANCAP character was hilarious. I have not seen it.
Because this is all Vatican.
I don't really watch political content when I'm off stream, so.
Constructs. We've been under the guardianship of the Vatican. So why in the whilst you are lost?
Sorry, hold on. I need to go back because what the fuck? This is hurting. It's killing my brain cells.
And where we are lost is in the Holy See. And why in the Holy See? Because this is all Vatican constructs. We've been under the guardianship of the Vatican. So whilst we're lost, allegedly, they get to
One more time for me, I'm sorry.
in what is called Sesta KV trusts. Now, Sesta KV trust is something that means we will look after your resources whilst you are lost. And where we are lost is in the Holy See. And why in the Holy See? Because this is all Vatican constructs. We've been under the guardianship of the Vatican.
The Holy See refers to the global policy led by the Catholic Church, which is recognized by the UN. Okay, what does that mean, though? I don't know what that means. Latino Mifune. That's the first time I'm hearing it. According to Google, it's complete bullshit that conflates two legal terms. Yep, exactly, Curly Dorothy. She is like, these people just make shit up. I Googled the word that it said, not even a thing. It's a French word, and it's about property ownership and banking and trusts. What does that have to do with you? Nothing at all. I'm sure if I looked up the Holy See, that would also have nothing to do with this at all.
So whilst we're lost...
And remember, the original question was, do you trust any institutions like schools or hospitals?
Allegedly, they get to monetize our energy and the planet through things like the birth certificate and modes of currency, like the US dollar, for example.
I feel like I've actually gotten dumber after listening to her. I don't know what the fuck the terms of currency, like the birth certificate in the US, like, I get the dollar, that's currency. I don't... What? Not policy, but polity. It's a global structure of governance of the Catholic Church. Ah, okay. I wouldn't know, but thank you for the correction. I will look that up. Polity. I need to look at, I don't know what that word actually means. When these people talk to each other, do they actually, like, communicate? I imagine it's kind of like two AIs talking to each other along like Homo sapien, where they just, like, say, like, they just beep and put out, like, random characters, but then the other one understands it because... I mean, like, they're just making up as they go along. How does basic human language work when concepts can have definitions so wild? It doesn't. Yeah, I don't think it does. I think that's kind of the problem.
When the Assembly's court or grand jury makes a judgment, it falls to the sheriffs to serve these orders to the parties. Today, they're serving the Western Australian Land Titles Office, Landgate, with documents relating to mortgages held by farmers.
Isn't Terra Australis something like really anti-First Nations?
How often do you go about serving people?
We've been doing a lot of serving this year. We've put together what we call bundles, which are bundles of documents which have been written by Crown Executive Orders and all the grand jury orders which are applicable to, in this case, Donna can explain about the
farmers we've got.
Yeah.
Brought evidence to the grand jury. We've had up to 40 or 50 jurors vote unanimously on these orders around Australia. Yeah.
And what outcomes do you hope to achieve?
Farmers get their farms back.
Oh my god, these people are stupid. Gov.uk government news warning on... Okay, but that's UK. And, like, that's weird, but... I lost it. Oh. Damn it. Here. Okay, so what does this say? Fraudsters offering false common law car insurance and claiming the insurance is backed by the holders. Yeah, okay, they're doing scams with it. Love that. Thank you, Curly Dorothy. Fantastic. It's just a grift. It's always been a grift. It will always be a grift. They have nothing but grift. It's even more perplexing how these groups grow because this should be horribly easy to psyop. It is a psyop. Like, that's the thing, right? It is a psyop. If you try and psyop it, they just add that to their list. They absorb it like a sponge. And to be fair, MKUltra wasn't bullshit. Like, we did a lot of fucked up shit. If you read the shock doctrine, we learned how to brainwash people for capitalism doing MKUltra. So, you know, partially in like Canada, or like it was some fucked shit. Now, like, a lot of what they believe about MKUltra is nonsense, but like we did do some wild shit in MKUltra. See, the difficulty when it comes to conspiracy theories in the U.S. government is the U.S. government does a lot of bad things. So it's kind of, it's hard to convince somebody that it's a conspiracy when they could do it, you know. It's all vibe-based for them now.
So what happened?
The assistant to the registrar come down and spoke to us for a while, and they are going to lodge the documents, not put them on the title, which we would like, but yeah, just taking them and accepting them and having them lodged and put on file, I think is a good win.
Yeah. This is happening all over the country?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
See, the thing that bothers me about this the most is they're doing exactly what I keep telling everyone of you to do. Organize and do political action from the bottom up. These people are running for their local councils. These people are running for their school boards. These people are running for positions of power that can change the lives of people in their community. And they're succeeding. This is how the Republicans did it. When everyone, was freaking out, the Tea Party and all that during Obama years, you know what the Republicans did? They had young people enter politics from the bottom up. They had them join the Republican Party, run in local councils, local seats, state legislatures, school boards, and then they built the movement from the bottom and took over. I want you to do the same thing. I don't give a fuck if you hate the Democrats. I hate the Democrats. Go join the Democrats. Go join the DSA. Do something. Just, do something. They're doing it. When you eventually go out and you decide, okay, fine, I will run for office. Do you know how easy it will be for you to win that office? Do you know how much people hate their local councils? Do you know how much people hate their school boards? Do you know how stupid most Americans are? And if you're watching me, you're clearly smarter than, I'm not a genius, by the way. It keeps me up at night because I am not smart enough to be smarter than this many people. But clearly, the world has changed. You guys can do it too. They have no idea where they're going. They just know that they're on board. And, it's a cult. Yeah, this is the big Kool-Aid cult. It was Jonestown. Great stream as always. Gonna throw you up on my phone. Gotta sleep. Oh my god. Go to sleep. 61 hours. Jesus Christ. One core. Have a lovely, lovely night. I'm pretty much done once this video's over anyway, but I refuse. Also, I'm a fucking moron. I think that, people would be at this level of intelligence at least if we stopped, if we hadn't done the brainwashing. The Republicans have been pushing, young Republicans and pushing young adults to run for lowest offices since the 50s by people like William Buckley, National Review. The GOP is coordinating the top-down electioneering, plus tons and tons of fucking rats. Exactly. It's wild, and it's hard now, but, we should still try. I'm great running into you, too. Let's finish this video, and then we'll wrap it up with a nice raid. We're almost done.
We are the guardians of the law.
FBI in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
We are always in peace.
so how do you feel then when you get labelled as a domestic terrorist? Because,
Have a lovely, lovely night.
that label comes from somewhere, it is.
FBI in America.
Yeah.
The FBI in America is not what's labeling these people terrorists. It's the Australian Federal Police, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
But they do that because there have been radical instances where violence has occurred.
Well, it's just what we call the spin. It's like the sovereign citizen. It's out there to try and discredit us, but at the end of the day, law is the superior jurisdiction, and that is going to win out eventually.
We asked Landgate about the documents they received. They said they found no legal merit in the 200-odd pages and don't intend to take any further action at this time.
These people just want a family. They do. They want good things. They're just being led in the wrong direction. They want community. Exactly. If we get to them first, even now, even those people, we have a chance. This isn't America. The zombie virus has not spread. This is patient zero. If we can quarantine this now, then we will win. We will eradicate the virus. I think this one I need to make into a proper YouTube video and post it. Jeez, I hate editing.
End of pseudo-law judgments, the harm can feel very real.
How are you? Pleasure to meet you. Thanks for having me.
No worries.
Scott Murren lives in a state of constant readiness. He believes there's a risk he could lose his children to a sovereign citizen group.
I've had letters sent demanding I hand the children over.
The boy's mother became a sovereign citizen during COVID.
I had one letter sent to say that I had to
take my children to a isolated rural property somewhere in Gympie, I think in Queensland, and hand them over and face a law court up there.
That's fucking
in
sus.
which I was looking at life in prison and hard labour. I don't know how they're going to make that happen. I've had threats that their law...
They sentenced him to hard labor? What the fuck?
Law enforcement officers, spelt LORE, or their sheriffs, would come and take the kids and return them to their mother.
So, kidnapping and terrorism. Oh, and illegal imprisonment and slavery. So, that's that list. Slavery, kidnapping, illegal imprisonment, endangerment of a child, terrorism.
In 2021, Scott's ex took the boys to a protest in Canberra where the old Parliament House doors were set on fire.
I didn't know about that, somehow. Holy shit. We had a Jan 6.
It was sickening to see two young boys at the front doors of Old Parliament House. You know, kids shouldn't be present at any of
Literal terrorism.
that.
What kind of steps have you taken to protect your kids?
Lots. I've got friends that regularly patrol past our house day and night. If any suspicious vehicles or persons around, I'm made aware pretty quickly.
Hey, look,
I've installed
community can do
CCTV.
that for you. You know, if you have friends that can come by your house and check and see, hey, like, is there weird cars over there? It's actually awesome. I wish the U.S. had work camps, but you can go home after 8-hour shifts. Yeah, sure. You know we do, right? Except you don't get to go home. You just get to stay in that camp forever. Can't you just rebuke a hard labor sentence from the sovereign citizens just by saying, nuh-uh, I'm a sovereign citizen too? I mean, yeah, Curly Dorothy, you probably could. You could also just, like, laugh at them and then put them in the hole.
The cameras. I've had to put trackers on my youngest son. So the two dots there show the boys still at school. I'll get a phone call from Tyler at the moment he gets on the bus or just before. Once I know they're on the bus, I'll track them
Because,
all the way until they get here. It's
They
generally
could get kidnapped. Yeah, I can understand that. We had work camps, but they were changing. We have work camps now. Look at Alligator Auschwitz.
15, 20 minutes.
I need your most senior on duty.
Scott's ex is Helen Delaney. A video of her being stopped by police in her car went viral in 2023.
You don't have any
Of course her name is fucking Helen.
jurisdiction on this land. Okay, you're under arrest. You're a freak. Yep.
I have never enjoyed police violence like this. Oh my god. This is what they've done to me. I'm enjoying police violence. If this was an ICE agent, I would be saying, shoot that ICE agent. This... Go for officer, continue, please. I beg of thee.
This land. Okay, you're under arrest. You're a freak. Yep. Man,
Except these guys are right.
I'd love to just get you one-on-one. Yep. Man, I would love to just get you one-on-one.
Last year, Helen was
That was kind of hot. I'm not even gonna lie.
arrested for breaching an AVO and stalking.
You will be personally, privately, and civilly liable. Do you understand that? I have a private link schedule here, and you're trafficking me. And you'll understand that you're under arrest? No, I'm not under arrest. You're kidnapping me. Right. And I'm telling you, I'm not in your jurisdiction. Okay. You're foreign to me.
She spent several months in jail. It provided
Okay. Sure. Whatever you say.
only a brief reprieve for Scott from the group's activities.
This term keeps coming up, paper terrorism. What does it mean in your experience?
In my experience, once they get hold of your home address, your email, they bombard you. Some of the emails can be 50 pages long. It's gobbledygook, nonsense to me, but it's constant. You get that. If a police officer
It's usually AI now, too.
is involved in the case and they manage to get his email, then he'll get the same. It happened to my lawyers. It happened to all of the judges and registrars in the federal court that were involved in our case, and it's relentless.
Yeah, they just get AI to write nonsense and they just spam you with it. And it's usually like threats.
It doesn't stop. Yeah.
Friendly Geordies, another Australian like YouTuber, had his house firebombed because he made a video outing like the gambling lobby. Except the people who did it were morons and they hit his neighbor's house and he wasn't even home. Eating a succulent Chinese meal. A succulent Chinese meal. I mean, it might have been pre-AI. This was posted a day ago. Now I gotta play the succulent Chinese meal video, though.
I can see them walking down the street.
G'day, how you doing, mate? I'm Mahmood. Pleasure to meet you.
I think we get the picture there. Like, it's pretty bad, y'all. I do enjoy that both meals that are both succulent and Chinese. Well, so did they came for him for enjoying a succulent Chinese meal.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
You're under arrest. I'm under what?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one.
Yes. I see that you know your judo well. This guy died a couple years ago, actually. It was really sad. Good luck, Australia. The virus incubates for about 7 to 11 years before it straight up takes over your democracy. Yeah, so unfortunately, it's been incubating for about 5-6 years here anyway. He was a piece of shit. Of course he was. This dude sounds like a sovereign citizen. This was just very funny. Yeah, no, I'm quite scared, Long Homo sapien. Now, from my American point of view, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like we're in Obama years. We're in Obama's second term right now. That's what it feels like. Because Albo won his second term. We're in Obama 2. And the right is incubating. Once symptoms are present, you are already in the potential point of no return. I know. This was about comedy, not valorizing him. That's true. No, I know. Like, fuck, Long Homo sapien, but you got me. Like, you were as serious as I am, and I was trying to make jokes about it. But yeah, no, once symptoms appear, we're already kind of in the bad place. You know, it's not like we have treatments, and we can't quite vaccinate once we're already sick. It's more quarantine and not let it spread. God, if I had the ability to just block this entire area off with humans, I would. If the symptoms last longer than 4 years, please contact your doctors. Well, thank God we have free healthcare here, at least until these fucks try and get rid of it. Alright guys, please like the stream if you haven't done so already, and join the Discord. And let's see who we can drop a raid to. Gotta support other streamers, of course. What's up, Certified Garbage? Just in time for me to hop off, actually. Hi. Let's see. We gotta support other leftist streamers. Oh, thank you, Long Homo sapien. You are late, but thankfully this video will be on YouTube, so you can have fun there. This looks like an interesting one. Let's go. Now, I will probably be here tomorrow. I may not be able to make it, but I'll let you guys know. If I don't, it'll be because I am following the money. But I will see you guys next time, if not Thursday. Have a lovely night.